haunted by the echo of their actions. They will never find peace after betraying you. Shet Meta. Oh, how the soul trembles when the blade of betrayal cuts so deep. Yet deeper still than the wound is the silence that lingers after. You trusted them. You opened your heart wide. You stood with them when everyone else had turned away. But now, only a scar remains where loyalty once lived. Hear me closely today. When someone betrays a heart that was pure, they do not leave untouched. They may act, they may laugh, they may even post pictures to paint a life of joy. But inside, the storm of unrest rages louder than they will ever confess. Because when you wrong someone who walks in God's light, you invite a holy disturbance into your own spirit. God saw what was done in the shadows. God heard the words you never heard. God noticed the scheme before you even noticed the shift in their eyes. And when someone dares to touch what belongs to him, when they tear at a soul covered in prayer, they do not step into peace. They step into spiritual battle. That which they can run to new friends, new distractions, even to temporary pleasures, but they can never outrun the eyes of the Almighty. God will not let His chosen ones be trampled without consequence. That betrayal has a cost, not just in broken trust, but in lost peace. Because peace is not something man can manufacture. It is a gift only God can give. And here is the mystery. Mid-eternity, where they thought hurting you would strengthen them, they thought by removing you they would rise. But God does not bless elevation built on deception. God does not honor relationships born of betrayal. What they built with manipulation, He will bring down with justice. What they'd gain by hurting you, they will lose by divine design. And you must not waste your tears on whether they feel guilty. You must not wonder if they are sleeping well at night, because God has a way of turning pillows into stones when the conscience is corrupted. Their laughter is hollow. Their joy is borrowed. Their peace is shattered because there is no refuge for the one who sins against the innocent without repentance. Some of you watching this right now, you've been walking with the age of being wronged. You've been trying to heal while pretending it didn't matter. But hear this, colonizations, God kept the record. And not to destroy them with your hands, but to defend you with His own. God saw you cry in the night when no one else knew the depth of your pain. God heard the scream inside your soul when you had to smile around people who didn't know the betrayal you had endured. And while you were silent, God was not. While you were trying to move on, God was preparing something greater for you. Because those who carry pain with dignity will be honored by God in ways the world cannot understand. The first one, there is no peace for the one who betrays a pure soul. No matter how much they fake it, their spirit is restless. Because peace is a fruit of righteousness, and betrayal severs the root of that righteousness. Their hands may be busy, their mouths may speak confidently, but deep within they are haunted by the echo of their actions. Every time they see someone who reminds them of you, their heart will twitch. Hashtag it meta, pause, sex 0.6. Every time they try to connect with someone new, they will remember the bond they broke. Hashtag meta, pause, sex 0.6. Because God designed memory to be a mirror. Hashtag meta, pause, sex 0.6. And in that mirror they will see their guilt again and again. Hashtag meta, pause, sex 0.6. And until they bow to God in repentance, that mirror will never crack. Hashtag meta, pause, sex 0.6. It will show them what they tried to bury. Hashtag meta, pause, sex zero point 0.6. God doesn't forget the faithful. Hashtag Meta. God doesn't overlook the wounded. Hashtag Meta. God doesn't sit idle while the betrayed sit in silence. You see, the world may celebrate the loud and the proud, but God walks with the quiet and the crushed. God still be. And when someone betrays a person who was loyal, who prayed, who gave, who stood by them with a heart rooted in God's love, they are not just betraying a human, they are offending the order of heaven. And heaven always responds, not with revenge, but with divine justice. Not with bitterness, but with exposure. Sooner or later, what they did to you will speak louder than their lies. Sooner or later, God will let the truth rise from the soil they buried it in. Hashtag Medit, you don't need to defend yourself. You don't need to fight them. You don't need to gather an army of people to believe your side. God fights for courtroom when God fights time, and God's hands reveals all things. And time in God's takes can never hide forever, because betrayal doesn't just break hearts. It breaks spiritual alignment. And when a person steps out of alignment with God by harming someone he protected, they step into a space where confusion reigns. That's why things don't work for them anymore. That's why they keep trying to build but end up in ruins. That's why relationships fail. Money slips away. Past vanishes. That's why because they broke a covenant. And God is not mocked. Let me tell you something. Your pain has power. When given to God, your suffering becomes a seed. And every seed planted in tears will reap a harvest in joy. Don't despise your brokenness. Don't be ashamed of your scars. Those scars are evidence that you survived what was meant to destroy you. They can speak. And while they walk around with fake smiles, you are walking with divine oil. Hashtag Meta. God is restoring what you lost. God is multiplying your peace. God is raising you in silence while your enemies wonder why they feel so empty. Because you chose peace over revenge. Because you chose over how gossip. You chose gossip. You chose God over vengeance. And that choice brings blessings that no betrayal can block. God. Yes, they will feel the weight of what they've done. Not because you wish it upon them, but because God does not allow sin to go unnoticed. The state of He is merciful, yes, but He is also just. And justice requires truth. Truth requires exposure. And exposure brings consequences. Their mind is not settled. Their nights are not peaceful. They're sick. Their joy is not genuine. Hashtag Meta. Because you cannot harm a heart aligned with God and expect to dance in the garden of peace. Hashtag Meta. You can't take advantage of a prayerful soul and expect your plans to flourish. Hashtag Meta. God interrupts the journey of the wicked when they harm the righteous. And you, child of God, are the righteous, not because you are perfect, but because your trust was placed in Him. They thought you were weak, but your silence was strength. They mistook your kindness for naivety. Meta, sex, but your restraint was wisdom. They believed they got away with it, but God was watching. And when God watches, He also weighs. And when He weighs, He judges. And when He judges, He repays. And don't doubt the process. Don't let the slowness of justice confuse you. God doesn't operate on man's calendar. He allows the betrayer to walk a little further so that their fall is seen by all. Not to humiliate, but to demonstrate that no one can outsmart the King of Heaven. No one can escape the gaze of the one who sits high and looks low. And you, yes, you who were betrayed, you are being restored right now, in silence, in stillness, in secret. God is healing places in you that you didn't even know were broken. God is repairing trust
not so you trust them again, but so you can live again without fear. God is putting joy back where sorrow lived. He's seeking laughter where grief had its grip, because the pain they caused is not the end of your story, it is the beginning of a new one. A story where God gets the glory for lifting you above the storm. A story where the people who counted you out will have to watch God count you in. They thought they buried you. They thought they buried you, but God was planting you. They thought they ruined your peace, but God was teaching you how to carry peace that can't be stolen. They thought they won, but the great only one who wins is the one who walks with God. You see, betrayal doesn't break the blessed, but it only prepares them for more. Hashtag Meta. The more pain you endured, the more God is about to release. Hashtag Meta. With the weight of their choices, you will rise with the wings of your calling. Hashtag Meta. Because the one who is wrong becomes the one God vindicates. Hashtag Meta. And vindication is coming not in whispers, but in undeniable divine manifestation. You, however, are not bound by what they did. Sex 0.6, you are free. Free to rise, free to walk forward, free to love again without fear, free to build a life soaked in peace, guarded by grace and covered in favor, because God is with you. God is for you. God is restoring everything they tried to take. And not only is He restoring, it will be better than before. They can't find peace because peace is with you. They can't rest because you were their peace and they broke it. But you, child of God, are rising. Keep walking. Keep trusting. Keep holding your peace because God is fighting for you. And let me tell you, there is something sacred about being wronged when your heart was right. There is something holy about suffering quietly under the weight of injustice. When your soul was clean and your hands were pure, you didn't respond with vengeance. You didn't stoop to their level. You didn't repay evil with evil. You took your pain to God. You placed your brokenness on the altar of faith. And that, beloved, is what heaven responds to. God never ignores the cries of the betrayed. And when you suffer in silence, but trust in God's justice, you are drawing the very power of heaven into your situation. Their betrayal didn't break you. It revealed them. It pulled the mask off. It uncovered what was hiding beneath smiles and shallow praise. And while they walked away thinking they won, they didn't know they were walking into the wilderness of unrest. They want, because no one who harms a sincere heart escapes the consequences of their own choices. God does not need to punish through lightning and thunder. God punishes by removing peace. And when God removes peace from a person's life, everything else begins to unravel. They can't carbonate. They can't concentrate. They can't connect. They can't be still. They are why? Sex 0.6. Because betrayal opens a spiritual door. And once that door is open, only God can close it. And only after repentance, you who were betrayed, God did not allow it to destroy you. He allowed it to position you. There is a lesson in the pain. There is promotion in the loss. There is glory in what seemed like defeat. Because God does not build His strongest warriors in comfort. He builds them in conflict. He builds them are not weak because you were betrayed. You are strong because you endured it and kept your integrity intact. You are chosen not because you were perfect, but because you never let the betrayal make you bitter. You didn't let the lie make you a liar.
You didn't let the hate turn you into someone you were never meant to be. Hashtag at Meta Sex 0.6. And because of that, God is elevating you, not in secret, but in plain sight. Hashtag Meta 606. The more they try to forget what they did to you, the louder it echoes in their soul. Hashtag Meta Sex 0.6. Because when you betray a person whose life is anchored in God, you do not just betray a friend. Hashtag Meta Sex 0.6. You violate a covenant. Hashtag Meta Sockets Centage. A covenant that was built not on convenience, but on spiritual alignment. God doesn't allow those covenants to be broken without consequence. The moment they chose to betray, they chose unrest. They may laugh in public, but in private they wrestle. They may post pictures of peace, but behind the scenes they're tormented by guilt and confusion. They may come, and this is not something you caused. Hashtag Meta. This is something God allows, because guilt is the tool God uses to invite people back to truth. And until they face that guilt, they will never know peace again. You need to understand this. God doesn't need your enemies to confess to you. God doesn't need them to apologize before He lifts you. God doesn't need them to fix what they broke before He blesses you beyond what they touched. Because when God blesses you after betrayal, it is a declaration that no weapon formed against you shall prosper. It is a testimony that their betrayal couldn't block your destiny. It is a and when they see you standing taller, speaking clearer, walking in deeper favor, they will realize they didn't stop anything. Hashtag at Meta Sex 0.6. They only revealed everything. Hashtag Meta Sex 0.6. You don't have to shout about the betrayal. Hashtag Meta Sex 0.6. You don't have to make announcements. Hashtag Meta 0.6. Let God be your announcement. Hashtag Meta Sex 0.6. Let your healing be your answer. Hashtag Meta Sex 0.6. Let your growth be your vindication. Hashtag Meta Sex 0.8. Because every time you smile in peace, you're defeating the enemy without lifting a hand. Every time you walk in confidence, you're reminding the spiritual realm that God's favor is not dependent on man's loyalty. Every time you praise despite the pain, you are pulling down blessings that no one can reverse. You are proof that what the enemy meant for evil, God can turn for good. And to the one who still feels heavy with the betrayal, hear me now. Don't allow what they did to harden your heart. The enemy wants you bitter. He wants you closed. He wants you to stop trusting, stop loving, stop believing in goodness. But God is calling you to rise above that. God is saying, what I have for you is still on the way. No betrayal can cancel what I've decreed. Don't lose your softness because of their hardness. Don't lose your light because they chose darkness. You keep walking in faith because faith is your weapon and God is your shield. And when you pray, pray not just for your healing, but for their conviction. Not because you want them punished, but because you want them awakened. Awakened. Because only when the betrayer returns to truth can they ever begin to find peace again. And if they don't, if they continue to justify their deception, if they keep walking in pride and denial, then know this: God will continue to block their peace. He will frustrate their plans. He will turn their victories into vapor, because you cannot build joy on the foundation of someone else's pain. You cannot construct peace
with the bricks of betrayal. The most dangerous place to be is outside of God's favor. And that's exactly where betrayal places a person. They step out of alignment. They lose the covering. And in that spiritual exposure, everything becomes fragile.
Friendships fail. Plans collapse. Plans collapse. Doors that once opened suddenly shut because the betrayal didn't just sever the relationship, it severed their access to divine order. Until they return to humility, until they face the weight of what they've done, they will live with noise in their soul. And with noise is the sound of God knocking. That noise is the sound of conviction, refusing to sleep. But you, God is quieting your spirit. You're not tormented. You're not bitter. You're not walking around trying to prove your worth. God is doing that for you. Behind closed doors, in silent moments, God is whispering comfort into your wounds. He's pouring oil where it hurts. He's giving you wisdom you didn't have before. But He's opening doors betrayal tried to shut. And those doors, they are only for you. They are not for the one who betrayed. Because God doesn't reward disloyalty. He rewards endurance. He rewards those who stayed faithful even while walking through fire. And let this be a reminder. What was meant to harm you is being turned into holy ground. The very situation that hurt you is the one God is using to build your character. Strengthen your discernment and anchor your soul even deeper in Him. You're not just healing. You're becoming stronger, wiser, softer, more powerful, more discerning. And all of it is preparation for what's coming. Because God will not let this betrayal define you. He will let it refine you. He will use it to raise you. Formatted. They can't find peace after betraying you, because peace does not visit those who trample on trust without remorse. You see, trust is sacred in the eyes of God. It's not a light thing. It's not something to be played with or discarded. When someone places their trust in another, it is a divine exchange, a spiritual bond. And when that trust is broken, not by mistake, but by deliberate betrayal, God does not stay silent. God steps in. God deals not with the surface, but with the soul. The betrayer may appear calm to the world, but inside their soul is in turmoil, because God has disturbed the waters of their peace. They carry a heaviness they can't explain. They walk with a shadow they can't outrun. They look for rest and distraction and noise in new faces, but rest eludes them because God has not permitted them to be free. Why? Sex 0.6. Because the one they hurt was not walking alone. Sex 0.6. The one they abandoned was not standing without covering. Sex 0.6. That soul they shattered was wrapped in the favor of God. And sex 0.8. And God says, touch not what I have blessed. That comes do no harm to those I have set apart. Do not give unto worth. And when they crossed that line, they didn't just sin against man. They offended the holiness of God's divine order. Let me speak this with clarity. God protects the heart that walks uprightly. And when someone defiles that heart with treachery, they reap storms instead of serenity. God is not passive about betrayal. He does not look the other way when a loyal heart is wounded by someone who had every chance to do right. God delays sometimes. Sex 0.4. Yes, but that delay is never denial. But delay is the testing of your character and the exposure of theirs. God allows space not to forget what was done, but to give room for repentance. But if repentance does not come, God deals with the betrayer in ways that no man can. You need to understand betrayal breaks more than a bond. It invites spiritual consequences. It opens the door for confusion, for sorrow, for unexplainable discomfort. That's why they can't settle. That's why relationships after you fail. That's why opportunities slip through their fingers, because they carry unrepented sin that they've refused to face. And until they humble themselves before God, they will continue to feel as if something is missing. Because something is missing. The peace that comes from alignment with God is gone. And without that peace, even success feels empty. Even joy feels forced. Even sleep becomes restless. But hear this, you who were betrayed. As a platform, God is using your pain as a God is turning your heartache into holy authority. You are not just a survivor of betrayal. You are being raised as a witness of God's justice. When others see what you've endured and how you carry it with grace, they'll know that God lives in you. Not because you shouted or fought back, but because you kept walking when you had every reason to fall. You kept loving when you had every reason to hate. You kept believing even when everything around you was shaking. That is strength. Church power. That is the result of trusting God when it hurts the most. The betrayer cannot sleep. Not because you cursed them, but because God removed His covering from their life. And once that covering is lifted, everything changes. Where there was once clarity, now there's confusion. Where there was once favor, now there's frustration. That's what betrayal does. It burns bridges not just between people, but between the betrayer and God, because God is not mocked. Whatever a man sows, that he shall reap. If they sow betrayal, they will reap sorrow. If then they will harvest disappointment. And it will not end until they return to God with honesty in their heart. You don't need to trace their downfall. You don't need to measure their regret. Leave to God what only He can handle. Your task is to focus on healing, to focus on growth, because while they sink beneath the weight of their choices, you are being lifted by God's own hand. What they intended for harm is becoming the very foundation beneath your feet. You say this exact. The pain they inflicted is now giving birth to new strength, new discernment, and new purpose within you. They took something away, yes, but they also stirred something awake inside of you. And that awakening cannot be stopped. For when you endure betrayal and keep your faith unbroken, God begins to raise you up in ways no hand can hold back. Hear this truth. They will never find another you. They will never be able, no matter where they go, no matter who they meet, they will always remember the light you carried. And that memory will follow them, not to glorify you, but to convict them. Because when someone walks away from a connection that God ordained, they walk into a desert of spiritual isolation. They may be surrounded by people, but their soul is alone. They may gain applause, but they've lost the presence of God that once visited them through you. And unless they face that loss with humility, the peace they long for will remain a distant dream. God will keep building you while they keep breaking down. God will keep speaking to your soul while their spirit remains silent. You see, the reward of integrity is divine favor, and favor is better than revenge. Favor betrayal tries to pull you down. Favor opens doors no enemy can shut. Favor surrounds you like a shield, and no matter what they try to do to replicate your peace, They can't access it, because your peace wasn't man-made. Your peace was placed by God. And God is not done with you, not even close. What you went through was not your end. It was your awakening. Your awakening. You are now more aware. Hashtag it meta, Hawthorne. Sex 0.4. You see clearer. Hashtag meta, humidity, arts pause. Sex 0.4. You love deeper, but with wisdom. Hashtag meta, pause. Sex 0.6. You trust, but with discernment. Hashtag meta, pause. Sex 0.6. That betrayal sharpened your spirit. Hashtag meta, pause. And what was meant to destroy you has made you spiritually dangerous. Hashtag meta, telid sex 0.8. Dangerous to the enemy. Hashtag meta, pause. Sex 0.6. Because you know what it means to be crushed and still walk upright. Hashtag meta, pause. Sex 0.6. You know what it means to lose and still give thanks. Hashtag meta, pause. Sex 0.6. You know what it means to be betrayed and still hold your peace. One sequel, 0.6. That kind of soul cannot be shaken. So while they try to rebuild without repentance, you build with God's blueprint. While they wrestle with the weight of regret, you soar with the wings of resilience. Don't ever think they got away with it. Justice, no one escapes God's justice. Justice is just. It may not come in the form of disaster, but it will come in the absence of divine peace. And that kind of torment is more haunting than anything else. Because when God withholds peace, the soul becomes its own prison. So I say to you again, don't chase explanations. Don't seek apologies. Don't beg for clarity. Give it all to God. Your vindication is in His hands, and He is faithful. Sex. He will not let you suffer without reward. He will not let you weep without reaping. He will not let the one who caused your pain walk away untouched by consequence. Their torment is silent, but it is real. Their regret is loud in the quietest moments. And until they bow before God with true remorse, that unrest will shadow every step they take. But you walk in confidence. Walk in the knowledge that God has seen your tears and heard your cries. Walk in assurance that your peace is being protected by the one who reigns above all. And know this, the peace that God gives you now is not fragile. It is not dependent on people behaving right. It is rooted in your relationship with Him. Sex and no betrayal, no matter how deep, can remove what God has secured in your spirit. They may have wounded your heart, but they couldn't touch your purpose. They may have lied on your name, but they couldn't erase your anointing. And as they wrestle with what they lost, you will continue to rise in what you've gained: wisdom, strength, peace, and a deeper walk with the only one who never betrays, God. And I declare to you today with unshakable boldness, when a person betrays a heart that was shaped by God, when they turn their back on someone who walked in humility, who extended grace, who honored them with loyalty, they do not simply walk away. They walk into the courtroom of the Almighty. And God does not dismiss such cases lightly. God deals with betrayal, not with human emotion, but with divine authority. He measures it. He judges it. He acts on it, not to satisfy your anger, but to uphold the order of justice and righteousness in the world He created. There are spiritual consequences that ripple through time when a heart is pierced unjustly. Betrayal is not just an act against another person. It is an offense against the principle of trust that God Himself designed. And God, who sees into every hidden corner,
does not allow such offenses to fade quietly. He may be silent for a season, but his silence is never consent. His patience is not approval, is space. It is space. Space for repentance. Space for awakening. Space for the betrayer to recognize the weight of their actions. But if that space is ignored, it transforms into judgment. If that time is wasted, it turns into torment, because peace cannot exist where God has not allowed it to settle. And many walk today with smiles on their faces, but war in their hearts. They've betrayed someone pure, and are now hunted by a guilt they cannot name. They try to fill their days with noise, with distractions, with accomplishments, but none of it satisfies. None of it silences the restless soul, because God has blocked the flow of peace until they turn from their deceit and face the truth. God will not allow them to rest in comfort while the one they wronged was left bleeding. That is not the way of the Almighty. God lifts the oppressed and humbles the arrogant. God strengthens the loyal and dismantles the deceitful. You may ask, why did God allow me to be betrayed in the first place? Why would He let me carry such pain? Hear me now. Because what they meant to shatter you, God allowed to shape you. Because what they thought would end you, God is using to elevate you. Every tear you cried watered the soil of your future. Every moment you spent questioning why they turned against you was a moment God was pulling you closer to Him. And now He is rebuilding you, not as you were, but stronger, wiser, and more anointed than ever before. The betrayal wasn't the end. It was the beginning of God revealing what He put in you that no man could take away. Then, do not be deceived by appearances. The betrayer may appear to thrive. They may even look happier than ever. But you must understand, God's judgment is not always immediate, and His justice is not always visible. Sometimes it is internal. Sometimes it is silent. But it is never absent. There is no escape from the hand of God when you harm what He has protected. They consider this for, and you, beloved, have always been protected, even when you felt exposed, even when it looked like you were alone, even when you were abandoned. God was watching. God was keeping. God was preparing. You were not forsaken. You were hidden under divine observation. And to those who continue to carry the wound of betrayal in silence, let this truth settle in your spirit. God is your healer and your witness. God, you don't need revenge. You don't need validation from people. Hashtag meta. You don't need those who betrayed you to say your name again or fix what they broke. Hashtag meta. Because what they broke, God is restoring. And what God restores cannot be destroyed again. You see, their betrayal tore something in the natural, but it awakens something in the spiritual. Hashtag, you are now walking in a new realm of authority, because only those who have suffered can truly speak with depth. And only those who have lost everything can fully appreciate what God restores. And as for those who wronged you, they will begin to feel the absence of what they once dismissed. They will realize too late that they had access to something rare, something real, something rooted in God. And when that realization hits, it won't come gently. It will come like thunder in the night, because peace cannot abide in a heart that is unrepentant. They may blame others. They may pretend they're fine. But deep within, they know something's not right. Because you cannot uproot a connection ordained by God and expect your life to remain the same. Let your heart rest in this assurance. God is fighting battles you will never see.
God is confronting lies you never heard. God is correcting wrongs you didn't even know were done. And you will not need to defend yourself, for your silence has spoken louder than words.
God will raise your name in rooms where your enemies tried to bury it. God will use your pain to open doors that no betrayal could lock. God will use you to those who betrayed you will see what they lost, not to glorify you, but to magnify the power of God who kept you through it all. And hear me again. Do not envy the temporary comfort of those who betrayed you, for what they have is fleeting. What they carry is poison. And unless they pour it out before God and beg for cleansing, it will continue to eat away at their soul, because peace is not found in pretending. It is found in surrender. Peace is not bought through distraction. It is given only through alignment with truth. And as long as they deny what they did, they remain out of alignment. And no matter how far they run, God will meet them there with a mirror they cannot shatter, a reflection they cannot escape. And you, look at yourself now after everything. You're still standing. After the lies, the manipulation, the abandonment, you're still breathing, still growing, still praying, still hoping. And that is the evidence of God's hand on your life. That is the testimony that no betrayal can cancel your calling. That is the promise that what was meant for evil, God is turning for your good. You financial Shet, you are being formed. Every time you choose peace over bitterness, you are rising. Every time you bless instead of curse, you are aligning with the favor of heaven. And know this, what they took from you, God will restore in abundance. Hashtag meta. What they tried to silence, God will amplify. Hashtag meta. What they thought they ended, God is only beginning. Let your story be written by God, not defined by betrayal. Let your peace be rooted in truth, not in apologies you may never receive. Because you don't need their words. You need God's word. And His word is clear. He is near to the brokenhearted. He lifts those who are crushed in spirit. He heals the wounds that man cannot see. But they can't find peace after betraying you. Shikta, because peace is not simply the absence of conflict. It is the presence of alignment with God. And when someone tears down a relationship forged in trust, when they trample on loyalty to advance their selfish gain, they do not walk into freedom. They walk into bondage. Bondage of the mind, of the spirit, of the conscience. It is a quiet prison, but it is real. And God, who is the judge of hearts, allows that unrest to grow louder, not to destroy, but to awaken. Because until they face what they've done under the light of truth, they will wander through life wearing masks, smiling for the world, but weeping in their soul. God designed relationships to reflect His order, truth, honor, accountability. And when someone betrays that order, they step into opposition with the very structure God set in place. Details of God. This is why it matters. Sure, this is why betrayal doesn't end when the person walks away. The betrayal lives on until it is confessed, confronted, and cleansed through true humility before God. It lingers in their thoughts, it invades their rest, and it follows them like a shadow, because the weight of sin cannot be shrugged off with distraction. It must be surrendered. And until the betrayer bows in surrender, they will carry the consequences in every step they take. Now, let me tell you something you may not have considered. Sometimes God allows betrayal not to show you who they were,
but to show you who you are in Him.
God allows the disloyal to reveal themselves, not to break you, but to break the illusions you once held. You saw potential in them. You saw sincerity. You saw love. But God saw their heart. God saw the motive behind their words. God saw the snake beneath the smile. And rather than let you build your future on unstable ground, God allowed it to crumble, because He would rather you weep for a moment than build your life around a lie. Your life, that pain you felt was not for nothing. Hashtag meta, that storm you endured was not wasted. It stripped you of illusion, but it clothed you in discernment. It cost you some tears, but it crowned you with truth. And not give you are no longer blind. You are no longer desperate for validation. You are nating to people who were never sent by God. If you're not, now you are standing not with brokenness, but with clarity. And that clarity is your power. And because a heart that sees clearly can no longer be fooled by charm or deceived by words, a soul aligned with God is a soul that cannot be easily shaken again. Unwire tries to rewrite the story to make themselves the victim, to justify their deception. God is still writing your testimony. A soul aligned, a testimony not built on revenge but redemption, not built on bitterness but betterment. You are not what they did to you. You are who God is, shaping through the fire. Every tear became a brick in your new foundation. Every lie they told became a lesson God used to refine your voice. And now your life speaks louder than any rumor they spread, because the favor of God cannot be canceled by betrayal. Let me today, it can only be revealed by it. Listen now. Do not confuse their silence for peace. Do not mistake their absence for healing. The loudest suffering is often the most hidden. God is not mocked. What they sow into your life in pain, they will reap in isolation until they come face to face with the truth. And here is what you must understand. Meta, it's not your job to punish. It's not your burden to carry justice. God does not need your hands. He needs your surrender. When you let go of the need to be repaid, God takes over and repays you with blessings they could never provide. God repays with wisdom. God repays with peace. God repays with doors they tried to close, but He opens wider than ever. Hashtag meta. And even now, even as they pretend nothing happened, God is speaking to their soul. He is stirring conviction. He is shining a light into the corners they've tried to keep dark. Because there is no peace for a person who walks away from what was pure. There is no rest for the one who wounds the hand that fed them, loved them, prayed for them. God does not allow that to go unchallenged. And though you may not see it, the correction of God is fierce. And it is personal. Not to destroy, but to restore. Not to shame, but to awaken. But if they harden their heart, if they ignore His stirring, then God allows the silence to become their storm. That storm does not look like fire falling from the sky. Number. It looks like nights without rest. It looks like joyless success. It looks like gaining what they wanted, but not wanting what they gained. Because peace cannot be purchased. I cannot be faked. It cannot be copied. It is given only by God to the one whose heart is clean. And no matter how much they try to fill their lives, they will find themselves returning to the memory of what they lost. It can you, your light, your loyalty, your prayers, your presence, not because you were perfect, but because you were real. And when someone betrays something real, they open themselves to a life of pretense. They begin to wear masks. They begin to chase illusions. They begin to become what they never imagined: cold, distant, detached. Weak because their spirit is no longer grounded. and only God can re-anchor them.
Only God can bring them back. But until that happens, they will move from one false peace to another, never tasting the stillness that you now carry. Because what they broke in you, God rebuilt with a foundation they'll never understand unless they too walk through the fire of repentance. But you, beloved soul, you are not who you were before the betrayal. You are not who
You are wiser now. You are stronger now. You see beyond words now. You no longer attach yourself to people just because of history or chemistry. Now you move with discernment. Now you consult God before you open your heart. Now you understand that some losses were God's protection in disguise. You can't, and that betrayal, that was God's mercy, pulling you out of something that would have poisoned your future. Let the betrayer walk their path. Let them face their choices. Your assignment is not to rescue them. Your assignment is to keep walking in integrity, to keep praying in silence, to keep trusting in God's timing. Your assignment, because every step you take in obedience is a step further from pain and closer to purpose. And soon what hurt you will become what heals others. Soon your story will bring light to someone else lost in darkness. And when that day comes, you'll see it clearly. It was never about what they did. It was always about what God was doing in you. So stand tall, not in pride, but in peace. Because peace is the inheritance of those who trust God above all else. Peace is the reward of the faithful. Peace is the reward of the faithful, and though they would destroy you, God has used it to crown you. Crowned not with gold, but with grace. Crowned not with applause, but with authority. And that crown no betrayer can take it from you. Peace is because it was given not by man, but by God. And what God places on your life, no lie, no abandonment, no betrayal can remove. So walk forward, walk fearless. Let your footsteps echo with confidence in the one who holds your tomorrow. Let your presence be a reminder that you were hurt, yes, but not halted. Betrayed, yes, but not broken. The world see that peace does not come from people. It comes from God. It comes, and you, beloved, have peace. Not because they stayed, but because God never left. Metta. So now hear this final truth and let it be carved deep into your heart. They can't find peace after betraying you. Not because you demanded vengeance, not because you wish them harm, but because God upholds righteousness. Peace is not a human gift. It is a divine reward. It is planted in hearts that walk uprightly, and it is withdrawn from those who walk in deception. Minimized peace. When someone betrays a soul covered by God, they don't just hurt a person, they offend the order God Himself has established. And until they return to truth, until they stand in humility before the one they defied, their peace will remain distant, their joy incomplete, their soul restless. But as for you, the betrayed, the forgotten, the misunderstood, lift your head. You are not a victim of what happened. You are a vessel of what God is doing. You walked through the fire and came out carrying wisdom. You faced the storm and now your heart holds stillness. Let them talk. Let them weave their stories. Let them pretend. But you hold the proof. Proof that God restores, that He heals, and that He lifts up those who come to Him with tears in their eyes and faith alive in their hearts. You don't need their apology to keep walking in purpose. You don't need them to return for you to move forward in destiny. What you need is God, and He has already gone before you. He has transformed betrayal into a bridge, loss into a lesson, sorrow into strength. And while they struggle in silence, unable to escape what only repentance can heal, you will rest. You will rise. You will shine.
because peace was never meant for the betrayer. Peace belongs to the one who stayed faithful. They tried,
And you, beloved, remain faithful. Step boldly into the life God is shaping for you, and let your peace speak louder than their regrets ever will.
Just God is about to shock you with a breakthrough you didn't expect. I don't say that lightly, and I don't say it to excite your emotions. I say it because there's a stirring in the spiritual realm, a divine shift that cannot be seen by the eyes of the flesh, but it is already moving behind the veil. There are moments when God steps in so suddenly, so mightily, and so overwhelmingly that your entire life is shaken out of stagnation and pulled into purpose. And I came to tell you, this is one of those moments. You may not see it right now. In fact, what you see may look like the exact opposite of a breakthrough. It may look like loss. It may look like silence. It may look like pain. You've been walking through a dry season, praying with no answer, sowing with no harvest, and waiting with no sign. But hear me with every fiber of your spirit. God is not ignoring you. God is not finished. God is not withholding from you out of cruelty. God is not He is preparing something so big, so beyond your imagination, that if He showed it to you right now, you wouldn't believe it. That is the nature of God. He hides miracles in the shadows. He buries treasure in the dirt. He births victory in the middle of battles. When you feel like all doors are shut, when people have walked away, when you've cried the last tear you thought you could cry, get ready. That's the moment God steps in with His mighty hand and does what only He can do. You see, when people think it's over, God begins. When man gives up, God begins to write a new chapter. He doesn't need a committee to approve your destiny. He doesn't need public support to move mountains for you. All He needs is His will. And when His will aligns with the timing, nothing in heaven or on earth can stop what He's about to do in your life. Some of you have been living in a place of disappointment for so long that you've started calling it normal. You've accepted delays as denials. You've believed the lie that maybe God doesn't care. You've believed the "let me awaken your spirit." God is watching every moment, every tear, every silent scream of your heart. And not one of them is wasted. Not one of them has fallen unnoticed. Not a nanner. God, He uses time as a tool, not as a trap. Started. Just because He hasn't moved yet doesn't mean He won't. First, in fact, He often waits until the situation is impossible, so that when the breakthrough comes, no one gets the credit but Him alone. Some of you are about to be shocked, not because you deserve it, not because you earned it, but because God is good. Because God delights in surprising those who have trusted Him in the dark. Because you've passed the test not by shouting, but by staying still. Not by winning, but by not quitting. And now comes the moment where God shows you why it was worth it. He is about to bring restoration where there was devastation. He is about to give answers where there was only confusion. He is about to open a door so wide that the very people who doubted you will have to admit that was the hand of God. You didn't see it coming. You thought the delay was a denial, but it was preparation. God had to remove the wrong people. He had to remove the wrong doors. He had to let you experience that pain so you would not settle in the wrong place. What largely redirection, what felt like abandonment, was protection. God was shielding you from what you didn't even know was a trap. And now that the stage is cleared, now that your heart is refined, He can trust you with the blessing that won't destroy you. Some of you have been standing on the edge of a breakthrough and you didn't even know it. You've been praying, fasting, crying, staying faithful, and it felt like nothing was moving. Well, until you... But in the realm of the unseen, God has been rearranging the battlefield. He's been orchestrating connections, shifting people, setting up divine appointments. What you thought was stillness was really strategy. What you thought was delay was really design. God never sleeps. God never forgets. God never overlooks those who walk upright before Him with a sincere heart. And if you've been faithful in the dry place, the flood is coming. Let me tell you something deep. Sometimes God hides your breakthrough so well that even you can't see it. Why? Because He wants to know if you trust Him or the result. Do you trust the process or only the promise? Will you worship when nothing is changing? Will you still believe when all evidence says otherwise? That is where faith is forged. Faith, that is where destinies are shaped. Not in the victory, but in the waiting. And those who wait with faith are those who will receive a reward that will make every sleepless night worth it. God is not late. He's pacing the floors of heaven wondering what to do. He is the author and the finisher. He wrote your story before you were born, and every chapter, even the ones filled with tears, serve a divine purpose. This you may not understand now, but one day you'll look back and say, that delay saved me. That heartbreak redirected me. That loss made room for something greater. God doesn't waste your pain. He multiplies it into power. He turns your suffering into strength, and the breakthrough He's about to send will make you forget the suffering you endured. Just especially. Some of you are about to see acceleration. Sex 0.6. What should have taken 10 years will happen in 1. What seemed impossible will be done with ease. Not because of your strength, but because of God's favor. When His hand is on you, laws bend, rules break, and protocols shift. People will try to explain your breakthrough with logic, but they won't be able to, because what's coming is not logical. It's supernatural. It's divine. It's unexpected and able. You thought you were forgotten. You thought you missed your season. But God doesn't work on man's calendar. He controls time. And when He says it's your moment, even time has to obey. So don't compare your journey to others. Don't envy their progress, because what God has for you is tailor-made. #Meta, Sex 0.6. And when it shows up, it will fit your soul so perfectly that you'll know. #Meta, Sex 0.6. This could have only come from God. #Meta, Sex 0.6. You may be living with the consequences of decisions you regret. #Meta, Sex 0.6. You may feel like your past has disqualified you from the future, but God is the only one who can use a broken vessel and still pour glory through it. #Meta, Sex 0.6. He doesn't choose the qualified. #Meta, Sex 0.6. He qualifies the chosen. #Meta, Sex 0.6. And if He's placed His hand on you, there's nothing in your history strong enough to cancel your destiny. The breakthrough that's coming will not just bless you, it will redeem every dark chapter of your life. People who thought they had the final word on your story are about to be silenced by what God is about to do. God sees what you've endured. God sees. He knows the nights you cried yourself to sleep. He knows how you smiled in public, but were breaking in private. And He's saying to you now, I have not forgotten you. He is about to reward you in public for what you endured in private. The very people that mocked you will witness your rising. The same mouths that gossiped about your pain will testify about your promotion. Because when God steps in, He doesn't just fix things, He elevates. Some of you are about to walk into rooms you never applied for. You're about to receive calls you didn't expect. Doors will open not because you knocked, but because God told them to open. Blessings are chasing you down. Blessings. Even now you've been faithful, and now favor is finding you. You've been hidden, but now heaven is about to highlight you. You've been tested, but now the testimony is about to be written with fire. Don't be surprised if it happens suddenly. That's how God works. He will keep you waiting for years, and then in one moment, everything shifts. One conversation, one encounter, one opportunity, that's all it takes. And suddenly your life will change forever. Tower of God's breakthrough that doesn't ask for permission. It doesn't follow a process. It just shows up and changes everything. So don't give up now. Don't quit in the last mile. You're closer than you think. The pain you feel is not the end. It's the push before the promise. The pressure is a sign that something is being birthed. And the enemy would not be attacking you this hard if something powerful wasn't on the horizon. If he's fighting you, it's because he knows what's coming. But what he fears cannot be stopped because God is behind it. This breakthrough will not just change your life, it will change generations. Your charities will benefit from it. Your legacy will be marked by it. People will look at you and say, "And how did you survive that storm?" And you'll simply point to the sky and say, "God," because only He could have brought you through what you went through. Only He could have turned that pain into purpose. Only He could have lifted you from the pit to the palace. God is about to shock you, not just bless you, but shock you. Not just prepare your heart. #Meta, pause, use state 0.6, stay in position. #Meta, pause, sex 0.6. Keep your spirit clean. #Meta, pause, sex 0.6. Don't compromise now. #Meta, pause, sex 0.6. Don't get distracted. #Meta, pause, terminated 0.6. Don't lower your standard to fit in with the crowd. #Meta, pause, sex 0.6. The breakthrough God has for you is holy. #Meta, pause, merce 0.6. It's sacred. #Meta, pause, sex 0.6. It's meant for those who refuse to bow to pressure. #Meta, pause, sex 0.6. Stay faithful. #Meta, Hothos, elicited 0.6. Stay humble. #Meta, pause, undertaken 0.6. And stay ready, because the hour is near. #Meta, pause, sex 0.8. The window is opening. The blessing is moving in your direction. What you thought was lost is being restored. What you thought was dead is being resurrected. A life you thought was stuck is about to move with such force that you'll barely remember what it felt like to be stuck. God is rewriting the story. He's rewriting the script. He's placing His seal on what the world tried to cancel. That there are moments in your life where the weight feels unbearable. Days when the silence of heaven makes you question if your prayers even reach the clouds. Times when the doors keep closing, the losses pile up, and you wonder if this is what the rest of your life will look like. But hear this, God never starts something He doesn't intend to finish. When your soul is weary and your faith feels like it's flickering like a candle in the wind, that's when the hand of God is closest. God often allows the winds to blow, not to destroy you, but to remove what cannot stay in the next season of your life. God is not distant from your struggle. He is not indifferent to your pain. He is the one who formed you in the depths of your sorrow. And when the world overformed you, God is the one who sees you. He is not just preparing a blessing, He is preparing you for the blessing. Because not every good thing is a God thing unless it arrives in His timing, under His protection, and by His design. And this next breakthrough you're about to receive is not just a reward. It is a revelation. It will reveal to you how deeply you are known, how carefully you are chosen, and how thoroughly you are loved by the one who rules the heavens and the earth. The reason it's taken this long is because the foundation had to be deepened. God doesn't want to give you a blessing you can't carry. And so in His mercy, He delayed it, not to punish you, but to strengthen you. Because what is coming is not a trickle. It is a flood, and you must be rooted deep enough so that the weight of the blessing doesn't crush you, but carries you to a higher place of responsibility, influence, and spiritual depth. This is not just about comfort. This is about calling. And what God is about to release in your life is directly tied to the impact He created you to make. Some of you have lost everything. You've stood in the ruins of dreams that never came to pass. You've buried people you loved. You've watched opportunities disappear and wondered if anything good would ever come from the ashes. But God doesn't leave His people in ruins. He is the restorer. He is the one who brings beauty from the ashes. Not a return to what you lost, but a blessing so divine, so supernatural, that you'll understand why the fire had to burn the way it did. But fire, because without that fire, you wouldn't have seen what was fake. You wouldn't have been freed from what was poisonous. And you wouldn't have been able to rise into what God always had in store. So what God is preparing you for will silence every doubt that's ever crossed your mind. It will settle the score in your soul. It will remind you that waiting on God is never wasted, because when God delivers, He doesn't do it halfway. He doesn't bless you with conditions. He doesn't elevate you so others can applaud. He does it so that you become the evidence that trusting Him works, that obeying when it's hard matters, that validators walking away from sin was not for nothing, that you could have taken shortcuts, but you didn't. You could have compromised, but you didn't. And now God is about to reward that obedience with favor that no man can take. You're not just walking into a breakthrough, you're walking into clarity. Your wad is about to clear up every question you had. Why you had to go through that heartbreak, why you had to leave that place, why that door never opened, why you... It wasn't rejection. 6.6, it was redirection. It wasn't punishment. It was purification. And now clarity is coming. The fog is lifting. What once felt confusing will begin to make sense. The wisdom that God developed in the dark will suddenly shine in the light. And people will ask, how did you come through this with peace? And your soul will respond, because I trusted God more than I trusted what I saw. Some of you are about to step into rooms where your name has been spoken by people you've never met. You're about to receive provision from sources you never expected. The ones who overlooked you will be baffled by the hand of God on your life. And you won't even have to prove anything to anyone, because God will do the proving. When God lifts you, you don't need to convince. You don't need to defend. Your breakthrough will speak on your behalf. Your transformation will do the talking. And those who try to bury you will have no choice but to watch you bloom. Let me tell you something powerful. The bud will be... When God brings a breakthrough, it's not always loud. Sometimes it comes quietly, like the turning of a page. So you wake up one morning and everything feels different. The burden is gone. The fear has lifted. The opportunities begin to align, and you can't explain it, but you know deep down God has moved. You didn't force it, you didn't manipulate it, you didn't earn it, but it came. That's the fingerprint of God. Unearned favor, undeniable evidence. So don't misread the silence. Hashtag Meta, sex 0.6. God is not idle. Hashtag Meta, sex 0.6. He is orchestrating something so precise that even a second out of place would ruin it. Hashed Meta, sex 0.8. That's why it hasn't come yet. Shifted Meta, sex 0.4. That's why you had to wait. Hashed Meta, sex 0.4. But you're not waiting in vain. Hashtag Meta, sex 0.8. Every second of that wait is filled with divine activity. Every moment of your obedience is being recorded. And when the fullness of time comes, what was delayed will be delivered perfect, whole, and beyond what you imagined. Some of you need to stop thinking small. Hashtag Meta. Stop limiting God with your doubts. Hashtag Meta. Stop trying to fit His blessing into your limited perspective. Hashtag Meta. What He's about to do doesn't fit into the framework of what you've seen before, your thinking job. God is thinking purpose. You're asking for rent. God is preparing to hand you land. You're seeking healing. God is planning to restore every broken piece of your past. Lift your faith, widen your vision, because the magnitude of this breakthrough will be according to the measure of your belief. This is the season where everything changes. Not gradually, not gently, but suddenly. God is flipping tables in your favor. He is reversing decisions made against you. He is opening files that were forgotten. He is sending helpers from unexpected places. And this time, you won't have to beg for what is yours. It will come to you, not because you demanded it, but because you endured for it. Hashtag Meta. You remained faithful when it didn't make sense. Hashtag Meta. You praised when you should have panicked. You served when you were empty. Yet now the heavens are releasing what was always assigned to your name. When it arrives, don't apologize. Don't minimize it. Don't downplay the blessing to make others comfortable. Let them see what God can do with someone who stays faithful. Let them see that trusting God is not foolishness. It is wisdom. It is power. It is alignment with the source of all things. When they ask how you did it, don't boast. Just point them to God. Let your life become the evidence that faith is not fantasy. It is the very force that moves the unseen into the seen. And make no mistake, this breakthrough will demand more of you. More discipline, more prayer, more obedience. Because the blessing isn't the end. It's the beginning of a greater responsibility. God isn't strongly blessing you to make you comfortable. He's blessing you to make you effective, to set you apart, to use you as a vessel for something eternal. And if you handle this breakthrough with humility, God will multiply it. If you steward it with integrity, He will expand it. If you walk in it with honor, He will sustain it. So prepare yourself, not just physically, not just emotionally, but spiritually. Clean your heart, purify your motives, let go of bitterness, jealousy, and offense, because these things choke the blessing. They block the flow. And God is not going to pour His glory into a vessel filled with poison. Let Him cleanse you now. Let Him refine you, because what's coming is not ordinary, and you must be ready to carry it. You were not overlooked. You were being preserved. You were not forgotten. You were being protected. And now the wait is over. The page is turning. The sound of breakthrough is near. And when it comes, it will not just change your life. It will change how others see God.
because you will be the proof that those who wait on God will never be put to shame. You will be the living testimony that trusting Him through the valley brings you to the mountaintop. When God chooses to move, nothing stands in His way. Sex, 0.6. No delay, no enemy, no limitation, no circumstance can block the decree of God. What God has willed for your life must come to pass, not because of your strength, but because His word does not return void. When He speaks, the heavens respond. When He commands, creation shifts. When He sends favor, no force on earth can reverse it.
And right now, God is whispering into your season. Hashtag 0.6. It is time. Time for you to rise. Time for what was buried to live again. Time for the long nights to break into dawn. Time for the door that has been locked for years to swing wide open. Not with effort, but with divine permission. Not with a truth. Some of you have been walking around with a quiet ache, a spiritual heaviness that no one sees. You smile, you serve, you survive, but deep down your soul has been crying for more. Not more money, not more attention, but more of God. A deeper connection, a clearer direction, a life that makes sense, a breakthrough that doesn't just patch things up, but rebuilds them from the ground up. Some of you, and this ache is not a weakness. It is a calling. It God tugging at the depths of your being, preparing you for the shift that is already underway. The waiting room is about to become the birthing room. It's both all. You see, God is not just sending you a breakthrough to bless your circumstances. He is doing it to confirm His presence in your life so that no one, not even you, can deny that He was the one who made a way when there was no way. This will not be the result of manipulation, favor from man, or luck. This will be the fingerprint of God, clear, undeniable, and holy. The type of breakthrough that silences every lie the enemy whispered to you in the dark. The kind of breakthrough that rewrites your story, heals your identity, and repositions your future. The world around you may not understand how you've endured. They don't know what it's taken for you to stand upright with all you've carried. They don't know about the nights you've laid awake, speaking to God with trembling lips and a heart full of quiet desperation. They haven't seen the internal battles, the fight to hold on, to believe, to not give up. But God has seen it all, and He did not just observe, He recorded it, He bottled every tear, He measured every sacrifice, and He responded. This breakthrough is not random. It is not delayed favor finally catching up to you. It is divine strategy set in motion before you even knew how to pray for it. And the reason it's going to shock you is because you thought this part of your life was over. You thought the door was closed forever. You thought the dream had expired. But God doesn't operate on expiration dates. When He resurrects something, it doesn't return in the condition it died in. It returns stronger. It returns with glory. It returns with evidence that God alone has power over time, death, delay, and disappointment. The reason there is a sacred timing to everything God does. And just because you haven't seen movement doesn't mean things haven't been moving. The roots have been growing. The soil has been shifting. The environment around you has been rearranged. You may have felt forgotten, but God has been setting the stage, not for your survival, for your emergence. You are not coming out the same. This not a return to the past. This is the beginning of something new. This something God has reserved for such a time as this. Dax Tripter, the most powerful moments in your life will often be born in silence. Not in noise, not in applause, but in that deep, still place where God speaks a word that only your spirit can hear. And if you've heard that whisper, if your soul has felt the rumble of something coming, even if you can't name it yet, know this: you are on the brink. The ground beneath you is holy. The air is pregnant with promise. And all of heaven is leaning in, watching the fulfillment of what God has written about you. You don't need to chase people. You don't need to force opportunities. You don't need to manufacture your own miracle. When it's time, it will come to you. The blessing will recognize your address. The favor will know your name, because what is divine cannot be taken, duplicated, or missed when your heart is aligned with God's purpose. He is the one who lifts up. He is the one who establishes. And He is about to elevate you, not the vanity, but the visibility, so that others will see His goodness reflected through your life and be drawn to trust Him too. You will be a signpost, a living reminder that God still moves in power, that He still rewards faithfulness, that He still brings rivers into deserts and calls light out of the darkest corners. What you're about to walk into will not be temporary. This will not be a fleeting moment of success. It will be a sustained outpouring, a blessing with roots. A season that doesn't drain you, but replenishes you, because God doesn't bless you just to lift you. He blesses you to anchor you. Prepare your heart. That's where it starts. This is not about perfection. It's about surrender. God is not looking for spotless performance. He is looking for a clean intention. Meta sacked 0.6, a heart that beats for Him. Meta sex 0.4, a spirit that trembles at His whisper. Meta sex 0.6, a life that says, God, I trust you even when I don't understand. That posture attracts the breakthrough. That humility draws heaven close, because God resists the proud, but He floods the humble with His power. So let this be the hour where you realign, where you shake off every lie, every distraction, every voice that told you to settle. Refuse to settle. Don't build a home in disappointment. Don't take up residence in regret. You are not finished. You are not done. You are about to see that every no from the world was just a yes, waiting to be born from the throne of God. And when it comes, you won't have to convince anyone. The fruit will speak. The evidence will shine. Macazim Meta to 6. The result will declare what your lips don't need to say. There is a shift happening, not in theory, not in imagination, but in reality. The result will declare what you're lifted. The weight is being lifted. The way is being made. And in this chapter, you will walk with a new authority. The oil's not prideful, not boastful, but confident in the God who brought you through. You will carry peace that makes no sense to those around you. You will have wisdom that didn't come from books or people. It came from survival, from submission, from seeking God in the midnight hour. That kind of wisdom can't be taught. It's certed. It's circa grown in the soil of trials and watered by the tears of perseverance. It's when God decides to act, there is no force in the heavens or on the earth that can stop Him. When He speaks a word into your destiny, it pierces through every barrier, shatters every delay, and overrides every opinion. His power does not negotiate. His will does not consult. Humility is what He declares is final, and it cannot be reversed. So if you are standing on the edge of something that doesn't make sense, something that feels too big, too sudden, or too overwhelming, understand God is positioning you for something supernatural, not something logical, not something predictable, vaping divine, succession, decentralized. This is not the time to look back.
This is not the time to rehearse the pain, to relive the disappointments, or to measure the present by the past. When God moves, He doesn't consult your history. He writes your future. He doesn't need your resume. He's interested in your resilience. He doesn't require you to be perfect. He wants you to be available. And if you've made it this far, with a heart still soft, with faith still burning even as a flicker, then you are right where God wants you. He can do more with your little surrender than others can do with a lifetime of striving. God is not bound by earthly limits. His provision is not based on the economy. His timing is not dictated by your age. His power is not weakened by your past. When God moves, He does so with a force that rewrites every limitation spoken over you. The world may have counted you out, but God never did. People may have said you're too late, but God says you're right on time. They may have labeled you a failure, but God calls you chosen. They may have walked away, but God stayed. And in His staying, He has been building a future for you that no one can cancel. You're not about to just receive a breakthrough. You're about to become a breakthrough. A walking manifestation of what it looks like when someone holds on to God with trembling hands but unshakable trust. Your story is about to preach louder than any sermon, because what God is about to do in your life cannot be hidden. The ones who saw you fall will witness you rise. The ones who heard your cries in the dark will watch you shine in the daylight. And it will be so evident, so undeniable, that even your enemies will have to say, surely this was God. This isn't about proving yourself. You've spent enough energy trying to convince people you're worth something. That season is over. Now God is about to do the proving. He is about to silence the critics, not with your words, but with His works. He is about to exalt you, not for vanity, but so that others will see what He can do with a life fully surrendered. #Meta. You will no longer have to fight for your place, because the place God has reserved for you cannot be taken by another. It is sealed, it is sacred, and it is about to be revealed. God doesn't elevate for entertainment. He elevates for purpose. The blessing you're about to receive is not just for you, it's for those connected to your obedience. There are people you haven't even met yet who will be impacted by what God is doing in your life right now. Your courage to hold on will inspire their faith to begin. Your testimony will be the key that unlocks someone else's prison. You are part of a chain reaction of faith. And what God releases to you will overflow to those around you. This is not just provision, it's preparation. Not just reward, it's responsibility. And you are ready. Every sleepless night, every unanswered prayer, every delay that made you wonder if God had forgotten, He was using it. Not one moment was wasted. In the waiting, He was building your spiritual backbone. In the silence, He was deepening your roots. In the stillness, He was sharpening your discernment. And now, that quiet preparation is about to meet divine opportunity. When the two collide, it will feel like sudden success, but it's not sudden to God. He's been planning this for longer than you've been praying for it. You must walk into this next season with boldness, with courage. Not the courage that comes from confidence in self, but the courage that flows from absolute trust in God. Because you didn't bring yourself this far. You didn't keep your own mind together. You didn't protect yourself through the storm. God did. God did. And that same God who brought you through the fire is now about to bring you into the fullness of your purpose. Not partially,
not temporarily, but fully, completely, and permanently. This will be the kind of breakthrough that redefines your identity. You won't be known by your pain anymore. You won't be identified by your struggle. You won't carry the name of your past. You will be called by the name God gave you. Blessed, favored, chosen, sustained. Meta, you will walk with a different posture, not because of pride, but because you know who walks with you. Meta, the voice of doubt will no longer dominate you. Meta, the voice of fear will no longer control you. Meta, because once you've seen what God can do, no lie can unsee it. Meta, once you've tasted His provision, no doubt can unprove it. So rise up. Let your spirit awaken to the reality of what's coming. Let your faith stretch to the size of your promise. Let your expectations match the greatness of the one who promised. God is not just able, He is willing. He is not just watching, He is acting. And the time is now. You don't have to beg for it. You don't have to fear missing it. You just need to align. You just align your thoughts, align your speech, align your actions, walk like it's already done, speak like it's already yours, prepare like the blessing is on the way, because it is. You don't get discouraged by what you see around you. The circumstances may still look the same, but the atmosphere has shifted. The earth may look quiet, but heaven is roaring. The natural may appear still, but the spiritual is in motion. And soon, what has been happening in secret will manifest in the open. The city's about to show His hand. He's about to make a public display of private endurance. He's about to release something so powerful that your only response will be worship. This is the moment where you move from waiting to walking, from hoping to holding, from surviving to thriving. Not by your own strength, not by the approval of others, but by the will, the power, and the mercy of God alone. And when you step into it, remember this: you are not just stepping into a blessing, you are stepping into divine purpose. You are stepping into a plan that was written before time began. And nothing can stop what God has ordained. Nothing. God is not a God of coincidence. Nothing about your life is accidental. Every detour, every delay, every heartbreak, and every closed door has been allowed by divine design. And though you may not always understand the why, you can trust the who. God doesn't miscalculate. Hashtag meta needless, sex 0.6. He doesn't overlook. Hashtag meta, sex 0.6. He doesn't abandon the work of His hands. Hashtag meta, sex 0.6. What He starts, He sustains. Hashtag meta 0.4. What He builds, He completes. Hashtag meta sex 0.4. And what He promises, He always fulfills. Hashtag meta sex 0.8. Though the process may break you before it blesses you, you are not being punished. Hashtag meta sex 0.6. You are being positioned. Hashtag meta, sex 0.6. Position for a breakthrough that eyes have not seen and ears have not heard. Hashtag meta, sex 1.0. Position for an unveiling of destiny that will not only shock those around you, but will also surprise you. Because you thought God was finished with you. You thought the season had passed. You thought your best years were behind you. But God is not done, not even close. What felt like the end was only the middle. What you called a failure was just a setup for redirection.
God never intended for you to camp in defeat. He intended for you to rise from it. God does not operate according to your deadlines. He is not rushed by your impatience or moved by your panic. His timing is rooted in wisdom beyond your comprehension. He sees the end and the end at once. He delays to develop. He pauses to prepare. He pauses to vel it in an instant.
In one moment, what looked impossible becomes inevitable. In one act of divine intervention, years of frustration are turned into rivers of favor. That is what God is about to do for you. Not gradually, not in parts, but in fullness. Not in secret, but in the open. And it's not because you were perfect, it's because you stayed. You stayed faithful when it didn't make sense. You stayed disciplined when the distraction screamed louder than your purpose. You stayed close to God even when your emotions tried to pull you away. And that loyalty, that spiritual endurance has not gone unnoticed. God saw the silent sacrifices. He heard the whispered prayers you prayed when no one else was around. And now He is about to honor you, not with ordinary blessings, but with the kind of breakthrough that marks you for life. You must understand this breakthrough is not just a reward. It is a revelation. It will reveal to you the real you, the version of you that God always saw even when you couldn't, the version of you that's been hidden under trauma, buried under failure, and silenced by fear. God is about to call forth that version. He is about to remove the weight of what others said you'd never become and show the world what He had in mind from the very beginning. You are not who they said you were. You are who God says you are. And this season will be proof of that truth. Do not despise where you are now. Do not curse the ground you've been walking on. For it was in the wilderness that God shaped you. It was in the hidden places that your roots were established. It was in the silence that you learned to hear God more clearly. This isn't the result of being forgotten. It's the result of being fortified. God was building something deeper than you realized. And now that the roots are strong, the fruit is ready to appear. Sex 0.6. There is a sacred shift coming, a transition not just of circumstances, but of identity. You are moving from the background to the forefront, from barely enough to overflow, from fear to dominion. God is about to restore your voice, your dignity, your influence, and your joy. The years the enemy tried to steal, God will repay. Sex 0.6, and He won't just give back what was lost, He will multiply it. Be necessarily, because when God restores, He does so with increase. You won't just recover, you'll rise. Do not shrink when it comes. Do not apologize for what God has rightfully placed in your hands. You've wept too long. You've suffered too much in silence to feel guilty when the tables turn. Walk in your breakthrough with humility, but also with authority. What your posture say, this is what happens when someone holds on to God without giving up. Let your life be a testimony of what endurance, faith, and reverence for the Almighty can produce. Not for show, not for attention, but as a living sign that trusting God is never in vain. The most dangerous thing the enemy can do is attack someone who's fully surrendered to God. Because every strike, every setback, every betrayal becomes fuel. What the enemy uses to destroy, God uses to deliver. And what you thought would break you was actually a tool to build you. Hashtag Meta, seeds, secondo percent 0.8. Don't curse your trials. Hashtag Meta, sexism, huge, burst spiritual muscles.
Hashtag Meta, pause, sex, 0.6. Don't resent the pain. Hashtag Meta, pause, sex, 0.6. It produced the oil of purpose. Hashtag Meta, pause. And now God is about to anoint you in the presence of what once tried to kill your hope. Hashtag Meta, sex. This breakthrough is more than personal. Hashtag Meta, sex. It's generational. Hashtag Meta. The door God is opening will not just affect your life. It will affect your bloodline. What limited your parents will not limit you. What destroyed others in your family will not destroy you. You are the third, the interruption to the pattern, the one God chose to rise, to break cycles, and to walk a new path. And when you walk through this open door, others behind you will follow. Because you were not just chosen for a moment, you were chosen for a movement. So don't be surprised when old things fall away. Don't panic when relationships dissolve, when routines collapse, when familiar places feel foreign. God is what can't go with you. He is removing the counterfeit to make room for the authentic. This next chapter requires your hands to be free, your heart to be clean, and your eyes to be fixed on Him alone. Let it fall off. Let it go. Let God make the way. Let everything you've walked through has been leading to this. Nothing was wasted. Not the tears, not the time, not the isolation. It all had purpose. It all had value. And now God is gathering every broken piece, every painful lesson, every dark night. And He's building something beautiful, something strong, something holy. And when it's done, it will declare what your mouth won't need to say. God did this. God, prepare your spirit. Starts metaxidit. Tune your heart to hear. Stay awake. Stay expectant. Stay, for the move of God is near. And when it comes, you'll know. It will be unmistakable. It will carry weight. It will shift your life so profoundly that you'll never be the same. And not just you. Meta around you will change. Your home, your influence, your finances, your mindset, your entire landscape will be transformed. Because when God steps in, nothing remains untouched. And now, after all the waiting, after all the stretching, after all the quiet tears and hidden battles, God is about to place in your hands what only His power could produce. Not by accident, not by luck, but by divine intention. Not by season of breakthrough, it is a season of unveiling. What was once concealed is about to be revealed. This was once delayed is now being delivered. What was once impossible is now being made reality. It's not your effort that brings the breakthrough, but the power of God's sovereign hand. So pause and watch how He moves. Let your spirit rest in the assurance that what you long for does not rely on people. It rests fully in God and in Him alone. He has never failed, and He will not fail you. The same time. Now lift your gaze. Shet Meta, sex 0.6. Steady your heart. Sex 0.6. Let your faith reach further than it ever has before, because what is on the horizon is greater than the pain you've carried, deeper than the seasons of waiting, and stronger than every obstacle that has stood against you. Your story will not close in defeat. It will rush your tries in triumph. Not because of what you can do, but because of who God has always been. And when the moment comes, when the breakthrough unfolds, when the doors open wide, when the burden falls away and the path clears, fall to your knees, not in shock, but in adoration. For all will see it was God's doing.
It was
The door you've been waiting for is about to swing wide. Sex, because seconds hands, not by human hands, not by the nod of approval from others, not by your resume, your status, or your past, but by the hand of the Almighty Himself, I proclaim to you with the fire burning in my soul, God is about to open a door that no person, no demon, no adversary, and no power on earth can shut. If you've ever stood before a wall that wouldn't move, a gate that wouldn't open, a ceiling that wouldn't crack, then lean in, because what's coming is anything but ordinary. Then what's coming, it's supernatural. It flows straight from the throne of heaven. And when God opens this door, it will silence every critic. It will shut the mouths of every deceiver. It will cause every delay to finally make sense. Sex 0.6. Some of you have been standing in a hallway of waiting. Sex 0.6. You've knocked. Sex 0.4. You've prayed. Sex 0.4. You've wept. Sex 0.4. And still nothing shifted. Sex 0.6. You've watched others walk through their doors while yours stayed closed. Sex 0.6. But hear me, God doesn't open doors according to your timetable. Sex 0.6. He opens them according to His purpose. And when He moves with such power, such precision, such authority, that nothing and no one can stop what He has ordained. Sex 1.0. You may have been denied by men, rejected by systems, overlooked by people, but you are still chosen by God. And when God chooses you, the door will answer to Him, not them. There are doors that are locked by fear, doors locked by trauma, doors locked by betrayal. Some of you have been standing before a door that generational curses have kept shut. You've been told you'll never rise above your background. You've been told you'll never break free from poverty, addiction, depression, loneliness. But I came to tell you what man has locked, God is about to unlock. The world may have labeled you, limited you, laughed at you, but God has the final word, and that word is power. That word is favor. That word is freedom. That word is fropen. When God opens a door, it's not a suggestion. It's a command. It doesn't need validation from your past or permission from your enemies. It doesn't wait for the economy to turn or the people around you to believe in you. When God says go, everything else must align. Minimized, if it doesn't align, God will move it out of the way. When God says open, it opens. Even if it was never supposed to open for someone like you, that's the power of the one who holds the keys to all things seen and unseen. You may feel forgotten right now. You may be watching everyone around you stepping into new seasons, getting breakthroughs, walking into blessings while you're still praying, still waiting. But let me tell you something that will shake your soul. Delays are not denials. Detours are not defeats. God is preparing you for a door that is so great, He had to first prepare you to walk through it. Because what God has for you is not cheap, not common, not small. That's why it's been delayed. Because what He's about to open is too big for you to walk into unprepared. Do you understand that every closed door in your past was a divine protection? Hashtag meta. That what you called rejection was really redirection. That every no was leading you to the right yes. God doesn't waste time. He doesn't play games with your life. He is strategic, He is purposeful, and He's always on time. Even when you don't see it, He's working behind the scenes, rearranging things, lining up people, removing obstacles, shifting atmospheres, all for you,
So stop doubting. Stop giving up just before the breakthrough. The door is closer than you think. Some of you are asking, why did God let them leave me? Why did God close that opportunity? Why did He allow that job, that relationship, that dream to fall apart? Because that was not your door. Not every door that looks good is God ordained. Not every open door leads to blessing. Some doors lead to distraction. Some doors lead to destruction. Some doors are traps dressed up as opportunities. And God loves you too much to let you walk into something that will break you when He's called you to rise.
You see, God doesn't just open any door. He opens the right door, and the right door may not be the one you expected. It may not be the one that pays the most, looks the best, or comes the fastest. But it will be the one that aligns with your purpose, protects your peace, multiplies your anointing, and brings you closer to Him. The door God opens will not come with stress and confusion. It will come with clarity, confirmation, and power. You can't force open what God has closed, and you can't close what God has opened. So stop begging for access to places God has shut. Stop trying to resurrect what God has buried. If they walked away, let them walk. If it ended, let it end. Because God never subtracts without the intention to multiply. When He removes, He replaces. When He breaks, He rebuilds. And what He's building in your life will blow your mind. But timing. You've got to trust His no just as much as you trust His yes. Listen to me. God is about to do something so radical, so undeniable, that people who once ignored you will have to admit that only God could have done this. This door isn't just for a job or a relationship or a position. This door is for destiny. This door is for legacy. This for the fulfillment of every promise spoken over your life. It will elevate you, yes, but more than that, it will align you with your divine assignment. This is why the warfare has been so intense. That's why the attacks have come from every direction. The enemy senses what's coming. He knows that if you walk through this next door, hell won't be able to stop you. So get ready. Pack your faith. Gather your strength. Shake off the dust of yesterday. Let go of what didn't work. Because what God is about to open, no man can shut. Not the boss who didn't promote you, not the friend who betrayed you. Nest. Not the system that's been against you. Not the voice of fear in your own head. God's door overrides every other authority. It silences every lie. It cancels every limitation. And it confirms what you always knew deep down, that God was with you all along. And when don't apologize for it. Don't downplay it to make others comfortable. Because don't question whether you deserve it. Hashed meta, velid :point pause, sex 0.6. You don't. Meta :point pause, secutive ensia 0.4. But God is not blessing you because of your perfection. Meta :pause, however, 6. He's blessing you because of your obedience, because of your endurance, because of your faith. Meta :pause is sex 0.4. He's rewarding what others couldn't see. Meta :pause, sex 0.6. The prayers in secret, the tears at midnight, the sacrifices no one applauded. Meta :pause, sanitize 0.4. God saw it all. Meta :pause, sex 0.6. And He is about to reward you openly. Hashtagged meta. Understand this. Hashtagged meta. When God opens a door, it doesn't just bless you. Hashtagged meta. It blesses everyone connected to you. Hashtagged meta. Your family will be impacted. Hashtagged meta. Your community will shift. Generational chains will be broken. Hashtagged meta. People who didn't even believe in God will begin to believe because they will see what He did for you. Hashtag Admeta. This is not just a personal door. This is not just a personal door. It's a divine demonstration of God's power. But you must be ready, because new doors come with new levels of responsibility. The same mindset that worked in the hallway won't work in the new room. You've got to elevate. You've got to step into this door with discipline, with humility, with boldness, with prayer. You can't old habits into new blessings. You can't walk through a God-given door with a man-pleasing spirit. Sex 0.6. You've got to know who opened it, and you've got to walk through it giving God all the glory. Don't be surprised if some people fall off when you walk through this door. Don't be shocked if jealousy rises. Not everyone can handle the weight of your elevation, but that's okay. God is your defender. Let the critics talk. Hashtag Meta 0.6. Your breakthrough will speak louder than their gossip. Hashtag Meta 0.6. Let the haters hate. Hashtag Meta 0.6. Your fruit will prove them wrong. When God opens a door, even your enemies will have to watch you walk through it. You are not forgotten, not overlooked. You are not disqualified. You are standing at the edge of something supernatural. The storm didn't destroy you. It prepared you. Sex 0.6. The waiting didn't kill you. I'd strengthened you. And now, by the power of the one who never fails, the door is about to swing open. Not by might, not by power, but by the Spirit of God. Lift your head, strengthen your knees, wipe your tears, because the door is opening. The door is open, and when it does, you'll look back and understand why it took so long. You'll see that every delay had a reason. Every battle had a purpose. Every no was protecting a greater yes. And now the yes of God is about to be louder than every no you've ever heard. Let them doubt you. Let them mock you. Let them say it's impossible, but you know something they don't. You serve a God who specializes in the impossible. You serve a God who doesn't need permission, who doesn't need a vote, who doesn't consult man before he moves. He speaks and it is done. He speaks and it is done. He commands and it stands firm. He opens and no one shuts. That's the God you serve. That's the door He's opening. And when you walk through it, walk with your head held high, not in arrogance, but in assurance. That's in pride, but in purpose. Because you didn't get here on your own. You got here by grace, by faith, by trusting when it made no sense. And now the season is shifting. The wait is ending. The door is opening. And no man, no demon, no circumstance can shut what God has decreed. Let me tell you this with fire in my voice and truth in my bones. When God prepares a door for you, it is not random. It is not shallow and it is not temporary. It is rooted in eternal wisdom, soaked in divine timing, and crafted for a purpose far greater than your comfort or convenience. This is not just an open door for success. This is an open door for significance, a door for transformation, a door for spiritual maturity, a door where God will reveal His power in ways that no book, no mentor, no sermon, no experience could have taught you. Only the journey of faith could have prepared you. Some of you are about to be ushered into rooms you never trained for, into environments you didn't qualify for on paper, into callings you thought were reserved for others. But God does not promote based on credentials. He promotes based on surrender. He does not elevate based on popularity. He elevates based on purpose. So while others were seeking positions, you were seeking God. Sex 0.6. While others were chasing applause, you were chasing His presence.
And now that secret pursuit is about to bring a public reward. Don't mistake silence for absence. Don't misinterpret the quiet season as abandonment. Guilty's one speaks in stillness and he moves in mystery. Just because you didn't see the door forming doesn't mean it wasn't being built. Hashtag meta, behind the veil of your struggle, behind the curtains of your tears, behind the loneliness, behind the misunderstood obedience, God was carving out a way, shaping a season, preparing a moment when everything would shift in your favor. When God opens this door, it's not going to be subtle. It will shake things. It will shift the spiritual climate around you. Some people will be uncomfortable with your access. Some won't understand how you arrived where they thought you'd never reach. But remember, this man can question you, but man cannot cancel what God has approved. Man can resist you, but man cannot remove you from a place God has ordained. Some doors you thought were losses were actually layers being peeled off. Hashtag the meta. God closed certain paths because you were too valuable to be wasted. Hashtag meta. You were not born for crumbs. You were made to walk in divine provision. You were not created to settle. You were designed to soar. But you can't soar if you're still clinging to what's safe. That's why God shut the doors that you begged Him to open, because He was preparing a better one. A door that leads not to ease, but to destiny. Let me ask you something deep. Can you still trust God when the hallway gets dark? Can you still worship when the wait gets long? Can you still praise when the silence stretches beyond your understanding? Economists, of course, what unlocks this next door is not desperation, it's devotion. Not panic, but persistence. Not fear, but faith. God wants to know that you don't just want the blessing, you want the one who blesses. That you're not just in love with the result, but with the one who writes the story. This door is not about you proving yourself to others, it's about God proving Himself to you. Not that He owes you proof, but because He loves to show His glory through the lives of those who trust Him blindly. This door will be an answer to prayers you forgot you prayed. It will restore what years tried to steal. It will redeem what pain tried to ruin. And it will remind you that nothing surrendered to God ever stays buried. This door, it resurrects in greater form. Some of you need to stop asking when and start declaring now, because faith is not passive. Faith is not hesitant. Faith steps forward even when it doesn't see the whole staircase. Faith knocks on doors even when they've been walking, even when others have stopped. Faith, and God honors that kind of relentless trust, that kind of daring belief that says, even if it takes longer than I expected, I still believe. Even if I lose support, I still believe. Even if it costs me something, I still believe. Listen to me closely. You don't need many people in your corner. You just need God to be on your side. You don't need everyone to understand your vision. You just need to obey the voice of the one who gave it to you. Because once God opens this door, it will bring acceleration. What took others 10 years will happen in months for you. Not because you rushed, but because you waited. Not because you forced it, but because you flowed with God's timing. And let me warn you, don't despise small beginnings. Don't overlook the hidden training ground. Don't complain about the wilderness, because that's where warriors are formed. But finally, God trains His strongest soldiers in the silence. He refines His vessels in the fire. And what comes out of the furnace is not fragile. It is purity. It is set apart for greater things. Synchronized. If you feel like you've been hidden, rejoice. Because when God reveals you, He reveals you with power. This door won't just open to let you in. It will open to let what's been inside of you out. Your gift, your wisdom, your authority, your voice, your assignment. And it's been developing in the dark. Shit meta. And now God is saying, come forth. Not with timidity, not with fear, but with fire. Because when God opens this door, it won't be about fitting in. It will be about standing out. Not to exalt yourself, but to exalt God through everything you do. Let others try to explain it. Let them try to rationalize it. But the hand of God cannot be explained. But the hand of God terminates.
It can only be witnessed, Shap Meta. And when people witness what He is about to do in your life, it will stir something in them. Some will be jealous, some will be inspired, but all will know that God is real and He moves in the lives of those who dare to trust Him fully. Don't get by the noise around you. Don't get caught up trying to predict which door it will be. Just stay in position, stay humble, stay full, stay available. Because when the door swings open, you won't have time to prepare. You'll have to walk through it ready. And only those who have prepared in private will be able to handle what is released in public.
You must understand, when God chooses to open a door, He doesn't need permission. He doesn't need consensus, and He doesn't need assistance. The same God who created the heavens and the earth with a word is the same God who can speak a moment into motion for you. One word from God can undo years of struggle. One divine shift can reroute every obstacle that tried to block you. And this next door is not just a new opportunity. It's a complete shift in your destiny. Some of you have been walking in circles, held back not by lack of ability, but by divine timing. That feeling of frustration you've carried, that restlessness in your spirit, it wasn't because you failed. It was because God was holding the door until the right time. Because if you had entered too soon, it would have broken you. If He had opened it without your roots going deep enough, you would have crumbled under the weight of the blessing. God will not promote a person into purpose if their character cannot carry the weight of the calling. That is why He isolated you. That is why He allowed you to feel hidden. Not because He was punishing you, but because He was protecting what He placed inside you. That's the gift in you is too rare. #Meta. The vision on you is too valuable, and the favor around you is too costly to be rushed. God does not deal in shortcuts. He is the master builder, the wise planner, the timeless one. And when He opens what is meant for you, it will not come through striving. It will come through surrender. It will come through, soul, hear this today. You don't need to chase after the door. You need to chase after God. When you seek Him, the door seeks you. You don't have to knock on doors that were never assigned to your name. You don't have to force connections that were never written into your story. When God opens the right door, it will have your name carved into its frame before you even arrive. It will fit you perfectly, not because you're perfect, but because you're positioned. And the world will be baffled, because how can someone who was counted out become the one who is lifted up? How can someone who was overlooked, underfunded, underestimated, now stand in a place of elevation? I'll tell you how. Because God delights in confounding human expectations. He is not bound by your RA sum, your history, your status. He raises the humble and brings down the proud. He lifts those who trust in Him, not those who trust in the systems of man. Do not be discouraged by those who walked away. Do not grieve over those who refused to support you. Their absence was part of the preparation. Their silence was part of the purification. God will not allow the wrong people to walk with you through the right door. He will not let what is unclean contaminate what He has sanctified. This next door will require purity, maturity, and full dependence on God. No more half faith. No more lukewarm obedience. This is a season where your surrender must match your request. Because some of you have been praying for God-sized doors with man-sized faith. That won't work. You can't step into the supernatural with natural thinking. You can't access divine dimensions with a divided heart.
This is a moment to go deeper, not wider, to become rooted, not restless. Stop comparing your journey. Stop questioning God's methods. Stop measuring your worth by human standards. God is not grooming you for popularity. Hashtag Meta. He is preparing you for purpose, and purpose always precedes promotion. You see, when God opens this door, it won't be a private moment. It will be a public manifestation of what He promised you in secret. That's why He's been silent. That's why He's let you walk through dry places. That's because when the door opens, the evidence will speak louder than any explanation. High Spirit, God's fingerprints will be all over the outcome. And no man will be able to take credit for what He alone has done. But hear this, the greater the door, the greater the resistance. The enemy doesn't fight what he doesn't fear. And the reason the warfare around you has been so intense is because the enemy knows what you're carrying. He knows the kind of breakthrough that will follow when you walk through that door. He knows that others will be set free because of your obedience. Oh, he throws distractions, discouragement, deception. But let me remind you, no adversary is greater than the authority of God. So walk in confidence, not in yourself, but in the one who promised. Don't let temporary opposition make you forfeit eternal reward. Don't let delay convince you of denial. God has not forgotten what He spoke over you. His promises are not fragile, and His timing is not flawed. The same God who parted seas, who raised prophets from obscurity, who fed entire nations in drought, is the God who is opening a door just for you. But will you be ready? Will you be found faithful when the door appears? Will you walk through it with humility, not pride? Will you still seek God when the spotlight is on you, the same way you sought Him in the shadows? Because the door is not the reward, God is. The open door is the platform, but the presence of God is the power. Never confuse the gift with the giver. Never chase the opening more than you chase the one who opens. Prepare your heart, cleanse your hands, and lift your mind to higher places. For this is not a doorway of ego, but a gateway to lasting impact. When you speak, atmospheres will shift. When you move, chains will break. When you step in, the very environment will transform. Not because of your strength, but because God Himself goes before you. He is not simply unlocking a physical door. He is opening a spiritual passageway, a divine access point for transformation. Discard because then when it swings wide, enter with boldness, not with hesitation, not with timidity, not waiting for approval. Step forward as one who knows heaven stands behind them. Step as one who has endured the fire and emerged, refined like gold. This is not merely your opportunity. This is your divine assignment. This is not about being in the spotlight. This is about your sanctification. Walk through that threshold with intention in your stride and worship on your lips. For God is about to reveal why the waiting was long, why the pain was deep, and why it will all be worth every moment. The appointed time is near. The shifting has begun. The door is forming in the realm you cannot see. And when it appears, it will not knock. You must be ready to walk. And you will know it's God because it will come with peace. It will come with clarity. It will come with confirmation. Not in noise, but in power. Not in confusion, but in divine order. This is the kind of door that history will remember, because it will be marked by the move of God. There comes a moment in your life where everything shifts, not because of what you've done, but because of what God has decided. That moment is not marked by applause, nor by opportunity alone, but by the sovereign will of God stepping into time and declaring now. When God says now, no delay can hold it back. No barrier can compete with it. That no breaks every cycle. that no ends every drought, that no comes wrapped in a door only God can open. And that moment for some of you is closer than you think. You're rare, you have been faithful in silence. You have endured through seasons of loss, pain, and confusion. And all along, while it seemed nothing was changing, God was storing every tear, measuring every test, and building a door beyond the reach of human interference. U-Sectors was ignoring you, but he was establishing something no hand could corrupt and no mouth could discredit. He wasn't denying you, he was refining you. For this next season, you don't just need a blessing, you need the strength to carry what comes with it. And God never delivers what you aren't prepared to sustain. So many want open doors, but few want the fire that prepares them, because before God opens the external, He strengthens the internal. He breaks the fear, silences the ego, and deepens the trust, not so that you can just walk through a door, but so that you can walk through with power and integrity. If the door opens before your soul is ready, the very thing you called a blessing can become a burden. That's why God holds the door until the pressure within you turns to purpose, until your posture becomes one of complete surrender, not to the door, but to Him. What is coming is not just a shift of circumstance, it is a realignment of identity. Through this open door, God is going to show you who you really are. Hashtag Meta, not who others said you were. Shash Meta, not who your past tried to label you as, but who God always knew you to be. The delay wasn't punishment. It was God protecting you from building your identity on things that fade. He stripped away what was false so He could dress you in truth. And when you walk through that door, you won't just have a new opportunity. You'll have a new name in the Spirit. You'll carry authority not given by people, but by the Most High alone. There will be some who won't understand it. Some will try to diminish it. Some will try to attach themselves to your breakthrough without ever enduring your battle. But let them talk, because what God ordains cannot be undone by opinions. What God starts cannot be stopped by envy. You don't need everyone to celebrate you. You need only to remain faithful to the one who sent you. He who brought you this far will carry you the rest of the way. And don't forget, the open door is not the end. It is only the beginning. It's only when God opens a door, He doesn't just change your position. He commissions your purpose. What's waiting on the other side of the door is responsibility. It's these weight of influence. It's the call to stand firm when others fall. It's the assignment to remain anchored when the winds of temptation and distraction come. If you think the open door is just for your comfort, you've missed it. The door is not for convenience, it's for calling. And every calling comes with a cost. That's why God waited. That's why He pulled you back when you thought you were ready. Because God would rather delay the door than deliver you into destruction. And when I look back, you'll thank Him for every closed door that wasn't meant for you. For every rejection that was actually His redirection. For every detour that disguised divine protection. Because what's coming now isn't fragile. It's fire tested. It's heaven approved. It's been sealed in prayer and matured in faith. And you must understand the door God is opening isn't just for your breakthrough. It's for others waiting on the other side. There are people you haven't met yet who will be changed because you were bold enough to walk through what God placed before you. There are lives that will be impacted by your courage. There are generations that will shift because you answered the call. That's why you can't afford to shrink back. You weren't built for comfort. You were built for courage. You weren't made for mediocrity. Hashtag Meta, you were marked for divine impact. Hashtag Meta, so walk boldly. Hashtag Meta, but walk humbly. Hashtag Meta, carry the fear of God in your heart and the fire of purpose in your soul. Hashtag Meta, your posture be one of gratitude, not entitlement. Because this isn't a reward for your perfection, it's a demonstration of God's goodness. You didn't earn the door, you'd yielded to the preparation. But you will see, you didn't force the door. You followed the process. And now God is about to do something through you that will exceed your expectations and silence your doubts. Be careful not to despise the season before the door. Don't rush the process. For every door God opens, He prepares a version of you that can thrive within it. He knows what's ahead. He knows the pressure, the opportunity, the attacks, the blessings. And in His mercy, He builds you up before He lifts you up. Because the higher you go, the deeper your roots must be. And God is not in the business of building towers that fall. He builds temples that last. So hold fast. Stand firm. Do not be moved by the noise around you or the silence within. God is faithful, and what He begins, He finishes. You're not through this door because you manipulated circumstances or made the right connections. You're walking through because you endured. You're walking through because you believed when belief was costly, because you remained when walking away would have been easier, because you trusted the one you could not see more than the things you could. The door is coming, and when it does, step through with fire in your spirit and God in your vision. Let every step be worship. Let every word be seasoned with faith. Let your hands be ready to build and your heart be ready to serve, because what you are entering now is holy. It's a space carved by the Most High for such a time as this. It's a realm where no counterfeit can enter, where no imitation can last. It's the place of divine assignment. But once you're in, don't stop praying. Don't stop seeking. Don't stop depending on God. For just as He opened the door, He alone will sustain you through it. The same hand that lifted you will anchor you. The same power that brought you in will protect you. And if He ever chooses to close this door, it will only be because He's preparing an even greater one ahead. And when you finally step into what God has appointed for you, let your soul remember this truth. It was never about the door. It was always about the preparation of your heart. Because God does not simply lead us into new places for pleasure. He leads us into higher ground for purpose. He stretches us, molds us, tests us in the fire, so that when the appointed time comes, we don't crumble under the weight of what we once prayed for. God's open door is not just a passage, it's a proving ground. It reveals the strength He forged in your silence, the faith He cultivated in your wilderness, the purity He birthed in your pain. You see, many desire the elevation, but they resist the refining. They want the platform without the process, but God never rushes greatness. God thrusts you into visibility without first rooting you in invisibility. That hidden season, the one where no one applauded, no one noticed, no one validated. That was the season where your soul was being built for longevity. Sex 0.6. Because what God is about to do through you is not temporary. It's not seasonal. It's foundational, generational. You're not just walking through this door for yourself. You are walking through as a representative of all those who came before you, who prayed, who sacrificed, who sowed in tears. And you're walking through for those coming after you, those who will eat from the fruit of your obedience. And be aware, when God opens a door, it does not always come with comfort. It may not look how you imagine. It may stretch you beyond anything you've known, because the doors that lead to destiny rarely look like the doors that lead to ease. Don't miss the opportunity because it doesn't look like what you expected. God often disguises destiny in discomfort. What seems unfamiliar to your flesh
may be perfectly aligned with your spirit. God is ways His ways. Trust His wisdom. Trust that God knows how to position you better than you know how to plan for yourself. God knows how to... You are being summoned to rise not by man, not by circumstance, but by the Almighty. And when He calls you higher, you must shed what cannot ascend with you. Old habits, old thoughts, old relationships, even old versions of yourself. Because this new door will demand a new discipline. God is calling you out of cycles and into covenant. He is calling you to elevate not just in influence, but in integrity. Not just in visibility, but in vision. This isn't just about what you'll receive. It's about who you're becoming. Because God is more concerned with your transformation than your transaction. And hear this deeply. When God opens a door, He makes sure it is sealed with peace. Because not the kind of peace that comes from circumstances aligning, but the kind that floods your heart even when logic says it shouldn't. You will walk through chaos and feel calm. You will step into the unknown and sense clarity, because where God leads, His peace follows. 1/6, that's how you'll know it's Him. That's not by the applause of others, not by the glitter of the opportunity, but by the divine stillness that wraps around your soul like a shield. Many people chase open doors, but those who truly walk with God understand that favor follows the faithful. They don't chase blessings, they chase obedience. Because when your heart is aligned with God, you don't need to knock down doors. Doors recognize the authority of God in you and open on their own. That's the kind of power that flows from alignment. That's the kind of confidence you walk in when you've been anchored in the presence of God. And don't you ever doubt that what God has for you is already yours. Not because of merit, but because of mercy. Not because of effort, but because of divine order. The delay was never to deny you. It was to develop you. It was developed, did not withhold to punish you. He withheld to prepare you. The delay was never... And when preparation meets timing, the door opens not with force, but with favor. That's how the Most High works. Night power that changes everything. 1/6. You are stepping into a season where you will no longer beg for what you were born to walk in. You will no longer shrink back to make others comfortable. You will no longer apologize for God's goodness over your life. You will know, because when He opens the door, He does not just invite you in. He endorses you. He makes you undeniable. He makes you can boast, but so you can bless. Not so you can be seen, but so His power can be revealed through you. Not, let me tell you this, there is no man, no system, no voice, no enemy strong enough to override the decree of God. Once God declares it open, it is open. Once God, and even if people try to shut it in their flesh, the authority of God breaks every barrier. Don't fear man's resistance. Don't fear the attacks. Because when God is with you, you are surrounded by something greater than opposition. You are covered in divine backing. So let your steps be bold. Let your prayers be deep. Let your focus be sharp, because you are walking into an assignment that hell tried to stop. You are stepping into a space that was built with your name written on it in the language of heaven. And as you go forward, you are not just a participant. You are a vessel, a carrier of what God wants to release on the earth, a light in the midst of confusion, a living sign of what God can do through the surrendered. And when you look back, you will not boast about the strategies you used or the connections you made. You will say, it was only by the power of God. Because doors of this magnitude are not earned by effort. They are granted through divine mercy and timing.
And when you see the magnitude of what you step into, when you witness the fruit of obedience blossom in ways you never imagined, your soul will weep in awe. Not of the door, but of the one who opened it. This is not a normal moment. This is not another opportunity. This is a divine intersection where your obedience meets God's promise. It is the birthing of destiny. It is the unfolding of what was spoken in the Spirit long before you ever had words for it. And now, by the mercy of God, you are about to see it with your own eyes. The door is open, and nothing can shut it. Not your past, not your fears, not your mistakes, not your critics. Because what God opens, He sustains. What He begins, He fulfills. What He ordains, He defends. So now I speak directly to the depths of your soul. This is not just another message. This is a divine summons. God is calling you out of complacency, out of fear, out of hesitation, and into a life that is fully surrendered to His will. He is not asking for part of you. He is asking for all of you. Your time, your thoughts, your heart, your obedience. Not out of demand, but out of love, because He knows what He placed inside you. He said He knows the magnitude of the purpose you carry. And He's calling you to rise, to walk boldly, to live like someone who knows that the Most High is the foundation of every step. Let the distractions fall. Let the bitterness go. Let the doubt dissolve. Let the only know. God is far too powerful for you to live small, afraid, or halfway committed. He did not form you in the womb, sustain you through storms, and preserve you through pain just so you could survive. He brought you this far so you could overcome, so you could reflect His light, so you could stand in the earth as a witness to His mercy, His timing, His might. Exceed Him in your life today. Look not just at what you're doing, but who you're becoming. Are you living aligned with the voice of God or chasing voices that fade? Are you rooted in truth or tossed by the opinions of the world? This is your call to return not just to the idea of faith, but to the living presence of God, to seek Him when no one's watching, to obey Him when no one's clapping, to follow Him when the path is lonely, because true elevation begins in secret. Real power flows through surrender. This is also, you are being challenged now not to strive harder, but to trust deeper. Not to prove your worth, but to remember who gives you worth. God is enough. And when God is your anchor, no storm can sink you. When God is your guide, no darkness can blind you. When God is your source, no scarcity can shake you. This is not the time to shrink. It is the time to rise with humility, with hunger, with the fire of conviction burning in your spirit. And let your life be a temple, not a stage. Meta, let your words carry weight, not just volume. Meta, let your heart be so deeply rooted in God that no wind can move you and no rejection can define you. You were made for more than survival. You were made to carry the presence of the Almighty into everything you touch. So live in a way that makes others wonder what power you walk with. Let your peace be unexplainable. Let your hope be unshakable. Let your steps be guided not by sudden impulse, but by the sovereign hand of God. This is not the hour to seek recognition from people, but to be truly known by Him. Walk in obedience with such force that even the earth feels the tremor of your surrender. The way has been opened, yet more than that, the invitation remains for you to return to the one who has patiently waited for your wholehearted yes. You can quiet every competing voice and attune your ears to the one who called your name before time began. Step forward not in fear, not in pride, but in faith. Let your life itself be the answer to the question, what does it look like when someone wholly trusts in God? And when the world turns its eyes toward you, may they not only see you, may they behold the power, the mercy, the holiness, and the unrivaled glory of the one true God. And what of the... With every breath you draw, every step you take, and every word you speak, declare with bold reverence, my life belongs to God alone, doubled meta.
My friends, let me ask you something that will stir the very core of your being. What if you chose to live each and every day as though everything, yes, everything was already falling into place for your good? What if, despite the chaos, the setbacks, the silence, and the storms, you held on to unshakable faith that God is aligning every detail in your favor? The world is loud, filled with voices that declare limits, spread fear, and preach defeat. Yet in the middle of it all, there is a softer sound, a divine whisper, a sacred call from the throne of God saying, trust me, walk as though it is already finished, move as if it is already secure, speak as if it is already fulfilled, live as though everything is working out for you, because when I am your God, it truly is. This is not fantasy. This is not blind optimism. This is holy confidence, rooted in the sovereignty of God and anchored in the truth that He is not the author of confusion, but the God of perfect order. He is not one who forgets, but the one who carefully orchestrates. You may not see the blueprint, but that does not mean the design does not exist. You may not feel progress, but that does not mean you are not advancing. Just because your eyes are filled with tears doesn't mean your life is filled with failure. The truth is many of the things that look like setbacks are setups in disguise. But only those who walk by faith, not by sight, will recognize it. You see, faith isn't just something we feel in moments of worship. It's not something we touch only when we're desperate. Faith is a daily decision, a constant posture, a lifestyle of radical trust in a God who never abandons His people. So when I say act as if everything is working out for you, I am not telling you to fake it. I am telling you to faith it. I am telling you to rise up in the boldness of spiritual authority, to shake off the lies of the enemy, and to wear the robe of confidence that God has already tailored for you. Because God has gone before you, God has prepared the way, God has seen the end from the beginning. And when God is on your side, nothing, absolutely nothing, can stand against you. You were not created to live in fear. You were not born to dwell in doubt. God did not shape you in your mother's womb for you to crawl through life begging for scraps of joy, scraps of peace, scraps of purpose. You are not a victim of circumstances. You are a vessel of destiny. God has written your story with divine precision, and there's not a single chapter that is wasted. Even the pain, even the losses, even the delays, they all serve His higher purpose. That's why you can walk into every room as if the solution is already waiting. You can step into the unknown as if it's already familiar. You can carry yourself with the composure of someone who has seen the outcome because your trust is not in the world, but in God. And hear me now, there is no arrogance in this kind of confidence. This is not pride. This is praise. This is not boasting in your strength. This is resting in God's strength. It is knowing that while others depend on their plans, their connections, their education, or their money, you are depending on God, and that is more than enough. That is why you can smile while the world frowns. That is why you can sing in the middle of storms.
That is why you can rest when others are panicking, because you know something they don't. You know that God never loses control. You know that God never leaves things unfinished. You know that God never allows anything to happen unless it's working together for your good. Now let me speak to those of you who are in the middle of the struggle, those who have prayed and not yet seen results, those who have fasted and still feel stuck, those who have done everything right, yet life still seems to fall apart. I want to speak into your spirit right now. God is still working. You may not feel it, you may not see it, but God is doing more behind the scenes than you could ever imagine. Just because you are in a dark place doesn't mean God has left you. In fact, some of God's greatest work happens in the dark. Seeds grow in the dark. Diamonds form under pressure. Purpose is refined in pain. You may feel forgotten, but heaven knows your name. You may feel broken, but God sees your wholeness. So lift your head, straighten your back, and walk with faith, because what's coming is better than what has been. Let the world call it delusion. Let the critics call it denial, but you walk like it's already yours. You speak like the door is already open. You pray like the answer's already on the way. Because when you act like everything is working out for you, you are not being unrealistic. You are being prophetic. You are declaring with your posture what your spirit already knows. That God is faithful. That God is intentional. That God is not playing games with your life. You're not living in fantasy. You're living in divine expectation. There is power in expectation. There is an anointing that rests upon those who believe, even when nothing looks believable. That's why the enemy wants to break your spirit, because once your expectation dies, your fight dies with it. But I came to remind you today, do not let your expectation die. Do not let your hope dry up. Act as if everything is working for your favor, because when you live like that, you shift the atmosphere. You change the energy in the room. You move from survival to dominion. You stop reacting and start responding. You stop doubting and start declaring. And that is when God begins to move in ways that blow your mind. Some of you are standing in front of closed doors and you've been knocking, crying, waiting. But let me tell you, when God closes a door, it's not because He's punishing you. It's because He's protecting you. Every no from God is a redirection. Every delay is a divine preservation. You think you've been denied, but God is just setting the stage for something greater. You must learn to move with divine rhythm. Not ahead of God, not behind Him, but with Him. And the only way to do that is to trust fully, fearlessly, faithfully. Stop waiting for things to look good before you praise. Stop waiting for people to approve before you move. Stop waiting for clarity before you commit. Walk like it's already done. Act like it's already yours. Rejoice like the battle is already won. Because if God said He is with you, then what are you afraid of? Why are you second-guessing? Why are you entertaining fear? Fear is not your friend. It is your enemy. And faith and fear cannot occupy the same space. Choose faith. Choose belief. Choose confidence not in yourself, but in the one who created you for such a time as this. I know it's not always easy. I know some nights you cry into your pillow and wonder if any of this is real. I know sometimes you doubt if God even hears you. But don't you let the silence convince you of absence. Just because heaven is quiet doesn't mean God is absent. Sometimes God hides His hand so that your faith can rise. Sometimes He delays the blessing so your heart can mature. But rest assured, He never forgets His children. He never abandons His promises. He never leaves things halfway. He is a finisher. And what He started in you, He will complete. So act like you know it's already coming. Dress for the victory. Prepare for the breakthrough. Plan for the overflow. Speak as though the floodgates are already opening. Because when you live like that, when you breathe like that, when you move like that, you send a message to every demon in hell. I will not be shaken. I will not be moved. I will not give in because God is my refuge. God is my foundation. God is my defender, and He never loses battles. Some of you need to stop explaining your faith to people who don't understand your vision. You are not crazy. You are not too ambitious. You are not naive. You are simply aligned with God's purpose. And when you walk in purpose, don't expect everyone to applaud. Some will misunderstand you. Some will criticize you. Some will try to discourage you. But you must keep going. You must keep walking as if everything is working out for you. Because it is. Even in the valley, keep walking like the mountaintop is your next stop. Even in the fire, keep speaking as if the flames can't touch you. Even in the lion's den, keep believing that no harm will come near you. Because when God is with you, natural laws do not apply. When God is with you, supernatural favor breaks the rules. And those who act in faith will see miracles that the doubters will never witness. This is not about pretending. This is about perceiving. It's about living from a higher perspective. It's about seeing with spiritual eyes what the physical world cannot yet confirm. God wants to take you higher. But to go higher, you must first believe higher. You must think higher. You must expect higher. And that begins by acting as if God's promises are already manifesting. You must command your soul to align with your spirit. You must tell your emotions to submit to your faith. When fear rises, you respond with faith. When doubt whispers, you shout back with declarations of truth. When anxiety creeps in, you counter it with divine peace. This is spiritual warfare, and it's won not by complaining, not by panicking, not by shrinking, but by standing, by speaking life, by acting as if the outcome is already victory, because it is. You don't have to wait until you see the finish line to celebrate. Start dancing now. Start preparing now. Start sowing now. Act like the blessing is already in motion, because it is. God is not limited by time. He is not bound by logic. What takes man years to build, God can establish in seconds. But He is waiting for your posture to change. He is waiting for you to step out of survival mode and into faith mode. He is waiting for you to carry yourself like a child of heaven, not a beggar of earth. My beloved, listen closely. There is a divine truth the world has forgotten. When you carry the presence of God within you, you are never a victim of the visible. You are guided by the invisible hand of the Almighty. And because of that, you must train your spirit to walk not by what you see, but by what God has spoken. The storm may rage, but if God has declared peace, then peace is your portion. The road may twist, but if God has ordained your direction, then every step is divine. So I urge you, act like your steps are ordered, because they are. Act like every closed door is part of God's plan, because it is. Act like the waiting season is not a punishment, but a preparation, because God is never careless with time. God is not impressed by worry. He is moved by faith. You cannot please God by crying louder, panicking harder, or fearing longer. But when you trust Him boldly, when you walk into the unknown as if it is already conquered territory, you stir the heavens. God responds to the one who says, even though I don't understand, I still believe. Even though I can't see the end, I trust the one who wrote the story. And that kind of faith, unyielding, unwavering, uncompromising, becomes a magnet for divine favor. You don't beg for blessings, you expect them. You don't chase peace, you carry it. You don't collapse in adversity. You rise because you know the one who holds the winds and commands the waves. There is a level of spiritual maturity where you stop reacting emotionally and start responding spiritually. You no longer need external validation to know you are on the right path. You no longer tremble when things go wrong. Why? Because your stability is no longer rooted in circumstances. It is rooted in God, the one who is eternal, unshakable, and sovereign over all things. You live with the inner knowing that if God allowed it, then He intends to use it. If He permits the valley, it's because the valley leads to elevation. If He removes certain people, it's because their presence would pollute your purpose. That's why you can walk forward with boldness, even when the terrain is unfamiliar. You can act as if the outcome is already settled, because when God is leading, it is. And hear this. When you carry this kind of faith, your energy shifts. You stop broadcasting your pain and start testifying about your peace. You stop telling everyone about your problems and start proclaiming that God is your solution. You no longer ask, why is this happening to me? You begin to declare, what is God building in me through this? That's a transformation. That's not religious performance. That is spiritual alignment. You are stepping into your divine identity. You are becoming who God called you to be before the foundation of the world. People may think you're foolish. They may see you're calm in the storm and assume you're in denial. But what they don't see is the unshakable trust you've built with God in the secret place. They don't see the tears you've sown in silence. They don't see the nights you surrendered your will on your knees. They don't see the depth of your reliance on God when everything else was stripped away. But God saw it. And because of that, you now walk with a quiet confidence, a sacred assurance, a holy boldness. That's why you act like everything always works out for you, because you know who you belong to. You know that God is not in the business of letting His children drown in storms that were designed to teach them how to walk on water. And let me speak to the dreamers, the visionaries, the faithful who have dared to believe God for the impossible. Don't you dare shrink back now. Don't you dare allow fear to abort what God has placed in your spirit. You must act as if the outcome is already in your hands. You must speak as if the harvest is already breaking through the soil. Not because you are pretending, but because you are perceiving through the lens of the Spirit. And what you perceive by faith is more real than what you see with your eyes. Faith does not deny reality. It declares that God's reality is higher. Let your actions match your belief. Don't just pray for rain, bring an umbrella. Don't just ask for opportunities, start preparing. Don't just hope for healing. Walk like you are whole. God is moved by preparation. When He sees you moving in faith, heaven opens. When you align your behavior with what you are believing for, doors begin to swing wide. Too many are waiting to feel ready. But faith is not a feeling. It is a decision, a choice to believe that God's hand is stronger than any circumstance and His promise more powerful than any delay. You don't have to convince others. You don't need their agreement. When God has whispered His will to your soul, that is enough. When He has placed a vision in your heart, guard it. When He has given you a word, protect it. Don't explain it to those who are spiritually asleep. Let your life be the evidence. Let your peace be the sermon. Let your unshakable confidence in God be your testimony. When they see you thriving in places where others collapsed, when they see you glowing in seasons that should have broken you, they'll ask how. And you'll answer it was God all along. Act like your future is secure because it is. Act like your life is guided because it is. Act like the resources will come because they will. God is your source, not the job, not the bank, not the people around you. He can feed you in the desert. He can raise support from the most unlikely places. When He provides, no one can stop it. When He elevates, no one can block it. And when He protects, no one can harm what He covers. So why would you live in fear when your life is hidden in the care of the one who sees all, knows all, and controls all? Stop rehearsing your limitations. Stop confessing your past. Speak your future. Declare your destiny. Talk like someone who knows that God is the author and finisher of your story. Even if the chapter you're in feels dark, even if the lines are heavy with sorrow, the next page has already been written with hope. The ink of God never dries up. His promises are not delayed. They are being delivered. But you must be in position to receive. And that positioning begins with your mindset, your posture, your attitude, your expectation. Walk in it now. Let the fire refine you. Let the trial shape you. Let the rejection redirect you. Let the silence teach you. And in it all, act like everything is working for you. Because God is working through everything for you. You don't serve a careless God. You serve a God of detail. A God who sees the end while you are still at the beginning. A God who uses even your mistakes as part of the masterpiece. That is why you must not crumble under pressure. You must not doubt in the valley what God told you on the mountain. You must walk even if you limp. You must believe even if your voice shakes. Because when God is the architect, no storm can demolish what He is building. Every battle is training ground. Every obstacle is an invitation to rise. Every unanswered question is a doorway to deeper faith. So hold your head high, speak with authority, pray like you mean it, and live like everything is already shifting in your favor, because the truth is, when you align with God, it already is. You are not waiting for something to begin. You are walking into what God already finished. So act like it, because heaven is watching. The earth is responding. The atmosphere is shifting. And all creation is groaning. Not for fear-filled souls, but for sons and daughters of God who walk in power, who move with purpose, who speak with confidence, who live every day with the quiet, unstoppable force of someone who knows that everything is working out. Not by chance, not by coincidence, but by the divine orchestration of God alone. And now I say to you with urgency in my voice and fire in my spirit, stop hesitating when you were born to move. Stop questioning what God has already confirmed. Stop shrinking when God has already stretched your capacity. This is not the time to sit back and wait for approval. This is the time to walk forward with the confidence that comes from knowing you are backed by the full authority of heaven. God didn't bring you this far to leave you wondering. He brought you this far to show you how to walk as if the mountain is already moved, as if the provision is already sent, as if the victory is already written. Because it is. Too many people wait for signs before they move. But God is waiting for movement before He sends the sign. He is waiting for your obedience. He is waiting for your confidence to match your calling. He is waiting for you to act not based on fear, not based on feelings, but based on faith. Faith in His timing, faith in His wisdom, faith in His process. And when you begin to live from that place where your trust in God outweighs every visible obstacle, you shift spiritual dimensions. You enter a place where impossibilities begin to crumble, where burdens begin to break, and where doors begin to open, not by effort, but by divine command. Understand this: the moment you act as if everything is working out for you, you silence the voice of fear. You dethrone the lies that say you are forgotten. You disarm the enemy who thrives on your doubt. When you carry yourself like someone who knows God is orchestrating every detail, you become a vessel of power and people will notice. Not because you boast, but because the peace you carry will speak louder than any words you could say. Your silence will carry authority. Your very presence will radiate purpose. Who you are will stand as living proof that God is not only sovereign, He is intricately woven into every thread of your life. Don't be fooled by the delay. This season of waiting is not wasted. It is holy ground. It is the inner chamber where God shapes you for what He has already set aside for you. In the stillness, your roots dig deeper. Your discernment grows sharper, and your identity becomes immovable. This is not punishment. This is preparation. And when the appointed time arrives, you will not step in desperate, but ready, refined by fire, sharpened by silence, and upheld by the unseen hand of God. God never wastes your pain. He never dismisses your prayers. He never ignores your tears. Every moment of surrender, every choice to trust instead of panic, every decision to believe when it felt impossible, none of it has vanished. It is all kept safe in the vaults of eternity. And when the time is right, when your heart is ready, when your faith has matured, God will release what was held back. Not because He changed His mind, but because you finally stepped into the posture that could carry the weight of His blessing. So I challenge you, look in the mirror and see someone who is favored, not forgotten. Speak to your soul and command it to align with the promises of God. Walk through your day not as one who is uncertain, but as one who is led. Move with a rhythm of expectancy. Pray as if the answer is already echoing back. Give thanks not just for what you have, but for what is coming, because gratitude is the seedbed of miracles. And when you thank God in advance, you testify that you trust His heart, even when you don't yet see His hand. Let your life be a living sermon. Let your peace preach louder than panic. Let your faith interrupt the fear of others. When people see you walking through fire without being burned, when they see you standing still while everything around you shakes, when they see you calm in the eye of chaos, they will begin to ask the question that leads them to truth. What power is holding you together? And your answer, humble and unwavering, will point in one direction only, God, because it is God who holds your tomorrow. It is God who commands the seasons. It is God who lifts one and humbles another. It is God who makes rivers flow in deserts and causes light to shine in the darkest hour. That's why you can live as if the outcome is secure, because you know who is in charge. Not man, not systems, not statistics, but God, the one who cannot be overruled, the one whose will always prevail. So stop negotiating with your fear. Stop reasoning with your doubt. Stand in authority. Speak with clarity. Live with the conviction that what God has started in you is unstoppable. Act as if everything is working out for you. because that kind of faith creates movement in the heavens. That kind of faith breaks generational chains. That kind of faith transforms atmospheres. And that kind of faith invites the hand of God to move in ways that logic cannot explain. You are not here to merely survive life. You are here to steward it, to live it boldly, to walk through it as a divine assignment, not a random accident. Everything about your existence is purpose. Every detail of your journey has intention. And when you act like God is behind you, before you, beside you, He will reveal just how powerful He truly is. Your mindset is a weapon. Your expectation is a key. Your obedience is a door. And your faith is a force that causes the impossible to bow. So act as if it's already shifting, because it is. Act as if God is already moving, because He never stopped. Act as if the victory is already won, because it was never in doubt. Do not let temporary confusion block eternal clarity. Do not allow one hard chapter to define your entire book. You were not made to live on the ground. You were made to soar, to rise, to dwell in the high places where fear cannot reach you and doubt cannot control you. And that elevation begins not with what you see, but with what you believe. The highest form of faith is to live today as if God has already worked out tomorrow. And the more you live that truth, the more you will see it unfold before your very eyes. Even now, in this very moment, something is aligning for you. Not because you earned it, not because you forced it, but because you believed God would not fail, because you trusted that no prayer goes unheard, no faith goes unnoticed, and no sacrifice is ever wasted in the hands of God. There is a power that enters your life the moment you shift your inner conversation from fear to faith. When you stop saying, "What if it doesn't work?" and begin declaring, "Even this is part of God's plan." Something changes not just around you, but within you. You begin to live not as someone searching for meaning, but as someone assigned by heaven. And that awareness, that divine awakening, becomes your compass. When your foundation is built on trust in God, storms don't shatter you. They reveal your strength. Delays don't derail you. They deepen your dependence. The challenges don't crush you. They uncover the capacity God placed inside you long before the trial ever began. You must remember, God does not respond to panic. God responds to faith. When you carry yourself as though the victory is already written, when you speak as though the way is already made, when you believe that no detail of your life is random, you honor the greatness of God. And when you honor God in that way, He honors you in return. Not always with comfort, but with clarity. Not always with ease, but with evidence. Evidence that you are not alone. Evidence that your prayers are not empty. Evidence that His hand is guiding what your eyes cannot yet see. There is a discipline of the Spirit that says, even if everything around me feels chaotic, I will remain calm. Not because I'm strong, but because I trust the one who is stronger than all. This is not just a mindset. It is spiritual warfare. Because the greatest battle is not outside of you. It's within. The voice that says, "Give up," is loud. But the whisper that says God is still working is stronger. And that whisper will lead you further than any shout of fear ever could. It is not the absence of trouble that proves God's favor. It is the presence of peace in the middle of it. It is the ability to say, "I don't have to understand it to trust it. I don't have to control it to believe that it's being worked for my good." And when you live like that, when you act like every twist in the road is part of a greater map you haven't seen yet, you are not being you are being surrendered. Surrendered to the truth that God is too wise to make mistakes. is too faithful to lie and too loving to leave you in a place that has no purpose. I speak now to the weary, the stretched, the tired soul, the one who's still standing but doesn't know how much longer they can hear this truth and let it burn in your heart. God has not brought you this far to abandon you in the wilderness. The same hand that opened the sea for others will part the storm for you. The same voice that said, "Be still," to the wind still speaks into your confusion today. The silence you feel is not God's absence, and it is His strategy. For when He is quiet, it is because He is working. And when He is working, you can rest. So live with peace that confuses the enemy. Walk through fire and don't even smell like smoke. Smile when it makes no sense. Praise before the breakthrough because you know that nothing can touch your destiny unless God allows it. And if He allows it, He will use it. That is why you act like everything always works out. Not because life is perfect, but because God is sovereign over imperfection. There is no mistake too big for God to reroute, no failure too far gone for Him to redeem. God is not looking for perfect people. He is looking for faithful ones. People who will still stand when it would be easier to quit. People who will still believe when it would be easier to complain. People who will still walk with their head held high even when the evidence doesn't match the promise. Yet you must become fluent in the language of faith. Speak as if the answer is in motion. Respond as if the doors are already opening. Worship as if the floodgates are already pouring. Not to manipulate the outcome, but to magnify the God who controls it. Your words have power. Your declarations shape your reality. When you speak defeat, you strengthen discouragement. But when you speak life, when you speak hope, when you speak trust, you awaken divine possibility. Let this be the day you stop carrying the weight of what you cannot change and start walking in the lightness of what God already has under control. You were not built to carry burdens that belong to God. You were built to believe, to surrender, to rise. Worry is a thief. It steals your energy, your clarity, your peace. But faith is a builder. It strengthens your vision, sharpens your spirit, and opens your life to supernatural order. So drop the weight. Let go of the illusion that your future is in your hands. It never was. It belongs to God. And when you act like it, you walk lighter, you love deeper, and you live freer. Some of you are waiting for the right time to believe, but the right time is now. The miracle doesn't come before the faith, it follows it. God doesn't reward hesitation, He rewards holy boldness. Not recklessness, but reverent trust. The moment you move in that trust, the spiritual realm begins to respond. You are not waiting for breakthrough. The breakthrough is waiting for your obedience. Act like it's already in motion. Move like the answer's already on its way, because it is. Every great move of God begins with someone who dared to walk differently. Someone who looked at a closed door and said, "That's not the end, that's a redirection." Someone who saw an empty space and said, "God will fill this with purpose." Someone who chose to see not what was in front of them, but what God had already ordained behind the veil of time. That someone can be you, that someone must be you. Let your character be shaped not by comfort, but by conviction. Let your joy come not from having it all, but from knowing that God is in all. And when doubt knocks, don't entertain it. Reminded of what God has already done, call to mind every answered prayer, every narrow escape, every whisper in the night that reminded you you are not alone. If God carried you, then He will carry you now. If He provided once, He will provide again. And if He gave you the strength to survive what was meant to destroy you, He is surely preparing you to walk into what will elevate you. And let me say this with the weight of divine urgency. When you begin to live with the mindset that everything is working out for you because God is the one guiding it all, you are not living in delusion. You are walking in alignment with truth that transcends logic. You are stepping into the spiritual reality where your soul no longer bows to fear and your spirit refuses to negotiate with doubt. You become immovable, not because life becomes easy, but because your trust in God becomes unshakable. This is the kind of faith that silences storms before they even arrive. It is the kind of trust that transforms waiting rooms into worship rooms and valleys into places of revelation. You see, the strength of your life is not determined by how much you control, but by how deeply you surrender. To act as if everything always works out for you is not arrogance. It is alignment with the nature of God, the one who brings order from chaos, light from darkness, and wisdom out of confusion. When your heart is yielded to God, even your failures begin to serve you. Even your wounds begin to teach you. Even the betrayals that were meant to break you end up building you. Because when God is in control, nothing is wasted and nothing is random. Every twist in your journey, every unfamiliar turn, every delay you did not understand, each one is woven with purpose only God can fully comprehend. You must stop seeing your struggle as a sign of failure and begin to see it as a sign of formation. God is shaping you in the fire so that you can carry what you've been praying for. You don't prepare for greatness in comfort. You prepare in the dark, in the quiet, in the trials that force you to reach for God with everything you have. And once your faith is forged in that fire, you walk differently. You pray with greater authority. You move with certainty, not because you know all the answers, but because you know the one who holds every outcome. There is a boldness that comes from trusting God, a boldness that allows you to show up to life with no fear of tomorrow, a boldness that makes you wake up and speak over your day before the sun even rises. Today will serve me. Today is a day God has already entered before I even open my eyes. No matter what it brings, it is bringing me closer to the purpose that was written before time began. This is how you live when you know that every detail of your life is under divine supervision. Not one tear goes unseen, not one step goes unmeasured, and not one battle is allowed unless it leads to a greater victory. People may see your calm and misunderstand it. They may think you're out of touch, that you're avoiding reality. But what they don't realize is that you are more in touch with eternal reality than they have ever been. You are not ignoring problems. You are trusting the one who solves them. You are not pretending pain doesn't exist. You are leaning on the source who brings peace that passes understanding. You are not escaping life. You are embracing it with a higher perspective, knowing that everything in this world is temporary, but what is rooted in God is eternal. This world is loud. It demands that you panic. It shouts that you should worry. It glorifies stress and fear as if they are signs of responsibility. But faith whispers a different truth. It says, be still, trust God, walk forward. Faith doesn't need to prove itself with noise. It carries authority in its stillness. And when you act like God is already working everything out for you, you are not being irresponsible. You are being radically obedient because God never asked you to carry it all. He asked you to trust Him with it all. It takes courage to trust in the silence. It takes maturity to believe when the evidence says otherwise, but that's exactly where you grow. That's where your character is tested and your endurance is expanded. God is not only interested in delivering you from the fire, He is developing you in it. And when you come out, you won't just come out whole. You'll come out with wisdom, with depth, with a testimony that shakes the ground beneath the feet of doubt. Begin to walk into rooms with spiritual certainty. You don't need to be the loudest voice. You just need to carry the presence of someone who knows God is already ahead of you. You don't need to chase people or push doors open. What is yours by divine design will not pass you by. If God has spoken it into your life, it cannot be undone by man, by time, or by circumstance. All that is required is that you live like you believe it. And do not confuse God's pace with His absence. God is not slow. He is precise. He doesn't rush the process because what He is building is meant to last. You're not being punished. You're being positioned. You're not being denied. You're being disciplined, refined, and prepared. God is not interested in temporary highs. He is preparing you for sustainable greatness. That's why you must not faint. That's why you must act as if everything is falling into place. Because even when it feels like it's falling apart in God's plan, it is always falling into place. Your life will change when you stop living from circumstance and start living from conviction. Conviction that God is always working even when you can't see it. Conviction that God's promises are not suggestions. They are guarantees backed by the full authority of heaven. Conviction that your role is not to figure everything out, but to walk in trust. Speak with confidence and move as if the outcome is already in your favor. Let that become your rhythm. Wake up speaking life. Go to sleep in peace. Let your days be framed with expectation, not anxiety. Let your heart beat with hope, not hesitation. Let your vision be rooted in purpose, not in fear. And above all, let your soul anchor itself in this eternal truth. God is not through with you. He is not finished writing your story, and the ending He has in mind is far greater than anything you could plan or imagine. So now, beloved, let this truth settle deep into your soul. When you act as if everything is working out for you, you are not pretending, you are prophesying. You are walking in agreement with the eternal wisdom of God. You are declaring through your faith that no weapon formed against you shall prosper. It's not about your own strength, but about the greatness of your God. You're not simply wishing for peace. You carry the peace that comes from knowing your life rests in the hands of the one who already knows the end from the very beginning. Each step you take with confidence is a declaration of worship. Every moment you choose faith instead of fear, you are giving honor to the author of your story. So rise not with arrogance, but with holy certainty. Speak with boldness, not out of pride, but from unshakable trust. Live each day not waiting for everything to align, but walking as though it already has under divine order. You are led, you are shielded, you are chosen, and above all, you are never abandoned. Keep living as though God is for you, because He truly is. Keep moving forward as though doors are opening, because they already are. Keep believing your breakthrough is near, because it's closer than you think. And when the dust clears, when the storm finally calms, your life will stand as a testimony, not to your own power, but to the strong and unfailing hand of God. Let that be your steady confidence, your quiet peace, and your everlasting crown. Dear friend, have you ever found yourself in a moment so shattered, so weighed down by life's burdens, that your soul screamed in silence while your lips couldn't form a single word? Have you ever lain awake in the dead of night, eyes fixed on the darkness, not only around you but within you? Have you felt your strength drained dry, your hopes scattered like dust on the wind, your very sense of self swallowed by the storm? If that's where you are now or where you've been before, then lean in with every breath you have, because what you're about to hear is not a speech, not a pep talk, but a summons to breakthrough, a divine invitation to restoration through the power of prayer. Not just any prayer, but the kind that rattles the gates of heaven and ignites fire deep in the soul. The breakthrough prayer for complete restoration. God does not leave His people in ruin. He does not abandon what He created in love. You may feel forsaken. You may feel forgotten. But the truth, the eternal, unchanging truth, is that God restores. He brings dead things back to life. He rebuilds what was torn down. He revives what was crushed, and He does it in ways that defy logic, stretch understanding, and shatter limitations. But listen to me now, restoration is not automatic. Restoration is born through prayer. Not empty words, not ritual repetitions, but soul-burning, mountain-moving, heaven-touching prayer. It is in that sacred space where your tears become your language, your pain becomes your offering, and your faith becomes your weapon. There is a type of prayer that causes God to move. There is a cry that echoes so deep it stirs the heavens. And when that kind of prayer is born from the womb of desperation and trust, God responds. Not because He is far away needing to be convinced, but because prayer aligns your spirit with His power. Restoration begins not with your plans, not with your strength, but on your knees. You want a breakthrough? Then you must learn how to pray like your life depends on it, because it does. Let me tell you the truth, my friend. Many cry out for blessings, but few cry out for God. Many chase the gift, but ignore the giver. Restoration is not just getting your stuff back, it's getting your spirit back. It's when God picks up the shattered pieces of your soul and makes something stronger than what existed before. But you must go to Him not with entitlement, but with surrender. Not with demands, but with devotion. The breakthrough prayer is not a shopping list. It is a spiritual war cry. It is when your heart says, God, I am not letting go until you move. I am not giving up until you answer. God listens to the brokenhearted. He sees the crushed in spirit. He knows the weight you carry, the disappointments you've buried, the nights you've cried yourself to sleep, and He is not indifferent. He is not silent. He is not slow. He is strategic. He is precise. And He is faithful. But He moves in response to faith-filled prayer, the kind of prayer that tears through the noise of this world, the kind of prayer that shuts out fear, silences doubt, and declares, God, I know you still have a plan for me. You must stop praying weak prayers if you want strong restoration. This is not the time for passive petitions. This is the moment for bold declarations, for prayers that come from the depths of your spirit. You've got to learn how to pray when everything inside you wants to quit. Pray when your heart is numb. Pray when the answers are delayed. Pray when your enemies mock you. Pray when your family walks away. Pray when your own mind betrays you. Because every time you pray, you are building an altar before God. Every cry, every tear, every groan in the secret place, it is not wasted. God does not forget those who seek Him with all their heart. Your breakthrough is not in a person. It's not in a job. It's not in the applause of this world. It's in the presence of God. There is healing in that presence. There is clarity. There is strength. There is a rebirth of identity. And you access it not by wishing, but by wearing. Breakthrough prayer is warfare. It is the sound of the Spirit resisting everything that tries to hold you back. It is the roar of faith rising from the ashes of defeat. It is your soul refusing to die in the desert. Don't let your current condition blind you to your divine position. You may be in the fire, but you are not consumed. You may be in the valley, but you are not buried. God allows some seasons to strip you, not to destroy you, but to rebuild you with greater glory. But you must pray your way through. You must intercede until the walls fall. You must fast if you have to, cry if you must, but don't stop praying. Don't stop knocking. Don't stop believing, because the day is coming. Yes, the hour is near when God will say enough. And when He speaks restoration into your situation, no devil in hell can stop it. You see, the breakthrough prayer is not just about what you say, it's about what you believe while you say it. It's about praying as if the answer's already moving in your direction. It's about lifting your voice with such faith that even your enemies begin to tremble. God responds to faith, not perfection, not performance. Faith, even if it's trembling faith, even if it's just enough to whisper, God, help me. That's enough to part seas. That's enough to shake chains off your life. That's enough to raise what was dead. Some of you are praying from broken marriages. Some of you are praying from hospital beds. Some of you are praying from prison cells, literal or emotional. But I declare to you, God restores, God revives, God resurrects, God brings back what you thought was gone forever. But you must call on Him with all that you are. You must pray like someone drowning, reaching for the lifeline. You must lay it all at His feet. Your fears, your shame, your secrets, your dreams, and say, God, only you can rebuild me. Only you can restore what I've lost. Total restoration is not partial healing. It's not just fixing what was broken. It's making it better than it was before. God doesn't just give you back what was stolen, He multiplies it. He doesn't just restore your years, He redeems them. He turns your pain into power, your sorrow into strength, your wilderness into a wellspring. But it begins when you shift from casual prayer to desperate, relentless prayer, from speaking to crying out, from asking to declaring. Because when your voice rises in raw truth before God, His power falls in divine response. Your breakthrough prayer will often be forged in the fire. It will not be easy. It may be birthed in sleepless nights and lonely hours. But keep going, keep praying, keep pressing, because when you pray like that, the atmosphere begins to shift. Things start moving in the unseen realm. God dispatches His power where there was once only despair. The moment you pray with faith, restoration is set in motion. You may not see it immediately, but trust God is working. God is restoring. And in due season, your weeping will turn to dancing. Don't you ever let the devil convince you that it's over. Don't you let disappointment drown out your voice. You may have been delayed, but you have not been denied. And that delay has been divine, because God is setting you up for a restoration so complete, so undeniable that people will marvel, not at you, but at what God has done in you. But you must remain at the altar. You must keep the fire burning. You must not retreat. You must not be silenced. The enemy fears a praying soul because prayer unlocks power, and power brings restoration. There will be a time, a moment when everything changes, when the prayer you prayed in secret becomes the testimony you shout in public, when the God you sought in the storm becomes the glory you carry in the sunlight. But it doesn't start with people. It doesn't start with opportunity. It starts with prayer.
If you want to see total restoration, spirit, mind, heart, body, then commit yourself to a life of breakthrough prayer. Not just once, but daily. Not just in crisis, but in communion. And as you do, you will see the hand of God move in ways you never imagined. You are not too far gone. You are not too broken. You are not beyond repair. The same power that created the heavens hears your whisper. The same God who holds the galaxies bends down to listen when you pray. So stop doubting. Stop running. Stop delaying. Get on your knees. Lift your voice. Open your heart. Cry out for restoration and believe. Truly believe that God hears, that God answers, that God restores. You may have lost time, but God can restore it. You may have lost relationships, but God can heal them. You may have lost direction, but God can guide you. You may have lost yourself, but God can bring you back to life. But you must ask, you must seek, you must knock, and you must not give up. This is the hour for breakthrough prayer. This is the season of total restoration, not by your might, not by your knowledge, but by the Spirit of God moving in response to your prayer. So don't wait, don't hesitate, don't let the past define your future. Begin now. Pray like the heavens are listening, because they are. Pray like your breakthrough depends on it, because it does. And as you do, watch what God will restore. There is a place in the heart of prayer where words end and the Spirit begins to speak. A place where your soul bows even lower than your knees. That is where restoration begins. Not in the noise of public declarations, but in the stillness of surrender before God. When you reach that sacred silence where your desires dissolve and only the will of God matters, you will find breakthrough waiting for you. Restoration is not about returning to who you were, but becoming who God intended you to be all along. And the path to that becoming is paved with trust, obedience, and raw, unfiltered prayer. God sees beyond the broken pieces you hold in your hands. While you're focused on what you lost, God is focused on what He's about to build. He does not rebuild using the rubble of your past. He creates anew. He uses loss to position you, pain to prepare you, and prayer to propel you. That is why your breakthrough prayer must not be limited by your understanding. It must rise above your emotions, above your reasoning, and reach into the unseen realm where faith is your only anchor. You must learn to pray past your feelings and into your future. The kind of prayer that touches God's throne is not the prayer of comfort. It is the prayer of consistency. It is the prayer you pray when you don't feel like praying. It's when you show up anyway, when your voice is trembling, but you still speak. When your heart is aching, but you still believe. That is where divine restoration begins. Not when everything is calm, but when the storm is raging and you cry out, God, I trust you even here. That trust is the seed from which your breakthrough will grow. And hear me when I tell you this restoration is never without resistance. The moment you begin to rise in prayer, distractions will increase. Opposition will multiply and the enemy will whisper that your efforts are wasted. But don't be deceived. The battle intensifies not because you're failing, but because you're close to breaking through. When your prayer begins to shake foundations, the forces that want to keep you bound will tremble. Do not retreat. Do not silence your voice. Keep pressing in, because the very resistance is proof that restoration is near. God responds to those who persist. Not those who perform, but those who pursue. The breakthrough prayer for total restoration is not a one-time act. It is a lifestyle of communion with God. It's walking with Him in the garden of your trials. It's talking with Him in the heat of your tests.
It's leaning on Him when the road is unclear. You must understand, God is not just interested in restoring what's around you. He is committed to restoring what's within you, your peace, your clarity, your courage, your purpose. Sometimes God will strip away everything just to rebuild your foundation, because He knows that without a solid inner life, no outer restoration can stand. That is why your prayers must go deeper than outcomes. Ask for transformation, not just solutions. Ask for wisdom, not just rescue. Ask for alignment, not just advancement, because once your soul is right before God, everything else will follow. The breakthrough you seek on the outside must first be activated on the inside. And only God can do that in you through prayer. There is a sacred shift that happens when you stop praying for survival and start praying for destiny. When you stop saying, God, get me out, and start saying, God, get me through, make me stronger, wiser, unshakable. That is the prayer that heaven answers. That is the prayer that brings restoration that cannot be taken away again. Because God doesn't just restore your circumstances, He restores your authority, your discernment, your resilience, your joy. Do not envy the progress of others. Do not compare your restoration to someone else's blessing. What God is doing in you is tailor-made. He knows what had to be broken for you to finally turn to Him. He knows what had to be lost so you would stop clinging to false security. Trust that even in your lowest place, God was planning a comeback that would silence every doubt, every voice of shame, every enemy that tried to bury you. And when He brings you out, you'll know it was Him alone who did it. Do not rush the process. Restoration requires patience. It may take time, but every moment spent in faithful prayer is building a foundation that cannot be moved. Others may not see it. They may wonder why you're still praying, still waiting, still believing. But let them talk. Because when God restores you, even your enemies will witness it. And the restoration will speak louder than your defense ever could. Your breakthrough is coming. But don't just wait for it. Pray it into existence. Wake up with prayer. Walk in prayer. Go to sleep in prayer. Not religiously, but relationally. Talk to God about everything. Bring Him your grief, your questions, your failures, your dreams. Hold nothing back, because God is not afraid of your honesty. He desires your heart more than your performance. And when your heart is laid bare before Him, His hand will begin to move with unstoppable power. There will be a moment, and you'll know it when the weight lifts, when the silence breaks, when what you prayed for begins to manifest. But even then, don't stop praying, because the same prayer that brought you to the breakthrough will sustain you through the blessing. Restoration is not a one-time event. It is a continual journey, and every step of it must be covered in prayer, guided by trust, and anchored in God. Some of you are praying for your children to return. Some of you are praying for your health to be restored. Some of you are praying for the burden of regret to be lifted. Let me tell you, God hears. He has not turned His face away. He is near to the brokenhearted. He bottles your tears. He records your cries, and He answers in ways that exceed your understanding. But you must keep knocking. You must keep seeking. You must keep holding on even when it feels like nothing is happening. Because something is happening. In the silence, God is setting things in motion. In the waiting, He is purifying your motives. In the delay, He is strengthening your faith. Don't misinterpret the quiet. Restoration grows in silence before it shouts in the open. And when the time is right, when your spirit is ready, when the vessel is prepared, God will release it. The breakthrough, the healing, the turnaround, and it will be total, not partial, not halfway, but complete, divine, undeniable restoration. Do not underestimate the power of one prayer prayed with faith. God doesn't require a multitude of words. He looks at the posture of the heart. He responds to sincerity. Cry out to Him, not just with your lips, but with your life. Let your every move be an act of worship. Let your pain become your prayer. Let your waiting become your offering. Because when God sees a life fully surrendered, He unleashes favor that cannot be contained. And remember this, God's restoration often comes in a way you didn't expect. It might not look like what you prayed for, but it will be what you needed. Trust that His ways are higher. His thoughts are deeper. His timing is perfect. You don't have to understand the path. You just have to trust the one who leads. And if you hold on to that trust, if you keep walking by faith and not by sight, you will look back one day and see that every tear, every delay, every unanswered question was preparing you for something greater than you imagined. You are not forgotten. You are not abandoned. You are not overlooked. God is writing a restoration story with your life that will touch others, heal wounds, break generational cycles, and bring glory to His name. But it begins with you alone in prayer, laying everything at His feet. Not once, not twice, but every day, faithfully, relentlessly, passionately. When the soul has been shattered, when life has left its scars deep within you, and when the world moves on as if nothing has happened, there is one place you must turn into the presence of God, not the fleeting comforts of men, not the shallow approval of crowds, not the temporary escape of distraction, but to the one who formed you in silence, who sees what no one else sees, and who restores not just what is broken, but what was lost before you even knew it. God is not bound by time. He is not limited by circumstance. What has taken years to fall apart, God can rebuild in a single moment, but you must cry out to Him with your entire being. Restoration begins the moment your spirit refuses to settle for what is and begins to yearn for what God wills. There is no restoration without divine alignment. You cannot be restored while clinging to the very things that broke you. You cannot be restored while walking in rebellion, while harboring bitterness, while living in fear. The breakthrough prayer is a refining prayer. It strips you of excuses, cleanses you of pride, and places you in complete submission to the will of God. It is not a negotiation, it is a surrender. And in that surrender, power flows. Many want restoration without refinement. They want the blessing but reject the process. But God in His mercy will not place holy things into unprepared hands. He will wait, He will stretch, He will test, not because He wants to harm you, but because He is preparing you for what is greater. Do not despise the process. The deeper the restoration, the deeper the pruning. God is not patching you up. He is remaking you. He is restoring your soul from the inside out. And that kind of restoration requires a heart that says, God, not my way, not my timing, yours alone. There are some things that can only be birthed in the fire. There are some prayers that can only be prayed from the pit. And there are some victories that can only be won through the cry of a desperate heart that says, I have no one else but God. That is where power is found. That is where mountains move. That is where chains break. Not because of your strength, but because your dependence on God has become absolute. God responds when all your options are exhausted and your hope is placed entirely in Him. Let this be clear. Restoration is not about going back to who you were before the pain. It's about rising into who God has always intended you to be. Pain strips away illusion. Loss exposes the soul. And when you bring that naked honesty before God, He covers you not in shame but in strength. He clothes you not in regret but in wisdom. God does not use your past against you. He uses it as the foundation for something new, something pure, something stronger than before. But it begins in the secret place where only your voice and His presence remain. Do not be deceived by outward appearances. Just because someone seems whole on the outside does not mean they are restored within. Restoration is a divine work. It cannot be imitated. It cannot be rushed. It is born through consistent prayer and faithful obedience. It is sustained by walking daily in the light of God, trusting Him not only for the miracle, but for the mundane moments in between. True restoration is peace that cannot be shaken even when storms return. It is clarity that remains even when chaos surrounds. It is a stillness inside you that testifies God has done this work. There are prayers that God answers in whispers, and there are prayers that He answers with fire. The breakthrough prayer demands fire, not destruction, but purification. It demands that everything in you be laid bare, that your agenda dies and His will takes center stage. This prayer doesn't just touch your situation, it transforms your character. God is not interested in quick fixes. He is interested in eternal change. You may be praying for a door to open, but God is working on the person who will walk through it. And when the restoration begins, you will not recognize yourself. Because when God restores, He doesn't give you back what you had. He gives you what you need. He refines your desires. He sharpens your focus. He removes relationships that were killing your spirit. He closes doors that were never meant for you. And yes, sometimes the greatest act of restoration is not giving you what you lost, but freeing you from needing it at all. Sometimes the most powerful healing is not in what comes back, but in what you no longer crave. You must stop measuring your healing by what others can see. God's restoration is often quiet, internal, sacred. It begins in the hidden places. You might still be walking through the valley, but inside your roots are growing deep. You might still be weeping at night, but God is reordering your soul for joy that will last. And while people are waiting to see visible change, God is crafting invisible strength. Let them talk. Let them doubt. You stay in the place of prayer because the reward is not their approval, it's God's favor. Restoration means walking again in purpose. It means your voice returns, your vision returns, your fire returns. Not to impress others, but to fulfill what you were born for. And you will know it is God's work when the peace you carry outweighs the possessions you have. You'll know it is God's restoration when your joy is rooted in obedience, not outcomes. When your strength is found in silence, not applause. This is the restoration that endures. This is the fruit of breakthrough prayer. God is not a God of fragments. He does not leave you halfway. If you will surrender everything to Him in prayer, your wounds, your memories, your reputation, your expectations, He will not only rebuild you, He will establish you. He will plant you in a place where your roots will not be shaken again, but you must stay committed to the secret place. You must stop looking for quick comfort and start seeking lasting transformation. Prayer is not your last resort. It is your lifeline. Hold it tightly. Make it the first breath of your morning and the final whisper of your night.
Keep in mind, restoration was never meant to stop with you. It's for every soul your life will touch. For those who will watch your journey and discover hope again. For the generations yet to come who will rise stronger because you refuse to give up in prayer. This battle is bigger than your personal healing. You are interceding for every life tied to your own. God is raising up rebuilders. Men and women once shattered, now restored, carrying the mantle to lead others through the fire. And it all starts in the secret place of prayer. It all begins with one desperate cry, Lord, I need you. So don't wait for perfect conditions. Don't wait until the hurt fades. Start now. Pray as though your tomorrow hangs on it, because it truly does. God is prepared to restore what the years have stripped away. He is ready to breathe life into what despair tried to bury. He is ready to raise up what you thought was gone forever. But He's waiting on your voice. He's waiting on your surrender. And when you give it, when you offer it without conditions or hesitation, God will answer with power that no one can deny. Breakthrough is not an event. It is a lifestyle, a continual posture of dependence on God, a relentless return to His presence, a daily choice to believe that His power is greater than your pain and His promise stronger than your past. Restoration begins in that choice. And once you choose it, hold fast. Because the breakthrough is not a myth. It is a reality that belongs to those who refuse to stop praying, refuse to stop believing, and refuse to let go of the God who restores all things. When God begins to restore, He does not simply repair the surface. He reconstructs from the root. That is why your restoration may feel slow, even painful at times, because God is digging deep. He is unearthing what has been buried, exposing what has been ignored, and confronting what has been suppressed. He does not heal symptoms. He heals the source. And while the world may offer temporary fixes to ease the discomfort, only God has the power to touch the hidden places of your spirit and speak life where there was once only survival. Restoration is not for the passive. It is for those who refuse to settle. It is for those who say, I will not die in this wilderness. I will not remain in this brokenness. I will not let this be the end of my story. That kind of boldness is not arrogance. It is trust in God. It is the belief that what God has spoken over your life is greater than what life has tried to take from you. And when that fire ignites in your soul, your prayer life changes. You stop praying for escape and start praying for endurance. You stop asking why and start declaring, let God's will be done in me fully, completely, and without delay. There's a kind of restoration that humbles you, not because you have lost, but because you've witnessed the mercy of God in your lowest state. It breaks your pride. It softens your heart. It reminds you that you did not earn the turnaround. God gave it to you. And that awareness transforms the way you walk. You no longer strive for validation from others. You no longer cling to the applause of the world. You walk with quiet strength because you know the one who restored you is greater than anything this world can offer. But listen closely. If you truly want restoration, you must release control. God will not restore what you continue to manipulate. He will not fill hands that refuse to let go. Some of you are still holding on to what hurt you, still replaying what broke you, still chasing the approval that was never meant to define you. But God says, lay it down. Trust me with it. Because until you release it, you cannot receive what's next. Restoration requires relinquishment. You must trade the ashes for beauty.
But you cannot do that while clinging to the fire that burned you. Breakthrough prayer is dangerous prayer. It disrupts the ordinary. It dismantles comfort. It shakes you from passivity. Because the moment you pray for full restoration, you are inviting God to remove every false foundation in your life, every relationship that cannot go with you, every thought pattern that has kept you in bondage, every habit that has delayed your destiny. And though it may feel like loss, it is gain. Though it may feel like chaos, it is divine order. God clears out the lesser to make room for the greater. He tears down what was temporary so He can establish what is eternal. There are times God will allow you to be emptied before He fills you. Don't mistake the emptiness for abandonment. Sometimes the silence is a sign that God is preparing something sacred. He is drawing you away from noise so that you can hear the whisper of His guidance. And in that place of solitude, your spirit becomes sensitive again. You begin to hear His direction more clearly. Your appetite for distraction fades, and your longing for truth intensifies. That is where restoration takes root, not in the noise, but in the nearness of God. And when you are truly restored, the evidence is not just in what you gain, but in who you become. You begin to carry peace that cannot be provoked. You begin to speak with authority that doesn't come from titles or recognition, but from time spent in the presence of God. You walk with a confidence that comes from knowing who holds your future, even when your path is unclear. This is the fruit of breakthrough prayer. Not just answers, but transformation. Not just recovery, but rebirth. Do not fear the waiting. Do not resist the wilderness, because some of the deepest restorations happen in seasons where nothing seems to move. In those quiet days when you feel forgotten, misunderstood, and isolated, God is working. He is building strength in your spirit. He is developing endurance in your soul. He is enlarging your capacity for greater. What looks like delay is often divine construction. So lift your head, dry your tears, and continue to pray. Because the silence does not mean denial, it means preparation. Let God rewrite your story. Let Him redefine your worth. Let Him reset your focus. Because when God restores, He removes what the enemy tried to attach to your name. Shame, fear, rejection, despair, He breaks them off. He doesn't just patch the wound, He replaces the scar with wisdom. You don't just walk out healed, you walk out empowered. That is why the enemy fought you so hard, because your restoration will be a testimony that ripples beyond your life. It will restore others. It will set captives free, and it will glorify God in ways your pain never could. Every setback is an opportunity for a setup. Every valley is an invitation to deeper vision. Every loss is a seed that God can use to grow something supernatural. But you must bring it to Him in prayer. Unfiltered, unmasked, unafraid. Cry out to Him. Speak to Him when the words don't come out perfect. He's not looking for performance. He's waiting for honesty. That kind of prayer moves mountains. It splits the heavens. It shifts the atmosphere. It invites divine intervention. And know this, no place is too dark for God to reach. No heart is too hardened. No past is too stained. No future is too far gone. One moment in the presence of God can do more than years of human effort. One whispered prayer can bring breakthrough. One surrender can change generations, but it must be real. It must come from the depths of your soul. Restoration from God is not limited to repairing what the eye can see. It reaches far beyond material loss, far beyond public shame, far beyond emotional pain.
It penetrates the very core of who you are. Your spirit, your essence, your soul's alignment with its divine creator. The breakthrough prayer for total restoration does not merely ask God to restore situations. It pleads for the restoration of the soul's sacred rhythm with His will. When your soul returns to its original posture before God, humbled, surrendered, and fully yielded, that is when true restoration begins to blossom like dawn after a long and bitter night. There are dimensions of restoration that only obedience can unlock. You may cry, you may fast, you may plead, and all of these are powerful, but without obedience, your prayer is hindered. You must not only call upon God, but you must follow His lead. If God calls you to release bitterness, obey. If God calls you to let go of unclean habits, obey. If God convicts your heart to walk away from what is comfortable but corrupt, obey. Because obedience is not weakness. It is the doorway to power. And the deeper your obedience, the more complete your restoration will be. Some of the most powerful restorations are the ones that happen in hidden places where no one sees, no one claps, and no one even knows the depth of what God has done. These are the restorations that bring tears of awe when you look back and realize that what should have destroyed you only deepened your intimacy with God. This is the kind of breakthrough that the world cannot imitate and that no enemy can take credit for. When God restores you in such a way that your peace doesn't rely on circumstance, your strength doesn't rely on support, and your identity doesn't rely on approval, that is restoration in its most divine form. Many want to be restored publicly, but are unwilling to be refined privately. They want applause without purification. They want elevation without examination. But God is too wise to elevate what is not stable. That is why He uses the prayer closet to build what the platform cannot. If you're in a season of silence, a time where no one sees your labor, your tears, your discipline, rejoice. Because it means God is building something lasting. God does not invest in what He does not intend to sustain. And if He's stretching you in private, He is preparing to entrust you with something powerful in public. Your breakthrough prayer must not only be consistent, it must be precise. Too often we pray in vague tones, hoping for general improvement. But restoration requires specific surrender. You must name the broken place. You must identify the lie you've believed. You must lay before God the exact area where you've been bleeding internally. And when you do, you will see God not only bind your wounds, but give you new vision, new strength, new purpose that rises from the very places where you once collapsed. You must also understand that God does not always restore in the way you imagine, and sometimes He removes instead of returns. Sometimes He closes the door you begged Him to open because He sees what lies beyond it. Sometimes He allows disappointment to become your deliverance, because what you thought was good was simply familiar. And God is too faithful to let you settle for less than His best. When your spirit is surrendered, you will trust that His no is protection, His silence is strategy, and His delay is preparation. True faith doesn't just accept the answer, it reveres the wisdom behind it. Let me speak plainly. The enemy fears a restored person because once you've been through the fire and come out refined, you are no longer easily shaken. Once you've wrestled in the dark with only God as your companion, your dependency on others vanishes. Once you've been stripped of false identities and grounded in divine purpose, you walk differently. You pray with a weight that comes from surviving what others didn't see. And your restoration becomes a weapon.
Not just for you, but for everyone your story will touch. There will be moments when your restoration journey feels lonely. Not everyone can walk with you into the new season. Not everyone will understand your transformation. Some will resist it. Others will mislead, but let them talk. Let them walk away. When God restores, He also reveals. He shows you who truly carries your destiny in their spirit and who was only assigned to the broken version of you. Don't chase the crowd. Don't explain yourself. Focus on staying in alignment with God's hand. His presence will bring the right voices into your life at the right time. Restoration is also generational. What God is doing in you now is not just for you. It's for your children, your children's children, and the legacy they will carry. Every prayer you pray today lays a brick for the road they will walk tomorrow. Every stronghold you break is a wall they won't have to climb. Every habit you surrender becomes a testimony of power they will inherit. So when you feel weak, remember you are fighting for a future that goes far beyond your own. And God honors those who stand in the gap for generations. God does not overlook faithfulness. He sees the unseen sacrifices, the quiet acts of obedience, the inner battles you never posted. And He is faithful to reward those who remain in pursuit of Him, even when the world offers faster routes and easier roads. Let others chase shortcuts. Your reward is not from man, it is from the hand of God. And when He chooses to release it, it will be undeniable, unstoppable, and undeniably sacred. There will come a day, mark it in your spirit, when you will rise, and everything that once looked like loss will be redefined as a setup. Every closed door will be seen as divine mercy. Every delay will be revealed as protection. Every tear will be accounted for. Every cry will echo in eternity. And you will say, not with bitterness, but with awe, God restored me better than I ever imagined. Not by strength, not by control, but through prayer, raw, honest, and burning with passion. So if you find yourself in the midst of breaking, keep on praying. If exhaustion weighs on you, stay on your knees. If doubts surround you, keep searching, for the answer you long for may be just beyond one more breath of surrender. The turning point may only be waiting on one more act of obedience, and the breakthrough could be nearer than you realize. God is not done with you yet, not even close. He is crafting something in your life that will outlast the storm, outshine the pain, and outlive every critic. And when it is finished, it won't bring you pride. It will bring glory to God, because your restoration is not merely a comeback. It is your calling. It is your divine assignment, and it begins now where every true transformation starts, in stillness, in surrender, in the hidden power of breakthrough prayer. My beloved, lean in and listen carefully. I do not stand before you with mere opinions. I am not offering the echo of man's wisdom, nor words drawn from the shallow streams of earthly knowledge. I come bearing a message that resounds from the heavens, a word drenched in the eternal promises of God. Hear this: God Himself will open the door to your finances. So do not be afraid. Do not let the enemy of your soul, the whisper of fear, or the heaviness of your present circumstances deceive you. What you see now is not the conclusion. What you feel is not your destiny. What surrounds you in this moment is only the preparation for what God is ready to release into your life. You may be facing empty cupboards, unpaid bills, mounting debts, and dreams gasping under the pressure of lack. Yet God has not forgotten you. God has not stepped away from your struggle. He is neither blind to your needs nor deaf to your cries. Though people may have walked away, though systems may have failed you, though opportunities may have slammed their doors, God's door stands open still. God's supply is not empty. God's timing is never late. Let me tell you, with fire in my bones and truth in my heart, God owns it all. Every coin in the earth, every piece of gold buried deep in the hills, every opportunity, every field, every business idea, every harvest that has yet to break through the soil, it all belongs to Him. And if He owns it, He can release it to you in a moment. What takes man decades to build, God can give you in a day. What takes the world a lifetime to accumulate, God can release through a single door He opens. One touch from God changes everything. Don't you dare bow your head in shame because of what you lack right now. Don't you measure your value by your bank account. Don't you think for a moment that your worth is defined by what you drive, where you live, or what you wear. God sees you. God knows the sacrifice. God knows the silent tears at night. God has witnessed the times you gave your last, the times you stretched what you had to help someone else. And God is not unjust to forget your faith, your trust, and your obedience. God is the one who will pay you back, not man. And when God pays back, He doesn't return what was lost. He multiplies it. The same God who made water spring from a rock, who brought food down from the sky, who multiplied a little and made it much, is the same God who is still moving. He is the one who feeds the birds of the air, birds that neither sow nor reap, yet never go hungry. If He provides for them, will He not provide for you? You who trust in Him, you who call on Him, you who walk by faith when everything in your life is shouting fear. Yes, God will provide for you. Not just barely, but abundantly, overflowingly, supernaturally. So, let your heart stop racing. Let your soul breathe again. God never runs out of options. God never faces a shortage. Heaven is never in a recession. When one door shuts, God is already preparing another. And not just any door, but the right door. The divine door, the door that brings peace and not sorrow, the door that brings favor and not toil, the door that no man, no devil, no system can shut. That's the kind of door God opens. You may not see the door right now, but that doesn't mean it's not there. Just because it's hidden doesn't mean it's not holy. Just because it's delayed doesn't mean it's denied. God is never late, but He's rarely early. He waits until the moment that brings Him the most glory and brings you the most growth. If you got it too early, pride would ruin it. If you got it too quickly, you wouldn't value it. If you stepped through the door before your character was ready, the blessing would crush you instead of lift you. So trust the process. Trust that God is not just preparing the door, He's preparing you for it. There's a reason the trial is financial, because nothing tests your faith like finances. Nothing exposes your fears like money, and nothing reveals your true trust like being in lack. But God isn't trying to hurt you. He's trying to show you something. He's trying to teach you how to depend not on a paycheck, not on a job, not on the government, not on people, but on Him and Him alone. There is a spiritual law written by the hand of God. Those who sow in faith shall reap in abundance. But you must understand, faith is not a feeling. It's a decision. Faith is not hoping things work out. It's knowing God is working even when you see nothing at all. Faith is walking through a closed hallway knowing the door will open at the end. Faith is praising God in the drought because you trust that rain is on the way. That's the kind of faith God honors. That's the kind of faith God rewards. So don't be discouraged when it looks like nothing is happening. Don't grow bitter when others are getting blessed while you're still waiting. God's delay is not His denial. God's silence is not His absence. God's holding back is not punishment, it's positioning. He's setting the stage for a breakthrough that will silence every voice that doubted you. He's about to raise you up in such a way that people will not be able to say it was your talent, your connections, or your hustle. They'll have to admit this was God and God alone. And when that door opens, walk through it boldly and don't apologize for it. Don't shrink back. Don't question it. Receive what God gives you with humility and with confidence. For what He opens, no man can shut. What He blesses, no curse can reverse. What He ordains, no enemy can overthrow. But I must warn you, when the door opens, don't forget God. Don't let success silence your worship. Don't let increase inflate your ego. The same God who brought you out is the same God who must be honored when you go in. Do not trade your dependence on God for dependence on money. Money is a tool, money is a servant, but God is your source. God is your keeper. God is your sustainer. Too many lose their fire once they receive the blessing. They prayed while they lacked, but grew cold when the abundance came. Don't be like that. Stay humble. Stay hungry. Stay faithful. For God doesn't just want to bless you once. He wants to walk with you in perpetual favor. But favor flows where honor dwells. Honor God with what He gives you. Be generous. Be wise. Be diligent. And never forget where it came from. You may be wondering, but how will it happen? I don't have the credentials. I don't have the capital. I don't have the connections. Let me tell you something. God doesn't need what you lack to bless you. God uses what you have. A little faith, a little oil, a little courage. That's all He needs. He specializes in starting with little because little in the hand of God becomes mighty. Don't compare your story to others. Their door is not your door. Their timeline is not your timeline. What God is doing for you is tailor-made. And when it comes, it will fit you so perfectly. You'll know it could have only come from above. You'll know it was divinely designed, spiritually crafted, and heaven sent. And don't underestimate what you've been through. Every hardship, every loss, every night you cried in silence, it all mattered. God is not wasteful. He collects every tear. He records every struggle, and He uses it to prepare you for what's coming. The pressure you felt is proof that something powerful is on the way. God presses before He pours. He prunes before He promotes. He breaks before He builds. And He hides before He reveals. So don't despise this season. It's only temporary. The storm will pass. The night will end. And when it does, God will open the door that no man saw coming. And it will make up for every closed door behind you. God will give you double for your trouble. God will repay what was stolen. God will redeem the time that was lost. And it will not be by your hand, but by His favor. And hear me now with a heart full of fire and a soul aligned with truth. Your current position is not your permanent condition. What you see today is not the fullness of what God has for you. Do not let your current lack convince you that God has forgotten you. That is a lie from the pit of despair. The very moment you began to cry out to God, the process began. Even when you felt alone, God was working. Even when the silence screamed louder than your prayers, God was moving in the unseen. God does not slumber. God does not sleep. God does not ignore. While you were pacing the floor at night, God was sending angels on assignment. While you were rationing your last meal, God was preparing a feast. While others were mocking your faith, God was laying the foundation for something they could never take credit for. You may feel behind, but God is about to accelerate your steps. You may feel overlooked, but God is about to spotlight your faithfulness. You may feel surrounded, but God is about to scatter every enemy that rose against your finances. Let your spirit rise with holy confidence, because God is not only aware of your need, He is orchestrating the solution with divine precision. There are ideas He's planting in your mind. There are connections He's weaving in the background. There are resources being released through channels you haven't even imagined yet. God does not need your resume, your bank history, or your popularity. He moves according to your faith. He responds to your dependence. He honors your trust. If you could see what God is arranging, you'd stop crying and start praising. If you could see the next season, you'd thank Him for the test. The wilderness was not a punishment. It was a place of preparation. The dry season wasn't a sign of abandonment. It was where God trained your eyes to look up, not around. He's been shifting your focus, not to what you don't have, but to who holds it all. Because when your eyes are fixed on God, no lack can shake you and no delay can break you. Some of you have been fasting. Some of you have been sowing. Some of you have been weeping in secret. But God is not unjust. God is the one who sees what is done in the hidden and rewards openly. You may have gone unnoticed by people, but you are front and center in the eyes of God. He has not misplaced your prayer. He has not overlooked your offering, and He has not ignored your trust. God is getting ready to open the kind of door that changes your family legacy, a door that shifts the direction of your bloodline, a door that breaks generational cycles of poverty, a door that lifts you out of survival mode and into a life of provision, peace, and purpose. But God had to get you to this point first, to this holy desperation, to this place where your only hope is Him. Because when you finally reach the place where God is all you have, you will discover that God is all you need. Don't allow the calendar to intimidate you. Don't let the deadlines cause panic. Don't let the whispers of defeat linger in your thoughts. God is not limited by time. He is not constrained by man-made systems. When He says, now no delay can stop it. And I believe that there are those listening who are on the edge of a supernatural shift. The door you've prayed for is closer than you think. But will you keep believing when the pressure increases? Will you keep praising even when the cupboards are bare? Will you trust God not just with your soul, but with your supply? Faith is not proven in the harvest. Faith is proven in the drought. It's in the silence where faith speaks the loudest. It's in the emptiness where faith sees the fullness of God. So do not curse the season you're in. It is birthing a deeper trust, a firmer foundation, and an unshakable spirit. God is molding you into someone who can steward the door once it opens. You don't want a door that crushes you. You want a door that elevates you. And God is making sure you're ready. So stop trying to manipulate the outcome. Stop forcing connections that God didn't approve. Stop running after crumbs when God has a banquet waiting. Walk with dignity. Live with integrity. Speak with confidence. Your source is not your job. Your provider is not your employer. Your trust is not in fluctuating markets. Your help comes from God, the maker of all things, the controller of every resource, the opener of every door. I declare to your spirit today, you are not forgotten. You are not forsaken. You are not invisible to the eyes of God. There is a divine appointment on your life, and when God says the time is now, the floodgates will open, And you will not be begging, you will be distributing. You will not be scraping by, you will be sowing into others. You will not just come out, you will come out with more than what you lost. God never brings you through lack without releasing abundance on the other side. And I say this with boldness. Your days of financial struggle are numbered. God is about to send the kind of provision that silences every doubt, every fear, and every critic. 6, the kind that makes you say, only God could have done this. The kind that removes shame. The kind that lifts burdens. The kind that allows you to bless others without calculating the cost. But remember this, God does not bless you just for you. He blesses you to be a blessing. He increases you so you can increase others. He elevates you so you can lift others. So prepare your heart not just to receive, but to pour out. Prepare not only to receive the door, but to walk through it with generosity, wisdom, and purpose. You will not be like those who forgot who lifted them. You will be a light, a vessel, a testimony, not of your greatness, but of God's faithfulness. And your story will cause others to believe. Your breakthrough will be the blueprint for someone else's hope. Your testimony will be fuel for someone else's faith. Because when God opens this door, it will be undeniable. Let me speak directly to the soul that feels exhausted, to the one who has prayed day and night, and yet the breakthrough feels like it's stuck behind an invisible wall. To the one who watches the calendar flip, the bills stack, the cupboards thin, and still wonders, where is the promise? I declare to you with unwavering conviction, God is not finished. Your waiting is not in vain. The silence is not a sign of abandonment. It is the stillness before the storm of blessings. It is the quiet before the gates of provision swing open in your favor. Do not let the weariness of your body deceive the strength of your spirit. God is measuring your endurance. He is watching how you handle the not yet, because how you respond to lack determines how well you will steward abundance. God is preparing your heart to handle what your hands are about to receive. If He gave it too soon, it would be a burden. But when it comes in God's perfect timing, it will not bring sorrow. It will bring peace, honor, and lasting joy. And hear this clearly. You were never meant to be a slave to money. You were created to walk in dominion, to live with dignity, and to move in purpose. Money is not your master. Fear is not your ruler. God alone is your provider. God alone is your source. And when you understand this, no temporary lack can make you panic, and no temporary success can make you arrogant, because you know that everything you have and everything you need flows from the eternal well of God's provision. Some of you are standing at the edge of a financial miracle, but your mind has been tormented by the fear of failure. Let me tell you with fire and truth, fear is a liar, but God is the truth. You do not need to have all the answers. You do not need to see the full map. All you need is faith in the one who holds the map, who controls the road, and who creates new paths where none existed. When God speaks, even the desert becomes a garden. Even the storm becomes a highway. Even the closed gate becomes an open passage. There is a power in your praise that pushes open doors no key can turn. There is a force in your faith that moves mountains no man can lift. And there is a miracle in your obedience that brings forth provision no economy can explain. God does not bless based on logic. He blesses based on obedience. And sometimes He will test you by asking you to give, even when it feels like you have nothing left. Not to take from you, but to show you that He is the one who fills your cup again and again. Let the doubters talk. Let the critics watch. Let those who don't understand your walk question your decisions. You are not living for their approval. You are walking by divine instruction. And the same people who mock your faith now will witness the overflow later. Not because of who you are, but because of who God is. He exalts the humble. He lifts the faithful. And He defends those who trust in Him. And He never lets those who rely on Him be put to shame. You may not have come from wealth. You may have known struggle your entire life, but let me declare something deep into your spirit. Where you come from does not determine where God is taking you. God can raise you from obscurity into influence. God can move you from scraping by to pouring into others. You are not limited by your history, your family, or your environment. You are defined by God's calling and sustained by God's provision. There is a shift coming. You may not feel it yet, but it's already begun. It starts in the spirit before it manifests in the natural. God is rearranging things. He is aligning connections. He is preparing the environment to receive your blessing. You don't have to knock down doors. God is unlocking them. You don't have to strive and chase. God is causing what's meant for you to find you. All you need to do is stay faithful, stay obedient, and keep your spirit ready. Because when that moment comes, it won't be small. It won't be partial. It won't be just enough. It will be pressed down, shaken together, and running over. It will come in a way that silences every doubt, erases every worry, and redefines your entire future. God's blessing is not just a deposit. It is a transformation. It does not just change your finances. It changes your mind, your heart, your habits, your outlook, your identity. So build your house on the rock of trust, not on the sand of temporary success. Because when God opens that financial door, you need to be ready to manage it with wisdom. Too many have received, but not many have maintained. God is preparing you not just for a blessing, but for stewardship, for multiplication, and for legacy. This door God is about to open is not just for you. It's for your children, your children's children, and for those you will impact. This is generational. This is sacred. And this is why the pressure has been so intense, because the promise is so great. The enemy wouldn't be attacking you so violently if you weren't carrying something valuable, but he cannot stop what God has ordained. He cannot close what God has commanded open. And he cannot curse what God has chosen to bless. Let your ears be open and your spirit alert, because what I say next is not ordinary speech. It is a call to rise in faith and awaken your understanding. God is not bound by economy, by status, or by the limits man has placed around you. God is beyond interest rates and inflation. God is above credit scores and job titles. And when He chooses to bless you, He does not consult your qualifications. He responds to your submission, your sincerity, your faith. So stop measuring your future by your current bank balance. Stop limiting your expectations to what you see in the natural. Lift your eyes higher. God is your portion, and His provision is not dependent on your position. It's time to walk in financial faith with the kind of trust that doesn't tremble at empty accounts. The kind of faith that doesn't flinch when bills pile up. You may not see the resources in your hand right now, but you carry the seed of promise in your spirit. And God never places a burden without preparing the breakthrough. That struggle in your finances, it's not just a test. It's a stretching. It's developing endurance in your soul. It's sharpening your discernment so you won't waste what's coming. Because when God opens the door, it won't be for temporary relief. It will be for lasting impact. Some of you have tried every human avenue. You've applied, you've called, you've knocked, and still the answer was no. But what if God let those doors remain closed because they were not the ones meant for you? Not every opportunity is a blessing. Not every open door is divine. Some things look good but carry hidden traps. God in His mercy has kept you from lesser things so He can bring you into greater things. And when He opens the right door, you won't have to force it. You won't have to beg for it. You won't have to compromise your integrity to walk through it. It will open by the power of His will, and you will know this was God. There is a realm of financial breakthrough that is accessed not through manipulation or schemes, but through spiritual alignment. You must learn to speak the language of faith. God responds to those who speak His word back to Him, not with doubt, not with complaining, not with bitterness, but with confidence in His power. Begin declaring over your situation, God is my provider. God is my sustainer. God is my opener of doors, and nothing that belongs to me will be withheld. Speak life into your finances. Speak hope into your future. Let your voice agree with what God has already ordained. And be careful. Do not allow comparison to steal your contentment. You see others prospering. You see them living in abundance while you stretch every penny. But hear this, comparison is the thief of peace. Jealousy will poison the field before the harvest ever comes. What God has set aside for you belongs to you alone. It will never be handed to another. Envy has no power to delay it. Learn to celebrate the victories of others, for in doing so you welcome the same favor to rest upon your own life. Rejoice when your brother is lifted high. Give praise when your sister shares her testimony, because your moment is on its way. And when it arrives, it will prove worth every second you endured. But don't spend the waiting in idleness. Prepare yourself. Take your position. Keep planting seeds. God blesses what is active and alive. Be faithful with the little that's in your hands. Whether it's a job that just manages to pay the bills or a business still finding its footing, serve with excellence. Guard it with diligence. For how you treat the small things will shape how you carry the greater ones. God observes your faithfulness in the quiet places before entrusting you with the stage. The world shouts a dangerous lie that wealth must be pursued at any cost. But this is not the path of those who walk with Him. You don't run after money. You draw provision by running after God. When you prioritize righteousness, when you live with integrity, when you give generously, when you serve faithfully, blessings will find you. You won't have to run from pillar to post trying to survive. You will walk in divine rhythm, and what is meant for you will meet you at the appointed time. And don't miss this. Sometimes God will allow lack not to punish but to protect. There are seasons when He withholds to preserve you. If He had given you the wealth before your character was ready, it would have ruined you. If He had opened the door before your humility was rooted, pride would have crept in and corrupted the blessing. But now, after the refining, after the tears, after the long nights, you are becoming someone who can be trusted with much. God does not waste pain. He transforms it into preparation. And what He's preparing you for is greater than you can imagine. Be mindful of how you handle delay. Delay is not rejection. It is construction. In the delay, God is building something inside of you. Perseverance, discipline, a deeper reliance on His voice. You are being built to last. So don't despise the process. Embrace it. Walk through it. Learn from it. Because when the door opens, the blessing will require maturity to manage.
Now listen, God does not just want to bless you, He wants to free you. True financial freedom is not about luxury. It's about not being controlled by fear or bound by debt. It's about having peace, not panic. It's about giving without guilt and living without constant worry. That is what God desires for you. And that freedom comes when you let go of anxiety and hold on to trust. It comes when you recognize that wealth is not the goal. Obedience is. And through obedience, provision flows. There is a sound in the heavens, a sound that is stirring, moving, shifting. It is the sound of God preparing a release. Not a trickle, not a drop, but a divine release, so profound, so precise that it will redeem years of struggle in a single moment. And you must be ready, because God is not simply giving you money, though He is establishing something eternal in your life, a shift in your understanding, a reset in your priorities, a cleansing of your motives. He is not just opening the door to finances. He is opening your eyes to purpose. Understand this clearly. Not all increase is from God. There is increase that comes with chaos, anxiety, and bondage. But when God blesses you, it comes with calm, with clarity, with conviction. It comes with protection. It comes with order. It does not destroy your peace. It multiplies your strength. If the pursuit of money is stealing your worship, if it's robbing your rest, then it is not aligned with God's way. But if your pursuit is rooted in obedience, in trust, in surrender to God's timing and will, then what is coming will not only sustain you, it will elevate you into greater service, deeper impact, and true freedom. There are seasons where God withholds to realign, where He interrupts your pattern to correct your direction. If you've ever experienced a door slamming shut just when you were about to step through, don't be discouraged. That was God's mercy, not punishment. He closed it because He knew what was on the other side wasn't yours. He closed it because He had something better. Better doesn't always mean bigger. It means blessed, and blessed is what you want, not just more. Because more without God leads to emptiness, but a little with God becomes abundance. You must begin to see your financial life as a field, not a vault. It is not meant to be hoarded. It is meant to be cultivated, sown into, cared for, watered by faith, harvested with wisdom. If you treat your finances as a field entrusted by God, then you will not be afraid to plant even when conditions look unfavorable. Because you know the rain does not come from the sky alone. It is commanded by God. The soil does not yield fruit by accident. It responds to obedience. The harvest is not determined by effort alone. It is released through divine timing. And I speak now to the spirit that has grown weary in the wait. You have done all you know to do. You've tithed, you've saved, you've sacrificed. And yet, the breakthrough has not come. Let me speak a deeper word to your heart. Sometimes the delay is not about your faith, it's about your future. God is not testing your belief. He is building your capacity. He's not punishing your obedience. He's preparing this stage for something more meaningful than wealth, influence, transformation, stability. Because what God desires for you is not just a moment of blessing. It's a lifestyle of alignment. Do not seek to be rich. Seek to be right with God. Seek to walk in such a way that your heart is never moved by the numbers in your account, but only by the whisper of God's instruction. Let your spirit become so anchored in truth that no offer, no deal, no opportunity can ever pull you away from God's voice. Because the real wealth is not in what you possess. It's in who you've become through the process.
There are some doors that look like breakthroughs but are actually bait. You must be discerning. Not every opportunity is appointed by God. The enemy knows how to mimic what looks like success. That's why your prayer must not only be God open the door, but also God close the ones that are not from you. Block the counterfeits. Seal shut every path that leads to regret. Because when God is the one who opens, the door leads to life. And when He is the one who guides, you can walk boldly without fear. Let me tell you something that may shake you. You don't need more money to be faithful. You don't need more to be generous. You don't need abundance to be grateful, because gratitude is not birthed in having everything. It is birthed in recognizing that everything you do have is a gift from God. And when you live like that, when you live with open hands and a thankful heart, you begin to attract the kind of favor that no financial system can explain. God blesses those who live in gratitude and give with joy. God doesn't need numbers to multiply. He only needs willingness. If He can feed the birds who don't work and dress the flowers that don't sue, will He not take care of you? The one who cries out to Him in secret? Yes, He will. He already is. Provision doesn't begin when the bank fills. It begins the moment you trust, the moment you rest, the moment you let go of trying to be your own source and allow God to be God. And when He moves, when He opens the right door, everything will change in an instant. What was closed for years will be unlocked in a moment. What was unreachable will be delivered. What you were chasing will begin to chase you. But it won't come so that you can boast. It won't come to inflate your ego. It will come to remind you that God never forgets. God never sleeps. God never ignores faith. Let this season become the altar where you lay down your worry and pick up worship, where you stop explaining your faith to those who mock and begin living in quiet confidence that what God promised He will fulfill. You may not know how, but you know who, and the who is always greater than the how. God is greater than the system, greater than your circumstances, greater than your fears, and greater than any door that was once closed. So now is the time to build before the breakthrough. Prepare like the answer is already on the way. Organize your life, plan your steps, write the vision, clear the clutter, make room, not just in your home, but in your heart. Because God does not send rain where there are no seeds in the ground. God does not open doors where there is no faith to walk through them. And God does not release wealth into hands that are clenched in fear. He blesses those whose hands are open to give, to receive, and to worship. Let the world chase after fleeting riches. Let them hustle in panic and store up in fear. But you stand firm in your trust. Your stability is not in the bank. It is in God. Your legacy is not built on gold. It is built on faith. Your door is not carved by human hands. It is opened by divine command. And when it swings open, because it will, you will walk through it not with pride, but with praise, not with arrogance, but with awe, because you will know beyond every shadow of doubt. It was not your effort that did it. It was not your talent. It was not your intellect. It was God. God alone, the one who sees, the one who knows, the one who opens the door. So you don't have to worry. And now let me tell you something the world won't say to you, something that goes against the logic of man, but stands tall in the wisdom of God. True provision does not come from hustle. It comes from alignment. You can grind every day and still feel empty. You can have all the coins in your pocket and yet be spiritually bankrupt. But when you are aligned with God, when your steps are ordered, when your motives are purified, you begin to experience a kind of success that no paycheck can ever provide. That is the success of the soul. That is the wealth that does not wither. That is the blessing that overflows from the unseen into the visible. People will ask, how did it happen? How did you get from not enough to more than enough? And you will not be able to explain it by charts or formulas. You'll simply say, it was God. Because when God does it, the fingerprints are too divine to be explained away by coincidence. It will not be strategy that delivered you. It will be surrender. Not your schemes, but your submission, not your plans, but your patience. Because when God opens the door to your finances, it won't be ordinary. It will carry the unmistakable mark of heaven. You must understand, God doesn't open doors just to fill your account. He opens them to fulfill His purpose. When He lifts you, it's not just for your comfort. It's for His glory. So you must ask yourself today, am I ready to carry the weight of blessing with the strength of integrity? Because blessing without character is a curse in disguise. God is not raising up people who are just rich. He is raising up people who are righteous, people who won't bow to the idols of greed, people who won't trade their calling for cash, people who won't sell their soul for worldly applause. So don't rush the process. Let God finish what He started in you. Let Him finish humbling you, refining you, teaching you. Let Him finish breaking off the false dependencies so that when the blessing comes, you'll know where it came from. You'll know it wasn't the bank, the boss, or the market. It was the breath of God blowing open what no man could touch. And hear me now with clarity and conviction. There is no force strong enough to stop what God has willed for your life. Not poverty, not delay, not rejection, not betrayal. When God speaks a word over your destiny, it cannot return void. It travels like lightning, unstoppable and unshakable. And what He has promised, He will deliver. Not because of who you are, but because of who He is. God is faithful. God is just. God is generous beyond measure. And if He said He will open the door, then even if the hinges have rusted and the lock has been sealed for years, that door will move. But now, let's go deeper. What if the financial door you're waiting on isn't meant to just bless your life, but to break a chain in your lineage? What if the provision that's coming isn't just for your comfort, but to cancel curses that have tormented your bloodline for generations? What if God is getting ready to shift everything through you? Don't think small. Don't limit God to a payday. He's not just your provider. He's your liberator. He's setting you up to become the first, the foundation, the one who changed the story for your entire household. That's why it's taken time. That's why the pressure has been intense. You thought you were just praying for a breakthrough, but God was crafting a testimony. You thought you were just asking for help, but God was building a legacy. You thought you were crying alone, but God was collecting every tear and watering the soil of your destiny with them. And now the harvest is close. The wind is shifting. The door is creaking open. But when it opens, walk through it with reverence. Walk through it with awareness that this is not just a financial moment. It's a divine assignment. It's a new season where you become a steward of blessings, a distributor of hope, a vessel of generosity. Don't cling to it. Flow with it. Don't worship it. Use it to worship. Because money is a tool, not a treasure. God is the treasure. And when you keep Him at the center, every blessing will flow in its rightful order. Now let this truth echo through your bones. You are not destined for lack. You are not sentenced to struggle. You are not forgotten in the corner of scarcity. You are marked by God. And when God marks you, no thief can steal what belongs to you. No enemy can delay what's been appointed. No door can stay closed that He has commanded open. So rise not with anxiety, but with assurance. Rise not with fear, but with fire, because God is about to honor your faith with fulfillment. You are walking into a season where what was empty will overflow. What was stagnant will accelerate. What was barren will bear fruit, and it won't be by accident. It will be the manifestation of every hidden prayer, every quiet seed, every unnoticed act of obedience. Because God does not forget. God does not overlook. God does not mock the faith of those who put their full weight on His word. So prepare yourself. Clean the house of your mind. Sweep out doubt. Open the windows of expectation. Set the table of faith, because God is coming to dine with you in the form of breakthrough. The knock you've been waiting for is about to come. And when you answer, you will find not a visitor, but victory. Not just relief, but restoration. Not just provision, but peace. The kind of peace that settles deep and silences every fear. Stand tall. Walk forward. Stay faithful. Because the door to your finances will open, not by your striving, but by God's timing. And when it does, you will not be overwhelmed. You will be overjoyed. Not surprised, but deeply aware that this is what you were born for. You were not created to worry. You were created to witness. And you will witness the power of God make a way where there was none. This is the promise. This is the future awaiting you. So release the worry. God Himself will make the way. Rest your heart in complete confidence. Let every anxious thought crumble, every fear be stilled, every doubt fade away. For the very God who stretched out the heavens and formed the earth is the same God watching over your life. The same God who draws streams in barren lands, who shines light into the shadows, who raises the lowly from the ground. That same God is unlocking provision over your finances, not only to supply what you lack, but to reveal His glory in you, not only to lift you, but to make you a beacon for others. You have not been abandoned. You have not been overlooked. You are being shaped for something greater than your mind can hold. And when the door swings wide, as it surely will, you will step forward with strength, with gratitude, with faith that cannot be shaken. You will enter not as one begging, but as one believing, not weighed down by shame, but filled with purpose. Not in fear, but in praise, because it was always God. God who preserved you, God who carried you, God who now pours out blessing over you. So lift your gaze, strengthen your heart, keep standing firm, keep sowing seeds, keep trusting fully. The way is opening before you, and when it happens, you will know without question, it was God, God alone. My dear one, lean in, because these words are not only for your ears, but for your heart, your spirit, and the deepest part of your soul. There will be seasons in your life when God is opening your eyes, not to harm you, not to make you resentful, but to awaken you. To awaken you from the lies of false connections, from the mirage of loyalty, from the bondage of emotional dependency on people who do not value you or honor the divine presence in your life. Because not every smile is genuine.
Not every embrace is pure, and not every companion is faithful. There are those around you who truly do not care, and God longs for you to see them as they are before they corrupt the innocence of your spirit. God never intended for you to walk blind to reality. He has called you to walk in His light. Yet some of you are walking with people who drag you into darkness, who drain you, who exploit you, who appear only when it benefits them. And you, beloved listener, continue to defend their behavior. Keep hoping they will change. Keep convincing yourself that they love you. But the truth is, they don't care about you, and you know it deep down. God has whispered it to your heart in those lonely moments, in those late-night tears, in those betrayals that cut you like a blade, but still you stay. Now hear this with conviction. When someone doesn't care about you, God will allow their actions to speak louder than their words. God will remove their mask. You don't need to chase people who walk away. You don't need to beg for attention, for respect, for love. Because the God who formed you in the womb did not design you to be a doormat. God called you to be strong, to be dignified, to be free from the chains of false relationships. The first sign of someone who doesn't care about you is indifference. They're not moved by your pain. You can be breaking inside and they'll scroll past your tears like they're watching a show. They don't ask how you are. They don't check in unless they want something. And when you try to share your heart, they roll their eyes. They change the subject. They make you feel like a burden. That's not love. That's not loyalty. That's not the will of God for your life. The second behavior is disrespect. People who don't care about you will mock your beliefs. They'll downplay your victories. They'll highlight your flaws. They will treat you like you're replaceable, disposable, insignificant. And God did not put His breath in your body so you could live at the mercy of human approval. You are precious in the eyes of God. And when someone disrespects what God has created, they are not just offending you. They are dishonoring the Creator Himself. The third trait is disloyalty. They talk behind your back. They smile in your face, but they poison your name when you're not in the room. God sees that. God hears what they say in secret. And let me tell you, no weapon formed against a child of God shall prosper. But you must stop giving your loyalty to those who would betray you for the smallest gain. When God exposes disloyalty, He's not being cruel. He's protecting you from destruction. The fourth is manipulation. People who don't care about you will twist your emotions. They'll gaslight you into thinking you're the problem. They'll guilt trip you into silence. They'll use your kindness as a weapon against you. And before you know it, you're shrinking. You're walking on eggshells. You're afraid to speak your truth. But God does not dwell in fear. God dwells in truth. And where God is, there is peace, not confusion, not anxiety, not emotional torment. The fifth sign is inconsistency. They're hot and cold, in and out, here today and gone tomorrow. They give you just enough to keep you hoping, but never enough to make you feel secure. That's not love. That's control. And God does not bless confusion. When someone truly cares, their presence is consistent. Their words align with their actions, and they show up not only in your sunshine, but in your storms. The sixth behavior is selfishness. Every conversation is about them. Every situation must revolve around their wants, their needs, their plan. And you are just an accessory to their ego. But hear me now. God did not create you to orbit around anyone else's world. God made you in His image. That means you have value, purpose, and a voice that deserves to be heard. Do not stay where your presence is tolerated, but your absence is celebrated. The seventh is envy. People who don't care about you secretly hate to see you bless. They smile when you struggle, and they stay silent when you succeed. And God will show you their hearts through their reactions, through their silence, through their subtle jabs. Don't ignore it. When someone cannot celebrate what God is doing in your life, it's because they never wanted you to rise. And anyone who is threatened by your elevation cannot walk with you into your destiny. The eighth and final sign is neglect. They don't pray for you. They don't defend you. They don't invest in your growth. They vanish when life gets hard. And God says, enough. Enough of begging. Enough of chasing. Enough of tying your worth to people who wouldn't even lift a finger for you. When someone consistently neglects your heart, your soul, your value, they have forfeited the right to walk with you. You've cried enough tears for people who never shed one for you. You've lost sleep over people who rest easy after breaking your heart. You've given your best to people who only gave you crumbs. But God is saying it ends now. This is the season where you reclaim your dignity, where you let go of what is not aligned with your purpose, where you stop asking for love from people who don't even love themselves. And hear me, when you release what doesn't care about you, God will make room for what does. God will send people who honor your presence, who cover you in prayer, who lift you up instead of tearing you down. You don't need a crowd. You just need the ones who are sent by God. And you will know them not by their words, but by their fruit. Because when someone is sent by God, they reflect God's love, God's patience, God's truth, and God's peace. You've been fighting battles you were never meant to fight, all because you're trying to hold on to people God told you to let go of. You're exhausted not because of your calling, but because of your attachments. You are tired because you are dragging dead weight. People who have no intention of growing, of loving, of being accountable. Let it go. Let them go. If someone can walk away, let them walk. Because if they were truly assigned by God, they could not leave. God is not a God of confusion. God does not send people into your life to break you, to belittle you, to ignore you. When people show you who they are, believe them. When their actions scream louder than their apologies, believe what you see. Stop romanticizing their potential. Stop waiting for them to become who you need. They are showing you now. And God is saying, watch. Watch who never claps for you. Watch who disappears when you struggle. Watch who only loves you when it's easy. You cannot fulfill your purpose while being tied to poison. You cannot carry the oil of God while surrounded by those who secretly resent your anointing. You cannot rise while you're tethered to those who pull you down. And that's why this word is urgent, because someone listening right now is wasting their life trying to make people care who simply don't. And God is calling you out of that prison. God is calling you to freedom, to truth, to healing. You are not weak for walking away. You are not mean for setting boundaries. You are not selfish for protecting your peace. That's wisdom. That's obedience. That's walking in the Spirit. And when you do that, God begins to move. God begins to heal the wounds they left. God begins to open doors no man can shut. Because the moment you stop crying over who left, you make room for who's coming. You are not alone. God is with you. Even when people abandon you, God remains. Even when the crowd turns their back, God turns His face towards you. Even when you feel unloved, God surrounds you with mercy. You are not forgotten, you are not invisible, you are not too broken to be restored, but you must stop feeding the weeds and start watering the flowers God has planted. There is power in walking away from what wounds you. There is strength in releasing who does not value you. There is peace in knowing that God sees, God knows, and God will reward. So don't waste another day trying to win the approval of the wrong people. Don't sacrifice your joy for the sake of keeping people comfortable. God didn't call you to be liked. God called you to be set apart. And when you choose obedience over people-pleasing, when you walk in the truth no matter how lonely it feels, when you stand firm even when others walk away, that's when God shows up. That's when God fights for you. That's when God vindicates you. Because no eye has seen, no ear has heard, and no mind has imagined what God has prepared for those who trust Him over man. My dear soul, hear this with spiritual clarity. When you finally open your eyes to the behaviors of those who do not care about you, you are not stepping into bitterness. You are stepping into wisdom. God is not calling you to harden your heart, but to guard it. God is not asking you to stop loving people, but to stop giving your love to those who trample it. There is a holy difference. There is a sacred balance. And those who walk closely with God must learn to discern not just what is good, but what is aligned with God's will. Some of you are being drained not because of your responsibilities, but because of your relationships. And let me speak this into your spirit. Any connection that costs you your peace, your clarity, your faith is too expensive. You cannot afford to walk with those who strip you of your inner strength, who make you second-guess your worth, who silence the voice God placed within you. God has already declared you worthy, chosen, loved, and set apart. When others treat you like an option, God is reminding you that you are not just someone, and they are mistreating what God has ordained. You must understand this. Not everyone who walks with you is walking for you. Some walk beside you only for excess. Some walk with you only for the benefits of your kindness. And when the benefits stop, so does their loyalty. And when their true face is revealed, you cry not because of what they did, but because of what you believed about them. But even in that, God is merciful. God allows disappointments to become divine redirection. What feels like betrayal is often just God's hand removing you from danger you could not see. Let me speak a deeper truth to you now. When you are walking in obedience to God, you will lose people. Not because you are unkind, but because your spirit irritates those who are comfortable in their dysfunction. Your growth exposes their complacency. Your peace threatens their chaos, and your light makes them confront their own shadows. And so they retreat, they attack, they belittle. But do not be shaken. For every person who walks away, God is drawing you closer to purpose. God never designed you to chase those who walk away. When people leave, let them. The same God who watches the sparrow fly is watching you mourn what He already removed. Stop picking up what God has told you to release. Stop planting seeds in soil that is proven barren. God is not just the giver of good things. He is also the remover of harmful things. When someone exits your life, do not only ask why, ask what God is making room for. Every ending carries the seed of a greater beginning. There is a powerful deception the enemy uses. He convinces you to lower your standards in the name of love. He tells you to tolerate neglect, to excuse disrespect, to absorb constant pain, all in the name of keeping the peace. But peace without dignity is not peace. It is imprisonment. God is not the author of such confusion. God calls you to love. Yes, but never at the expense of your own soul. You are called to compassion, not to self-destruction. You are called to patience, not to passive suffering. And let me say this boldly, your kindness is not a weakness. Your loyalty is not a flaw. But giving it to the wrong people turns your strength into sorrow. That's why God urges you to walk with wisdom. Love must be intentional. Mercy must be guided. Forgiveness does not mean allowing someone to keep access to the sacred parts of you while they continue to defile them. God wants you healed, not just hospitable. You can love from a distance. You can release and still wish them well. That is strength. That is obedience. Some of you are clinging to relationships that God is actively trying to end. You cry out for peace, yet hold on to chaos. You ask God for clarity, but keep inviting confusion to your table. Let me speak into your life. Not everyone deserves a seat in your sacred space. Your heart is not a revolving door. Your presence is not common. And God is calling you to protect what He has placed within you. That means some invitations will need to be revoked. Some access must be denied. And I know it hurts. It hurts to outgrow people you once called family. It hurts to release those you prayed for, fought for, sacrificed for. But remember this, the same God who allowed them in for a season is the same God removing them for your protection. God sees what you cannot. God hears the words you don't. And God knows the weight of unseen betrayal. So when God closes the door, don't force it back open. Let Him be your guide, your filter, your protector. You are not being abandoned. You are being aligned. You are not being punished. You are being preserved. God is not taking from you. He is making space for what is worthy of your purpose. You cannot carry dead relationships into divine places. You cannot drag yesterday's poison into tomorrow's blessing. The price is too high and the calling on your life is too great. Let them go. Let God do what only God can do. Heal you, elevate you, and surround you with people who reflect His love. Now, hear me with unwavering certainty. God never intended for you to walk alone. But before He sends the right people, He must first remove the wrong ones. Before He pours fresh oil, He must first clean the vessel. Before He surrounds you with those who pour into you, He must first show you who only came to drain. You have to go through the pruning. You have to walk through the fire, but it is not to destroy you, it is to refine you. There is a new season on the horizon. A season where you no longer cry over who doesn't care. A season where you rise with clarity, walk with purpose, and speak with boldness. A season where you no longer question your worth based on the treatment of others because you know who you are not through their words, but through God's truth. You are chosen, you are called, you are protected, you are enough, you are not what they said. You are what God declared. So I speak this into your soul from this day forward. No more tolerating what wounds you. No more calling dysfunction loyalty. No more seeking validation from the blind. You are free. You are whole. You are walking into a season where God will surround you with those who see your worth, value your presence, and reflect His peace. And you will know them not by their charm, but by the peace of God that follows them. Keep walking in truth, even if it means walking alone for a while. Keep choosing peace over popularity. Keep trusting God even when you don't understand the why. Because the same God who allowed you to see their true colors is the same God who is painting your future with promises. Let the pain of the past become the strength of your spirit. Let the rejection become redirection. Let the heartbreak become healing. For what lies ahead is greater than what lies behind. You are not too late. You are not forgotten. God is just preparing the foundation for something greater. And all those who walked away, they were never the builders. They were only passing shadows. But God is the architect. And when He builds your future, it will not be shaken. When He establishes your peace, it will not be disturbed. And when He brings people into your life, you won't have to question their love. Because real love, God-sent love, will not confuse you. It will cover you. It will strengthen you. It will glorify the God who brought it into your life. There is a moment in every soul's journey when the fog must clear, when the veil must lift, when the heart must stop lying to itself. And in that sacred moment, God demands honesty, not just with the world, but within. Because you cannot walk in divine truth while clinging to human deception. You cannot claim to be seeking God's will while holding tightly to what God has already exposed as a hindrance. And hear me now, this message is not for the faint-hearted. It is for those who are ready to stop entertaining what is draining, to stop making space for what is sent to distract, and to stop calling what is dysfunctional normal. So many stay trapped because fear keeps them from facing the truth that not everyone is destined to walk with you into the places God is calling you. And that battle is one you must win, not before your critics, but deep within the chambers of your own soul. God will not force you into peace while you keep entertaining disorder. He will not usher you into the next chapter while your heart still clings to what belongs to the old one. This is an invitation to grow, to break destructive cycles, to gain clear vision, and to stop giving access to people who dishonor the sacred doors of your soul. When someone doesn't value you, their spirit reveals it long before their words do. Yet too often we wait for a confession when God has already laid the evidence before us. You are not blind. You are simply hesitant to accept what your eyes already see. But denial comes at a heavy price. It will chain you to past wounds. It will make you worship potential instead of embracing reality. And God does not dwell in illusions. God is truth. And when truth arrives, every lie is forced to bow. Do not confuse history with destiny. Just because they've always been around doesn't mean they are meant to stay. God doesn't preserve relationships based on length of time. God preserves based on alignment. And when a person's spirit no longer aligns with where God is taking you, separation becomes holy. Releasing becomes obedience. Letting go becomes praise. And in your release, you are telling God, I trust you more than I trust my own desires. We must understand that the walk with God is a walk of constant shedding. Shedding illusions, shedding attachments, shedding false peace. Because the more you walk in truth, the more uncomfortable you become with anything that disrupts the stillness God places in your soul. And people who don't care about you, they always disrupt that stillness with their indifference, their disrespect, their inconsistency. They carry a spirit of instability. And God is not the author of instability. Let me say this with unshakable clarity. Being kind does not mean being silent in the face of dishonor. Being faithful to God does not mean tolerating dishonesty. You can forgive and still walk away. You can wish them well and still choose peace. That's not cruelty. That's clarity. And clarity is the gift God gives when you stop negotiating with your worth. Clarity is the power to see people not through the eyes of pain or hope or nostalgia, but through the eyes of truth. And when God gives you that sight, everything changes. This is your divine wake-up call. Some of you have been making excuses for behaviors that God has been trying to remove. You've been praying for peace, but entertaining people who thrive in dysfunction. You've been asking for clarity while drowning in mixed signals and broken boundaries. And God is saying enough. Enough of playing small to keep others comfortable. Enough of compromising your purpose for company. Enough of settling for presence without investment. You must understand, God will never ask you to keep watering what He is trying to uproot. And sometimes the greatest act of faith is walking away from what you once prayed for because God showed you it was never truly meant for you. You are not failing by letting go. You are not weak for choosing solitude over chaos. You are being prepared. You are being set apart. You are being preserved for what God has ahead. Do not mourn the loss of what God never endorsed. Some people were blessings, others were lessons, but both were part of the plan. And when you truly walk with God, you begin to realize that no one leaves your life without purpose. Some exits are protection. Some departures are preparation. Some losses are launches. And you will never step into what is next until you stop clinging to what's already expired. And don't mistake God's silence as His absence. Just because He hasn't revealed what's next doesn't mean He isn't working. God is often quiet when He is building. God is often silent when He is shifting. And while you cry over who left, God is preparing who's coming. But you must pass the test of release, the test of trust, the test of walking away without needing closure from the person because you already got confirmation from God. Let me speak to the pain in your chest, the ache in your spirit. It's not the end. It's the breaking before the blessing. It's the cutting before the cultivation. And though it hurts now, what's coming will make sense later. God never removes without replacing, but He doesn't just replace people, He replaces the broken version of you that thought you needed them. And when the healing begins, you'll look back and thank God for every closed door, every betrayal, every exit, because it was in the loss that you found your true self again. People who don't care about you cannot help you grow. They stunt your vision. They drain your fire. They mute your prayers. And their assignment was never to build you, but to test you. And once the test is passed, the season ends. And if you hold on beyond the season, the blessing turns into bondage. You don't need another round of the same heartbreak to believe what God has already shown you. Walk away now so you don't have to crawl out later. God is holy, God is wise, God is just, and He doesn't want His beloved walking around wounded, confused, empty, and begging. You are not a beggar. You are not forgotten. You are not someone who must earn scraps of love. You are already loved by the eternal, already chosen, already seen, already enough. Stop giving the power of God's affirmation to people who can barely affirm themselves. You're not too much. You're not too sensitive. You're not too intense. You are exactly who you are meant to be. And the people who are meant to walk with you, they won't fear your light. They will reflect it. They will honor Him. And they will point you back to the God who placed it in you. You won't have to chase, beg, or explain yourself. Real love, God-ordained love, will recognize the divine within you. This is a sacred turning point. This is the moment you stop trying to fix what was never yours to fix. This is the hour you stop carrying guilt for seeing the truth. And this is the season you return to yourself. Not the broken, fearful, approval-seeking self, but the powerful, God-centered, healed self that knows when to walk away with grace and stand tall in peace. God is not finished with you. This is not your defeat. It's your reset. This is not your failure. It's your preparation. The shaking you feel is the old foundation crumbling. And when God is finished, you will stand on ground so steady, you will wonder why you ever tried to build on the sand of people's opinions. And now, beloved soul, let your spirit rise from the place where it was once trampled. Let your mind ascend from the confusion that once held it hostage. Let your heart be revived by the eternal truth that if God has removed it, you never needed it. What you thought was love was a lesson. What you thought was your future was only a temporary chapter. And now God in divine mercy and unmatched wisdom is calling you to graduate from the pain, not dwell in it. The classroom of betrayal is not your home. The pit of disappointment is not your destiny. You have lingered long enough in the land of sorrow. Now is the time to step into the land of discernment. When someone shows you that your tears don't move them, your voice doesn't matter to them, and your loyalty is met with silence, do not argue with that reality. Accept it. Let God's revelation replace your fantasy. Because the longer you entertain what doesn't serve your spirit, the more you delay what God is preparing for you. Some of you are praying for a harvest, but your hands are full of thorns. God cannot place something sacred into hands that won't let go of what is damaging. You were not created to carry everyone. You were not designed to be the emotional dumpster for people who only show up to dump their pain and disappear when you need a word of hope. There is nothing righteous about overextending yourself to people who never plan to pour back. The energy you give, the prayers you offer, the love you extend, it is not cheap. It is sacred because it flows from the breath that God placed in you. And anything that flows from God must be handled with care. You are not wrong for expecting reciprocity. You are not arrogant for recognizing your value. You are simply walking in awareness. Awareness that your time, your peace, your spirit all belong to God first. And when people mishandle what belongs to God, you must take your hands off the wheel and let God drive the separation. Stop fighting what He is trying to finalize. Stop defending those He is exposing. Stop fixing what He's breaking apart for your salvation. Because not all endings are losses. Some are divine rescues. And every time God removes someone who doesn't care about you, He is clearing space for peace to enter, for clarity to reign, and for strength to rise again. Hear me now. The silence of some people is not just neglect, it is a message. The delay in their response, the absence of their presence, the disinterest in your growth that is not oversight, that is intentional, and your spirit knows it. You feel the imbalance. You sense the one-sidedness. And yet you convince yourself to give it one more try, one more chance, one more day. But that day turns into month, and those months turn into years. And all the while, God has been standing beside you, waiting for you to believe what He's been showing you. God is not emotional confusion. God is not the spirit of guilt. God does not want you enslaved to emotional turmoil masked as friendship. God is truth, and truth liberates. Truth doesn't keep you guessing. Truth doesn't leave you wondering if you matter. When people are sent by God, they reflect the peace of God. They speak life, not drain it. They give joy, not grief. They sharpen your soul, not strip it of its strength. You must understand that the most dangerous people in your life are not always the loudest enemies. They are the silent betrayers, the ones who don't fight you, but also never fight for you, the ones who never slander you, but also never speak up in your defense, the ones who are close enough to know your heart, yet distant enough to watch it break and say nothing. And if you are not careful, you will start believing that this lukewarm loyalty is love. But God's love is not lukewarm. God's love does not leave you anxious. God's love brings peace even in storms. So, child of God, rise from the table where love is no longer served. Stand up from the conversations where your soul has been silenced. Step away from the connections that only take and never give. And when you do, you will feel the breath of God fill your lungs again. You will feel strength return to your bones. You will feel the chains of guilt, shame, and confusion begin to shatter. And what's left will be something holy, something pure, something rooted in truth, not fear. Let me tell you something sacred. When you release what doesn't care for you, God releases what does, but the replacement never comes before the release. There must be a death before resurrection. There must be a closing before the opening. And though it may sting to walk away from what's familiar, it is better to walk with God in uncertainty than to stay with people who make you question your worth. And hear this clearly. God never called you to be anyone's emotional crutch, punching bag, or backup plan. You are not someone's afterthought. You are not a placeholder. You are not a seasonal comfort. You are divinely formed, uniquely chosen, eternally loved. And anyone who fails to see that is simply not aligned with your assignment. Their inability to value you does not reflect your value. It reveals their blindness. So stop mourning over the ones who didn't see you. Stop losing sleep over those who had access to your soul and did nothing but damage it. And stop handing your future to those who were never even grateful for your presence. Let God be your compass again. Let God restore what they tried to drain. Let God take His rightful place in your decisions, in your boundaries, in your circle. And once you do, you will begin to see miracles unfold. Because God blesses obedience. God honors clarity. God responds to the soul that finally chooses to walk away from dishonor and into destiny. And when you align with that, you will never beg for what is already yours. Peace, purpose, power, and protection. You are not here by accident. You are not enduring this message just to nod and go back to business as usual. God brought you here to confront, to awaken, to liberate. The pain was not for destruction, it was for redirection. God used the silence to speak louder than words. God used the absence of others to draw you closer to Himself. And now, what will you do with that truth? Will you keep giving away your light to those who only walk with you in shadows? Or will you rise not with anger, but with authority? Will you continue pretending you're okay being treated as an option? Or will you declare today enough is enough and it's time to honor the sacred presence of God within you? Because when you walk in that truth, when you walk in the awareness of who you are and whose you are, everything changes. Doors open, strength returns, peace floods, and people who are meant for you begin to find their way into your life, not by force, but by the flow of divine alignment. Let the ones who never cared fall away like dust in the wind, but let God remain as the anchor of your soul, the fire in your spirit, and the compass for your steps. For what God is doing next in your life requires space, purity, and clarity. It requires you to be unchained from the weight of false attachments. And as you rise, you'll look back not with bitterness, but with gratitude. Because now you know when someone doesn't care, God does. When someone abandons, God remains. And when someone leaves, it simply means God is about to enter in a greater way. My dear listener, there is a fire burning in the heart of those who finally realize they were never meant to carry the weight of one-sided love. And that fire, it is not anger, it is not bitterness, it is the light of awareness that comes from God. It is the sacred flame of understanding that once you are aligned with God, you no longer tolerate what insults your soul. You begin to see through the fog. You begin to see with the eyes of clarity, not confusion. You begin to hear with the ears of truth, not flattery. And what once held you hostage loses its grip because the voice of God becomes louder than the silence of those who never cared. There is something holy about letting go, not because you are giving up, but because you are giving God permission to take control. You fought to hold on. You've reasoned. You've justified. You've waited for change. But the change you were praying for in them was always the change God wanted to do in you. You were asking for their hearts to soften while God was waiting for your spirit to awaken. And now God is stirring something deep within you. An urgency to break the cycle, a courage to close the door, a strength to walk away from what doesn't feed your peace. You must understand this. Not everyone who leaves your life is your enemy. Some are instruments of redirection. Some are lessons wrapped in disappointment. Some are mirrors revealing what you must heal in yourself. And once their role is complete, God removes them. And when God removes, it is always for your elevation. God doesn't remove to hurt you. God removes to protect what He's building in you. You may have thought they were part of your future, but God knew they were only part of your formation. And how can God trust you with divine connections if you continue to make idols of those who hurt you? How can He pour new oil into a vessel that clings to contamination? Your destiny cannot be delayed any longer by your refusal to release. Because if you're still seeking closure from the ones who never gave you commitment, you are tying your spirit to their confusion. And confusion is not from God. God is not the author of deception, of gaslighting, of manipulation. When people use your love as leverage, when they twist your loyalty into weakness, when they disappear in your darkest hour, that is not from God. Let it be clear today, anything that cost you your peace, your purpose, your connection with God is too expensive. Anything that leaves you drained instead of nourished, anxious instead of calm, insecure instead of grounded, is a sign, a warning, a divine signal that this is not the path God has chosen for you. And no matter how much history you have with someone, if their presence now is producing harm, God is asking you to obey. Not your emotions, not your attachments, but His guidance. You see, the people who don't care about you will always play the role of confusion. They'll keep you in cycles of waiting, of guessing, of hoping, and never fulfilling. They know just how much to give to keep you tethered, but never enough to allow you peace. And this is why discernment is vital, because not every connection is from God. Some are tests to see if you truly believe what God already told you. You prayed for peace, and God gave you signs. You prayed for direction, and God allowed disappointments. You asked for confirmation, and God revealed their character. Now the answer is in your hands, and let me say this, you do not owe loyalty to anyone who uses your loyalty against you. You do not owe continued access to anyone who violates your boundaries, ignores your needs, and drains your soul. God has called you to be a good steward, not just of your finances or your time, but of your heart. And some of you are mismanaging your heart by handing it to people who have no capacity to protect it. That is not humility. That is spiritual neglect. There is no honor in constantly giving yourself to people who choose you only when it's convenient. That is not love. That is bondage. And bondage disguised as friendship is one of the enemy's most subtle traps, because it convinces you that your pain is noble, that your silence is strength, that your suffering is love. But the truth is, real love, the kind God blesses and sustains, does not hurt this way. Real connection does not leave you abandoned. Real companionship does not celebrate your failures and envy your growth. God does not desire for you to carry burdens He never assigned. And some of you are exhausted. Not because you are weak, but because you are carrying what God already told you to drop. He said, walk away, and you waited. He said, set boundaries, and you compromised. He said, protect your peace, and you silenced yourself. But now God is making it unmistakable. The discomfort in your soul is not random. It is revelation. It is God's way of saying this is not for you. There is more ahead, but you must let go of what holds you back. And here's what you must grasp. Your spirit will never be at peace when you are entangled with people who were not assigned to your purpose. You can fake it with smiles. You can mask it with activity. But deep down your soul knows when you are off path. God placed that compass in you, that still small voice that whispers, you deserve better. That unshakable awareness that you're shrinking in a place where you were meant to grow. That inner fire that won't be silenced by emotional crumbs. That is God pulling you toward clarity, freedom, and sacred alignment. And the moment you choose obedience over emotional attachment, your life will shift. Doors you couldn't force open will begin to swing. Weight you thought you had to carry will suddenly lift. People you once chased will fade without a fight. Because when you let go of who doesn't care, you make space for what God does. You make room for relationships where your presence is appreciated. You create margin for connections that reflect the peace and respect your soul has been starving for. So don't cry over closed doors that God Himself shut. Don't mourn people who walked out while you were trying to build a future with them. Don't lose sleep over those who had access to your heart and still chose to mistreat it. Let them go, not with hatred, but with holy clarity. Let them walk, not with bitterness, but with boundless gratitude that God stepped in and did what you couldn't. You are not a victim. You are victorious. You are not unwanted. You are divinely preserved. You are not empty. You are being prepared. And when God finishes what He started in you, those who dismissed you will not recognize the version of you that rises from this refining. Because what's coming is not just healing, it is transformation. It is strength. It is divine promotion. But first, you must obey the voice that says enough. Enough of questioning your worth. Enough of tolerating what God has exposed. Enough of crying over those who rejoice in your pain. God has greater. God has pure. God has true. But you must choose truth over familiarity. You must choose obedience over comfort. You must choose your peace over their presence. And in that moment, God will cover you. He will lift you higher. He will pour fresh breath into the very places you thought were gone forever. You will stand again, not fueled by anger, but by awe. not carrying wounds, but carrying strength, not chained by shame, but anchored in purpose, all because you trusted the one who never walked away. He was present when others abandoned you. He was present when the weight of sorrow felt too heavy. He was present when the silence cut deeper than any word. And He is here now, still whispering, still leading, still declaring, I have greater things ahead for you. Let that promise sink into your soul. Let that flame guide your journey. And let your heartbeat rise again, not for those who turned away, but for the one who never stopped loving you. Beloved friend, listen to me with your whole heart. This isn't just another sunrise. This isn't just another fleeting hour slipping past you. No, this is a divine interruption, a sacred proclamation, a prophetic echo reaching from eternity straight into your spirit. The waiting season is finished. The delay has been lifted. Prepare yourself for the favor of God, for the very things you've prayed for, wept for, and fought for. They are now at your doorstep. You've journeyed through valleys. You've endured nights so dark even hope seemed silent. You've stood at the brink of the cliff, with discouragement pulling at your soul and only the whisper, God win, on your lips. Heaven watched. Heaven listened and heaven acted, not on your schedule, not by your clock, but by a divine appointment. And that appointment has arrived. God is about to pour out favor so powerful it will erase years of pain in a single breakthrough moment. You were tested not because you were overlooked, but because you were handpicked. The pressure was never punishment. It was preparation. God never tests what He's not about to trust with something greater. You thought you were being buried, but God was planting you. And now the roots have grown deep enough. The foundation has been set strong enough. The wait was never wasted. It was working for your favor. Some of you feel like you've been stuck in a silent season. No signs, no wonders, no open doors. But I came to declare today, silence does not mean absence. God has not abandoned you. God has not overlooked you. Sometimes before God reveals the blessing, He hides it in a season of stillness so you can grow into the kind of person who can carry it. But hear me now. This is the hour when the silence is breaking. The stillness is ending. God's favor is coming in waves. You didn't cry for nothing. You didn't sacrifice for nothing. You didn't forgive those who betrayed you for nothing. Every tear watered the promise. Every prayer paved the path. Every sleepless night refined your spirit. And now God is about to reward you in public for what you endured in private. The tables are turning. The door that wouldn't open before will swing wide now. Not because you forced it, but because God favors you. Favor is not about who you are. It's about who God is. God sees what people overlook. God promotes those others try to disqualify. God blesses those who are mocked, those who are underestimated, those who are counted out. If you feel invisible in this world, get ready, because God is about to shine a light so bright on your life that even your enemies will have to acknowledge it. They'll say, surely this was the hand of God. You may not have the credentials, you may not have the connections, but you've got the covering. God's favor is not something that can be explained. It's something that is seen. When God favors you, rules are broken. Protocols are suspended. Systems shift. What should have taken years happens in days. What was closed for others opens for you. What was impossible becomes your reality. That's favor. And God says, you're next. You didn't miss your moment. You didn't mess up so badly that God changed His mind. God's favor is not dependent on your perfection. It's activated by your faith. And your faith, through every struggle, every failure, every delay, every unanswered question, your faith has been enough. It's been seen. It's been heard. And now it will be rewarded. You held on when others let go. You believed when it made no sense. You worshiped even with an aching heart. And God never forgot it. Get ready, because the very thing that tried to break you is going to bless you. The very situation that was meant to destroy you is going to define your victory. God doesn't let His people stay in the wilderness forever. There comes a day when the cloud moves, when the manna falls fresh, when the river parts and the promise becomes real. That day is here. The wait is over. Stop apologizing for being favored. Stop explaining why you survived when others sank. You survived because God carried you. You're standing because God sustained you. And now He's about to elevate you. Not for your glory, but for His purpose. You were not saved to be silent. You were not spared to stay hidden. God's favor is going to put you in rooms you didn't ask for, with opportunities you didn't chase, because favor follows obedience. There's something powerful about waiting well. When you wait with trust, you're not just wasting time, you're gaining strength. You're learning to hear God's voice. You're building spiritual muscle. So don't resent the wait. It made you ready for the favor that's about to come. Because favor without preparation is dangerous. But now you're ready. You've been refined. You've been humbled. You've been purified in the fire. And now God says, step forward, my child. The season has shifted. The blessing is released. People may not recognize what you've carried. They may never understand the weight you've had to lift behind closed doors, but God knows. God saw it all. And favor doesn't need approval. It doesn't require permission. When God decides to favor you, not even your past can stop it. Not even the mistakes you made in ignorance can delay it. Because when God says it's time, nothing can say otherwise. And child of God, it's time. You are not forgotten. You are not left behind. The heavens have scheduled your favor. The winds are blowing in your direction. And even though it's taken longer than you thought, it's going to be bigger than you imagined. This is not just a season, it's a shift. You're going from barely making it to more than enough. From overlooked to overflowing, from weeping to rejoicing. From broken to blessed. God's favor is not fair. It's divine. That means it won't always make sense. Some people will look at your life and wonder how you got where you are. Let them wonder. Let them talk. Let them speculate. Your job is not to explain. Your job is to worship. Your assignment is to glorify God with your life. Let your story be proof that God can lift anyone, favor anyone, use anyone, if they just believe the wait is over for your healing, the wait is over for your breakthrough, the wait is over for that long-awaited answer. You've circled this mountain long enough. You've wept beside this closed door long enough. Now God says, go forward. The Red Sea is parting. The Jordan is opening. The wall is shaking. Because favor isn't just coming to visit. It's coming to dwell. Get your heart ready. Clean your spirit. Remove bitterness. Clear the doubts. Make room in your life because the blessing is about to be too big for your current space. Enlarge your faith. Stretch your expectation. Don't look for crumbs when God is preparing a feast. You are about to feast in the presence of what once threatened to starve you. Favor is about to silence every lie, every mocker, every doubt, every delay. Do not worry about who didn't support you. Do not be bitter over who walked away. They had to leave so that God could show you who never would. They had to reject you so that God could appoint you. The ones who doubted you will soon have no choice but to watch God's favor crown your life. And they will say, "This had to be divine." Yes, it was. It is, and it will continue to be. You are not too late. You are not too old. You are not too damaged. Favor has no age limit. Favor is not restricted by your income, your background, your status, or your scars. God lifts up the lowly. He makes the weak strong. He turns the last into the first. If you've been counted out, you're exactly who God wants to count in. Hold your head high, not in arrogance, but in assurance. Assurance that God is with you. Assurance that favor is not a fantasy. It's a fact. It's written in the spiritual realm, and now it's manifesting in your reality. The pain had a purpose. The waiting had a timeline, and the timeline has reached its appointed hour. Get ready. Get ready with expectation. Get ready with praise. Don't wait for it to appear before you believe it. Believe it and it will appear. God does not move by doubt. He moves by faith. And if your faith has endured, your favor is guaranteed. When God decrees a season of favor, nothing in heaven or earth can resist it. Not the plots of people, not the systems of the world, not even the doubts in your own heart. When God speaks a word of blessing, it breaks every barrier, overrides every human opinion, and crushes every opposition. When God says enough waiting, no gate can stay closed. No hand can withhold what belongs to you. There is a sacred shift taking place in your life, and you must be bold enough to walk in it. For too long, many of you have been shrinking in fear, dimming your light to make others comfortable, holding your tongue to avoid conflict. But hear this. When God's favor is upon you, you do not have to explain your light. Shine anyway, speak anyway, rise anyway. The ones who were meant to walk with you will see the hand of God on your life, and they will rejoice with you. And the ones who can't handle it, let them go. Favor does not chase approval. It flows from the approval of God alone. Stop measuring your future by your past. You are not the mistakes you made. You are not the labels people placed on you. You are not the circumstances that crushed you. You are what God calls you: blessed, worthy, chosen, favored. The same God who watched you suffer in silence is the same God who is now bringing a breakthrough so loud it will echo into generations. And when God favors you, He doesn't just bless you, He breaks cycles. He ends generational curses. He reverses the plans of those who tried to destroy you. He builds you up so that others may find shelter in your testimony. God's favor is not about ease. It's about elevation. It lifts you beyond your limitations, stretches you beyond your comfort zone, and positions you where you never imagined you'd stand. And you must prepare your heart not just for the blessing, but for the responsibility that comes with it. Because when God favors you, He expects you to carry it with humility, to walk with integrity, to speak with courage, and to act with justice. Some of you are still questioning why now. Let me tell you, because God knows what you can handle now that you couldn't handle before. There's a strength in you that came from the suffering. There's a discernment in you that came from the betrayal. There's a fire in your spirit that came from being pushed into the furnace. And God was watching the whole time, not to punish you, but to purify you. Because only purified vessels can carry the weight of divine favor. Do not mistake quiet seasons for wasted time. In the hidden place, God was crafting something extraordinary. In the silence, He was setting divine appointments. He was aligning resources, stirring hearts, and preparing paths. While you were focused on survival, God was focused on strategy. He was making a way behind the scenes so that when the curtain lifts, your story will bring glory to His name. And now the time has come. The appointed hour has arrived. What was once invisible is about to be undeniable. There is no storm that can cancel a word spoken by God. No delay can nullify what has been divinely ordained. You see, God does not work on man's timeline. He is not pressured by clocks nor hurried by calendars. But when God moves, it's always the right time, perfect timing, divine precision. And this moment, this very moment, is no accident. If you are hearing this, it's because God wanted you to know your waiting was not in vain. His favor is now resting on your life like the early morning dew, soft but unmistakable. Favor means acceleration. What took others years will take you months. What others had to labor endlessly for will come into your hands with ease. Not because you are better, but because God has chosen to place His hand upon you for a purpose. That's why it's crucial to stay grounded in gratitude. Favor is not a prize, it's a responsibility. It's not to boast, it's to bless. It's not just for your benefit. It's for the transformation of everything and everyone connected to you. Do not let bitterness contaminate your favor. Do not let jealousy rob you of your peace. If someone else gets blessed before you, rejoice, because it means God is in the neighborhood. And if He's moving in their life, He can surely move in yours. Celebrate others' favor as a sign that your own is on the way. Because God is not limited in supply. He blesses according to purpose, not popularity, according to timing, not talent. And your time is now. There are doors you couldn't open no matter how hard you tried. You knocked, you fasted, you pleaded, still they stayed closed. But do you know why? Because God was reserving something better. He was not denying you. He was protecting you. Some of the things you begged for would have distracted you from what He truly had in store. God loves you too much to give you what looks good, but isn't His best. And now that your heart is aligned, your motives are pure, your spirit is ready, He is releasing the door that only He can open. And when He opens it, no man can shut it. Let this truth settle deep in your soul. You do not have to chase favor. You align with God, and favor chases you. You stay faithful in the field, and God will call you to the palace. You honor God in obscurity, and He will exalt you in visibility. That's how God works. He doesn't promote according to popularity. He promotes according to purpose. You have cried long enough. You have waited long enough. You have questioned long enough. Now it is time to rise, to walk boldly into what God has prepared for you. Not with arrogance, but with assurance. Not with fear, but with faith. For you are not walking into the unknown. You are walking into fulfillment. You are stepping into a realm that was crafted for you before you even knew to pray for Him. And don't be surprised if the favor of God brings you into rooms you never imagined. Don't be surprised if He causes your name to be mentioned in places where your feet have not yet walked. That's the power of divine favor. It goes ahead of you. It speaks for you. It establishes your name before you arrive. Not because of who you are, but because of who God is. And when the favor manifests, when the doors swing open, when the answers come, when the breakthroughs flood in, remember who brought you there. Do not let the blessing make you forget the blesser. Stay grounded, stay grateful, stay humble. For the same God who raised you up can sustain you, and if you honor Him with your increase, He will multiply it beyond anything you could ask or imagine. Some of you are entering into a season of restoration. What was stolen from you is about to be returned sevenfold. What was broken is about to be rebuilt stronger. The relationships that were torn, the finances that were drained, the confidence that was shattered, God is restoring it all. You will not end this year the same way you began it. God's favor will redeem the time. You will recover. You will rise. You will reign not in pride, but in purpose. Hear this with all your heart. You were born for this moment. Every trial prepared you. Every setback shaped you. Every delay taught you, and now God is trusting you with a new level. With favor comes weight. With favor comes responsibility. But don't fear the weight. God wouldn't have given it to you if He hadn't already placed the strength within you to carry it. Let your words be seasoned with grace. Let your hands be open to give. Let your spirit stay sensitive to God's direction. Because as you step into this new dimension of favor, your influence will grow, and with it the power to shift lives, to break chains, to speak life into the dry bones of others. This favor is not just for you. It is through you for the world around you. And now that the hour has come, you must prepare your mind to think differently. You must rise above the level of survival and embrace the mindset of abundance. Not material abundance alone, but abundance in strength, in peace, in clarity, in divine direction. For when God's favor comes, it doesn't just touch your outer life. It awakens something within. It revives the part of you that was crushed under years of disappointment. It breathes courage into the spaces where fear used to reside. When God moves, He revives the whole person, spirit, heart, and purpose. You must understand, favor is not merely a gift. It is a divine assignment. With every blessing comes a calling, and with that calling comes the responsibility to walk with vision, to live with integrity, to speak with authority, and to serve with humility. God doesn't favor people to inflate their pride. He favors them to demonstrate His power. You are being positioned as a vessel, an instrument of hope in a generation drowning in confusion. The favor that is being poured into your life must overflow into the lives of others. It must heal, uplift, restore, and inspire. That is how the blessing multiplies. It flows outward, not inward. Do not underestimate the strategic nature of God's timing. You are not entering this moment by accident. God is deliberate. He is intentional. When He decides to lift someone, it is because there is a task that requires elevation. When He gives you more, it is because there are burdens around you that need lifting. Do not hoard the blessing. Share it. Speak into the broken. Cover the wounded. Encourage the weary. Reach out your hand to those still sinking beneath the same burdens you once bore. For the truest evidence of favor is not in how high you climb. It is revealed in how many lives you lift alongside your own. And as God's favor increases over you, opposition will come. Not everyone will rejoice in the work God is doing through you, but that is the reality of rising higher. It shines a light on the insecurity of those unwilling to move. Do not shrink back to ease their discomfort. Do not dim your flame so others can remain in shadow. Your elevation is a testimony. Your victories are a sermon. Your breakthrough shouts boldly that God still lifts, still restores, still works. And if opposition comes, let it. For when God opens a door, no resistance can shut it. That is why your heart must remain anchored in truth. Keep yourself rooted in discipline. Do not let achievement intoxicate your spirit. The favor of God is sacred. It must be revered. Guard your thoughts from pride. Guard your soul from greed. Guard your intentions from corruption. Because what has been entrusted to you is far from ordinary. It is holy. It is divine. And if you handle it with reverence, God will continue to increase you. Not just in what you have, but in who you become. Let your favor bring light, not shadows. Let it bring peace, not pride. Let it draw people toward God, not toward your ego. For the purpose of divine favor is always to fulfill the greater plan of the Almighty. You are being chosen as a carrier of purpose. And that purpose must not die in comfort. It must live in action. It must move with power. It must serve something beyond yourself. Now listen closely, because what I am about to say is for those who are stepping into places they never imagined. Be prepared to be misunderstood. Be prepared to be misjudged, but do not be discouraged. God does not require that you be understood by people, only that you be faithful to Him. Favor will often isolate you before it elevates you. It will expose who is truly for you. It will uncover hidden motives, jealous hearts, and quiet opposition. But let none of it shake you. Because if God is the one lifting you, then no weapon formed against you will succeed in pulling you down. Do not seek validation from voices that were never assigned to your life. The same ones who laughed in your season of lack may try to attach themselves in your season of increase. Be discerning. Everyone smiling at your success is not celebrating it, but you are not called to carry the weight of their approval. You are called to walk in alignment with God, and let your favor speak for itself. Let your fruit speak. Let your peace speak. Let your consistency testify. You see, when God favors you, it's not always dramatic or loud. Sometimes it's quiet. Sometimes it's the invisible protection that shields you from danger. Sometimes it's the inner peace that confounds the storms outside. Sometimes it's the delay that seemed like a setback, but was actually a redirection to something greater. God's favor is not always fireworks. Often it is divine precision, operating behind the scenes. But in this season, hear me, the favor will be visible. It will be unmistakable. You won't have to explain it. It will be seen in the clarity of your steps, the fruitfulness of your hands, the growth of your spirit. It will be seen in the joy that returns to your eyes and the strength that returns to your voice. You will walk in rooms and shift atmospheres. You will speak and chains will fall, not because you're great, but because God's greatness is resting on you. Stay committed to prayer. Stay rooted in reflection. Stay humble in prosperity. Favor without reverence becomes pride, but favor carried with devotion becomes a testimony. And that is what your life will be. A living testimony that God can lift the forgotten, crown the overlooked, and anoint the ordinary for extraordinary impact. And let this be clear, favor does not mean the absence of trials. It means triumph in the midst of them. It means God will walk with you through the fire and not let you be consumed. It means He will let the enemy form a weapon, but not let it prosper. It means He will stretch you, shake you, mold you, but never abandon you. Favor is the promise that you're never walking alone. Even when others disappear, even when the road is unclear, even when the night is long, God is still with you and He is for you. Some of you have been asking, why now? Why is the breakthrough coming at this point in your life? Why is the answer arriving after so many years? I'll tell you why. Because the vessel is now strong enough to carry the weight of the blessing. Had it come earlier, it would have crushed you. But now you've been fortified, you've been disciplined, you've been humbled, you've been trained. And what once would have destroyed you now propels you. The blessing didn't change. The vessel did. And that is why the weight was necessary. God always operates divine order. He never releases power before maturity, never releases authority without wisdom, never releases increase without stewardship. And now that your hands are ready, your heart is healed, your vision is aligned, God has released the favor that was always written into your story. Walk in it, declare it, live it, not with fear, not with apology, but with unwavering reverence. You are favored not by chance, but by calling. And the calling demands that you rise above pettiness, distractions, and drama. It demands that you fix your eyes on purpose, that you no longer chase approval, but pursue assignment, that you stop rehearsing your failures and start rehearsing your faith. And now that God has declared the wait is over, you must make sure your heart is not still living in yesterday. You cannot step into favor with a mind trapped in delay. The season is changed. But if you do not perceive it, you will miss the very thing you've prayed for. God has shifted the atmosphere, but you must shift your thinking. You must leave behind the identity that suffering tried to stamp upon you. You are not a victim. You are a vessel. You are not just someone who survived. You are someone God has chosen to thrive. And the moment you embrace this truth, the flow of divine favor will not just touch you, it will surround you. This is a moment for radical faith, not a safe, cautious faith that tiptoes around obedience. No, this is a time for bold, mountain-moving, risk-taking, God-honoring faith. The kind of faith that steps forward even when the next step is invisible. The kind that builds the ark before the rain comes. The kind that walks into the fire believing that even if it burns, God is still worthy. That is the kind of faith favor responds to. That is the kind of faith that breaks cycles, overturns verdicts, and silences every voice of opposition. When God decides to release favor, He doesn't ask permission. He does not consult your past. He does not take a vote. He simply moves. And when He moves, everything must bow. Timing, resources, relationships, opportunities. The wind begins to blow in your favor. And doors that seemed rusted shut begin to unlock. Hearts that were cold begin to turn. Pathways that were hidden begin to light up. Why? Because when God releases favor, even the natural realm must obey. You must prepare for this favor with integrity. Many people desire elevation, but few prepare their character to handle it. When God blesses you, what you do next reveals whether it was favor or fantasy. Favor will expose what's inside of you. It will stretch you. It will test your discipline. It will call for more prayer, not less. More humility, not applause. Because if you are not anchored in God, favor can become a trap instead of a testimony. But when you are rooted in submission and clothed in reverence, the favor that comes will not destroy you. It will define you. God's favor is precise. It doesn't land on everyone at once. It falls on those who have walked through the fire with their faith intact. It descends upon those who have served silently, given generously, and endured faithfully. God does not forget those who honored Him when there was no audience, no reward, no applause. He remembers the hidden tears, the quiet acts of obedience, the unseen sacrifices. And now He is rewarding openly what was done faithfully in secret. Let the critics come. Let the doubters whisper. Let the envious watch from a distance. They cannot stop what God has ordained. They may try to discredit you, but they cannot disqualify you. For your validation does not come from man, it comes from God. And when God favors you, even your enemies will be forced to witness it, not for your ego, but for God's glory. This is why you must not delay your obedience. When God speaks, move. When He instructs, act. When He convicts, correct. For favor is not just about receiving, it is about responding. It is not enough to celebrate the blessing. You must steward it. You must protect the environment in which favor can flourish. That means removing distractions, cutting ties with compromise, and saying no to what once felt comfortable. Because favor and complacency cannot dwell in the same house. Understand that God's favor does not mean every battle disappears. In fact, it may attract more warfare. But the difference is now you do not fight alone. Now the battle is not yours. It is God's. When you are favored, attacks will come, but they will fail. Traps will be set, but they will be exposed. Weapons will be formed, but they will not prosper. Because favor is not just about open doors. It is divine protection. It is God going before you and clearing the path even when you cannot see what's ahead. This is the moment to stretch your faith wider than your fear. To believe for things you once deemed unreachable. To step into dreams that felt too big, too bold, too delayed. Favor is not just about what you can imagine. It's about what only God could make possible. If your dream doesn't require divine intervention, it may not be rooted in divine favor. But when you're walking in true favor, doors open that you never knew existed. God will put your name in places you've never set foot. He will cause people to pour into you who don't even know why they're doing it. Because favor draws what effort alone cannot earn. Do not reduce your expectation just because of past disappointments. You may have been denied before. You may have been overlooked, misjudged, underestimated. But now it's your time. The rejection was redirection. The delay was divine development. And now that the favor is falling, your only responsibility is to be ready. Ready in your spirit, ready in your mind, ready in your actions. This is not the time to shrink. This is the time to walk boldly in what God has declared over your life. Favor will teach you who truly belongs in your life. Everyone who started with you may not finish with you. Some people were only assigned to your season of struggle, not your season of success, and that's all right. Let them go with peace, but do not grieve over what God has pruned. When God favors you, He purifies your surroundings. He removes distractions. He clears away anyone who cannot handle the weight of what is coming next. So do not mourn what you've lost. Rejoice over what you've been preserved for. The favor of God will mark your life in such a way that even places of pain will become places of praise. Where there was betrayal, God will bring loyalty. Where there was confusion, God will bring clarity. Where there was scarcity, God will bring overflow. The shift is not coming, it is already in motion. All God requires is that you believe and remain faithful. Not perfect, but faithful. Not flawless, but willing. Willing to be used, to be molded, to be led. That's all God needs to release more than you ever asked for. And now, as this divine word pierces through your soul, hear it with the urgency of a trumpet in the wilderness. God is not just opening the door, He is commanding you to walk through it. No more hesitation, no more second-guessing yourself, no more shrinking under the weight of opinions or past failures. When God says the wait is over, it's not a suggestion. It's a summons, a sacred call to rise and move into the territory that has been spiritually marked for your name. This is not a time to debate. It's a time to obey. There is a point in every chosen life where the wilderness must give way to the promise, where the wandering must bow to divine direction. And when that point comes, God does not negotiate with your comfort zone. He disrupts it. He shakes you loose from what is familiar so He can plant you in what is fruitful. You must be willing to release the pain of where you've been to receive the blessing of where you're going. You cannot bring yesterday's identity into today's opportunity. The identity of the wounded, the rejected, the overlooked, that's not who you are anymore. God has called you favored, and His word is final. Do not underestimate the power of alignment. Favor flows not just where there is desire, but where there is alignment with God's will. Too many chase favor while walking in disobedience and then wonder why the door remains closed. But God does not bless chaos. God does not favor rebellion. Favor demands surrender. You must surrender your timeline, your method, your ego, your attachments, everything. And when you do, God will pour out more than you could have ever achieved by striving alone. This is why humility must be your constant companion, because the higher you rise, the deeper your roots must grow. And if your roots are not grounded in the fear and reverence of God, the very favor that lifted you will become the weight that crushes you. But if you remain rooted in truth, in obedience, in worship, then no height will shake you. No platform will poison you. No influence will derail you. Instead, it will all point back to the one who made it possible. Let your life now reflect readiness. Let your daily actions declare to God, I am prepared to be used. Your habits, your words, your posture, let them all say, I've waited well, and now I will walk wisely, for there is no room in this next season for casual faith. You must be intentional. You must guard your mind like a fortress. You must silence every voice that contradicts what God has spoken, because where God is taking you, clarity is crucial. You cannot afford to be distracted by noise, discouraged by delay, or derailed by doubt. Understand, favor does not eliminate the process. It elevates you through it. You will still be tested. You will still face pressure. But now that pressure will no longer break you. It will build you. The process becomes the proof that the favor was real. And when others see the power in your peace, the authority in your words, and the fruit in your life, they will know it wasn't by chance. It was by the hand of God. This favor will bring restoration. Some of you have lost years to things that drained your joy, your hope, your vision. But God is a restorer. He restores the time. He restores the dignity. He restores the confidence. He restores the relationships that honor Him. And when He restores, He doesn't give you what you lost. He gives you better. Because when God restores, it comes back refined, elevated, blessed, and fortified. And don't be surprised when your environment begins to change. When people you once leaned on begin to drift. When doors you used to knock on no longer matter. Because favor doesn't just bring blessing, it brings separation. Separation from distractions. Separation from familiar spirits that kept you bound. Separation from cycles that served a lesser version of you. And though it may feel lonely for a season, it is holy. It is necessary, for you cannot enter divine territory with earthly baggage. God is calling you to walk with confidence, not arrogance, with boldness, not recklessness, with clarity, not confusion. And you must know this: the same God who brought you to this point will sustain you beyond it. He did not bring you into favor just to watch you fall. He brought you here so you could reflect His glory, so you could show what it looks like when someone puts God first in all things. Through the struggle and the victory, through the pain and the promise, this is not the end of the journey. It is the unfolding of destiny. You are not here by coincidence. Every scar, every delay, every lesson was part of a divine blueprint. And now the foundation has been set, and the structure is ready. And God is placing the crown of favor upon your head. Not a crown of pride, but a crown of purpose. Walk with it. Carry it with reverence. Live in a way that honors it. From this moment forward, make a decision in your heart. I will not go back. I will not doubt. I will not let fear rule me. I will not let failure define me. I will not trade this favor for fleeting pleasures or empty applause. I will steward what God has given me. I will rise not for my name, but for God's name. I will live not for comfort, but for calling. I will fight not with anger, but with spiritual power, because I know who brought me here, and I know who sustains me here. There is more to come. Greater territory, deeper wisdom, higher assignments in every step of the way. The favor of God will guide you like a fire in the night and a cloud by day. Do not resist the movement. Do not fear the unknown. The one who opened this door will walk through it with you. He will provide the strength. He will give the words. He will prepare the way. Because when God declares the wait is over, He also guarantees the journey ahead. So go forward boldly, faithfully, unshakably. For you are walking in a season that has been written in heaven long before you ever knew how to dream it. And now it is being fulfilled. Not by might, not by wealth, not by the hands of men, but by the will and power of God alone. So now let your spirit rise and your faith stand firm, because what God has spoken over your life will not return empty. The season of waiting, the nights of weeping, the years of silence, they were not in vain. They were preparation. Every closed door was a divine shield. Every delay was a sacred lesson. And now God has declared the wait is over. Walk with reverence. Speak with power. Live with purpose. Because you are not stepping into chance. You are stepping into the fulfillment of God's appointed time. The favor on your life is not a temporary moment. It is a mark of divine calling. And with it comes a higher standard, a deeper responsibility, and a greater outpouring. Stay humble. Stay watchful. Stay surrendered. For the same God who lifted you is the same God who will keep you, strengthen you, and carry you from glory to glory. Let no fear stop your forward motion. Let no voice silence your testimony. You were born for this hour, anointed for this time, chosen for this season, and now go step forward with unwavering faith. The wait is over. God's favor has come. So now let your spirit rise and your faith stand firm, because what God has spoken over your life will not return empty. The season of waiting, the nights of weeping, the years of silence, they were not in vain. They were preparation. Every closed door was a divine shield. Every delay was a sacred lesson. And now God has declared the wait is over. Walk with reverence. Speak with power. Live with purpose. Because you are not stepping into chance. You are stepping into the fulfillment of God's appointed time. The favor on your life is not a temporary moment. It is a mark of divine calling. And with it comes a higher standard, a deeper responsibility, and a greater outpouring. You must walk differently now. You must speak from a place of conviction, not hesitation. You must move with clarity, not confusion. What was once a hope has now become a holy reality. You have crossed a line in the Spirit where delay no longer defines you. You are not behind. You are not forgotten. You are right where God intended for you to be. And everything He promised is now being activated in your life. Not because of who you are, but because of who He is. Hold fast to your integrity. Guard your peace. Protect your time. Be deliberate with your choices. For favor attracts attention, and with attention comes distraction. But if you stay rooted in the fear of God, no storm will shake you, no voice will move you, and no power will remove what God has established. Lift your eyes and take it in. What stands before you is holy ground. This is more than receiving a blessing. You are being set apart as a beacon, a voice, a foundation for others to lean upon. The grace resting on your life was never meant for you alone. It is the channel through which God will move. Families will find restoration because you chose obedience. Generations will shift because you refuse to give up. The wounded will discover healing through the power of your testimony. So stand with courage. Speak with assurance. Rise with a humble heart. You are not in the waiting anymore. You are moving. You are creating. You are entering into what was designed for you before the beginning of time. And as you press forward, remember, the very God who sustained you in the waiting is the same God who will stand beside you in the victory. This is your moment. This is your appointed hour. Heaven has opened its gates. The season has turned. God's favor is not on the way. It has already arrived. The waiting has ended. And now your new chapter unfolds. My friend, let me ask you this with all sincerity. With the weight of eternity pressing on this very moment, are you truly letting God direct every single day of your life? Or have you been drifting through your hours on autopilot, letting fear, doubt, pride, and the noise of this world tell you who you are and where to go? I speak this with a heart ignited by truth. Until you surrender to God's leading each day, you will remain restless, wandering, searching, and never finding peace. There is a deep stillness that only comes when your soul is aligned with its Creator. And that stillness is not in wealth, not in power, not in relationships, not in achievements. It comes when you stop steering your own life and allow God to take the reins of your heart. Until you hand Him that control, until you humble yourself and bow to His will, you will always be guided by something smaller. And whatever leads you will shape you. If it isn't God, it's the world. And the world has no mercy for your soul. Every morning, from the moment you wake up, two paths lie before you. The path of surrender or the path of self. One leads to purpose and peace, the other to confusion and destruction. And too many people, even those who say they believe, choose self. They wake up and instead of asking God, "Where would you have me go today? What would you have me do?" They rush into their plans, chasing things that will crumble, answering to people who don't care for their soul, filling their mind with noise, and silencing the voice of God with their own ambitions. But hear me clearly, you were never created to lead your life on your own. That was never the design. God made you with a blueprint, and that blueprint requires His voice guiding every single step. Not just in moments of crisis, not just when your plans fall apart, not just when you're desperate and broken. Every day, every hour, every breath. There is a power that comes when you let God lead you. And it's not the power the world brags about. It's not the kind that puffs up with pride. It's not loud or flashy. It's a quiet, unshakable confidence that says, I may not know what tomorrow holds, but I know who holds it, and I will walk in step with Him. That kind of peace shakes the gates of hell. That kind of obedience confuses the enemy, because when you are led by God, you cannot be manipulated by man. Let me tell you something about this world. It will try to program you. It will try to script your life, define your worth, tell you who you should be, what you should chase, what you should desire. But God never speaks through chaos. He speaks through conviction, through clarity, through peace, through purpose. When you are tuned into His voice, you stop being driven by the noise around you. You become anchored. You become stable. You become unmovable. And that's the secret. Stability does not come from control. It comes from surrender. I have seen people lose everything and still walk with joy because they were led by God. I have seen others gain everything and still feel empty because they were led by self. What you follow matters more than what you have, because what you follow becomes your God. And if it isn't God leading you, then something else is. And that something else will always lead you into a wilderness you were never meant to enter. There is a deep longing inside every human heart, a longing to be led. And you may not admit it, but it's there. You were never meant to be the master of your fate. That is too heavy a burden for any soul. You were meant to follow God with your whole heart. Not half, not occasionally, not when it's convenient, but daily, fully, completely. God does not want part-time loyalty. He's not looking for weekend devotion. He wants your surrender Monday through Sunday, from sunrise to sunset, and all through the long, quiet nights. Because God knows what lies ahead. You don't. And when He leads with purpose. He leads with precision. He doesn't guess. He knows who needs to walk with you and who needs to walk away. He knows what battles you should fight and which ones you need to be still and let Him handle. He knows where the danger is hiding and where the blessing is waiting, but you'll never know unless you let Him lead. Too many people pray for God's blessing while still holding the wheel. You cannot ask for divine direction while clinging to your own map. That's not surrender. That's contradiction. If you want God's best, you must be willing to drop your plan and trust His path, even when it's unfamiliar, even when it's uncomfortable, even when it's unpopular. Let me speak clearly to the one who feels stuck. You've tried everything. You've done it your way. You've pushed and pulled and begged and worked until your hands bled. And still the peace escapes you. Maybe, just maybe, it's because you're still trying to leave yourself. Stop. Stop wrestling. Stop striving. Stop resisting. Let God lead you. There is a rhythm to the life that follows God. It doesn't move in panic. It doesn't race in fear. It moves in wisdom, in purpose, in discernment. Every step ordered, every move measured, every door opened at the right time, every delay full of hidden protection. That's the kind of life you were made for. A life not led by emotion, but by God's voice. And don't you let the devil lie to you. Don't you let your past tell you you're unworthy to be led by God. Don't you let shame keep you in the dark. God doesn't call the perfect. He leads the surrendered. He's not looking for performance. He's looking for trust. He's not impressed by how strong you act. He moves when you finally admit how much you need Him. When you truly allow God to lead you, you stop needing approval from people. You stop chasing validation. You stop measuring your worth by the standards of this temporary world. Because the one who is led by God knows I am already chosen, already seen, already guided by the one who knows the end from the beginning. That kind of faith breaks chains. That kind of obedience sets you apart. But don't mistake God's leading for comfort. Sometimes He will lead you through fire, not to burn you, but to purify you. Sometimes He will lead you into storms, not to destroy you, but to reveal that He is your anchor. Sometimes He will lead you into isolation, not to punish you, but to separate you from what's been poisoning your soul. God's leading will not always make sense, but it will always make you stronger. It will always take you higher. It will always grow your character and sharpen your purpose. You see, the blessing is not in the destination. The blessing is in the guidance, knowing that every step I take is not random, but directed by the hand of the Almighty. That's where the strength comes from. That's where the peace is born. I can walk through the valley. I can sit in the waiting. I can face the opposition because I know God is leading me. And there is no greater honor than to be led by God. Not led by fame, not led by money, not led by the crowd, but led by the quiet, powerful whisper of God that speaks to your heart and says, "This is the way, walk in it." How many blessings have been missed because someone refused to listen? How many storms could have been avoided if you had just stopped long enough to say, "God, what would you have me do?" But the beautiful truth is, it's not too late. No matter how far you've wandered, no matter how long you've led yourself, no matter how broken your past has been, God is still ready to lead you right now, this very moment. But you must choose. He won't force you. He won't drag you. He invites, He calls, He waits. And when you answer, when you finally lay your pride down and say, "God, I can't do this without you," heaven begins to move. Every giant begins to fall. Every lie starts to unravel. Every fear begins to lose its grip. Because when God leads, He leads in truth, in light, in victory. Not always easy, but always right, always purposeful, always filled with what your soul was truly craving all along. Let this settle deep within your heart. If you don't allow God to lead you, then you will be led by something far more dangerous, your own desires. And the heart, when left to its own understanding, will always drift toward destruction. You cannot trust your emotions to guide you. You cannot lean on your feelings to define your truth. One day you'll feel strong, the next day weak. One moment confident, the next consumed by anxiety. But God is unchanging, eternal, flawless in wisdom. And when you are led by Him, you are no longer at the mercy of your fluctuating feelings. You are planted. You are grounded. You are walking a path carved by divine hands. The world teaches self-reliance. It celebrates independence. It glorifies doing things your way. But that mindset is the very root of spiritual blindness. True freedom is not found in leading yourself. It's found in submission to the one who made you. You were not created to carry the full weight of your decisions on your own shoulders. God did not design your mind to bear the burden of life's uncertainties alone. That's why He calls you to trust Him. That's why He beckons you into daily dependence, not as a sign of weakness, but as the highest act of wisdom and strength. When God leads, He does not just show you the way. He becomes your way. He does not just give direction, He becomes your direction. Every morning you rise, He is already there. Every night you lay your head down, He is still watching. He is not distant. He is not indifferent. He is near to the one who seeks His guidance. He honors those who humble themselves and cry out, "God, without you, I am lost." There is nothing more dangerous than delayed obedience. Many people say they are waiting on God, but in reality, God is waiting on them to surrender, to obey, to let go. God has already paved the way, already placed the provision, already cleared the storm. But until you step under His leadership, you will never walk in what He has prepared. He does not force His will upon the proud. He speaks to the one whose heart is bowed in reverence and readiness. Let me tell you this plainly. God will lead you where your talent cannot take you, where your education cannot open doors, where your background has no influence. Because when He leads, He bypasses man-made qualifications. He elevates the lowly. He promotes the forgotten. He establishes the rejected. That is the power of divine direction. He doesn't need your resume. He needs your willingness. You see, being led by God isn't just about big life decisions. It's about every single moment. It's about the attitude you choose when someone wrongs you. It's about the way you speak when no one is listening. It's about the thoughts you entertain when you're alone. God doesn't want to lead you just in the crossroads. He wants to lead you in the silence, in the stillness, in the ordinary. That's where real character is formed. That's where the fire of true faith is built. And I must speak directly to the soul who feels forgotten, abandoned, left behind. Listen to me. God has not ignored your cry. He has not missed a single tear. But sometimes He leads through delay, not because He is cruel, but because He is protecting what is sacred. He is pruning what is poisonous. He is developing in you what shallow blessings could never produce. You think you're waiting, but God is working. And when you let Him lead, even the waiting becomes holy ground. Too often people pray for God's direction, but they don't prepare to obey it. Don't ask God to lead you if you're not willing to leave behind what's holding you back. God cannot direct a life that clings to the very things He wants to remove. Obedience means letting go even when it hurts, trusting when it doesn't make sense, moving when the path is not fully visible. That is faith, and faith without action is just taught. If you want to experience the fullness of God's leadership, you must die to your own agenda, not once, but every single day. You must wake up and say, "God, override my plans. Cancel what needs to be canceled. Rearrange what I cannot see. Interrupt me if you must, but don't let me walk a path you haven't ordained." That is the kind of surrender that makes the heavens move. That is the heart God delights in. Not perfection, not performance, but total trust. You must also understand this. When God leads you, He will often take you the long way, not the fast way. He will lead you through discomfort to train your endurance. He will lead you through scarcity to teach you provision. He will lead you through rejection to show you where true value comes from. These are not detours. They are divine training grounds. And those who are truly led by God know that His delays are not denials. They are refinements. They are sacred seasons where your spirit is being strengthened. And when God leads you, He doesn't just guide your feet, He renews your mind. You begin to see life differently. The things that once enticed you no longer tempt you. The distractions that once pulled you begin to fade. Your cravings shift. Your focus sharpens, because the closer you walk with God, the less room there is for noise. He filters your desires. He reorders your passions. He fills your soul with purpose. And that purpose becomes your compass. Let me ask you again, who is leading you? What voice is shaping your decisions? If it isn't God, then you are being led by something unworthy of your soul. Because only God sees the whole picture. Only God knows what lies beneath the surface. People may flatter you, deceive you, mislead you, but God sees what man cannot. And when He leads, He doesn't just lead you to opportunity. He leads you away from danger. He blocks what you were never meant to receive. He closes doors that look good on the outside but are empty on the inside. He disappoints your flesh to protect your future. You must learn to thank God not just for open doors, but for closed ones. Because sometimes the very thing you prayed for was not a blessing, it was a distraction. And in His mercy, God said no. That is leadership. That is love. That is the kind of guidance that saves your life, even when it stings your pride. And let's be honest, it takes courage to let God lead. It takes boldness to go against the grain, to walk by faith when others walk by sight, to be still when others run, to trust the invisible hand of God more than the visible approval of man. But hear me, God never abandons the one who follows Him with a pure heart. He will make a way where there is no way. He will bring water from dry ground. He will raise you up when the world counts you out. But you must be consistent. Not 1 foot in and 1 foot out. Not faithful when it's easy and doubting when it's hard. You must walk in step with God through every season, through the mountain and the valley, through the joy and the sorrow. Because leadership from God is not seasonal. It's a lifestyle, a sacred alignment, a daily communion. And when you live like that, you begin to carry a power that nothing on earth can replicate. The power of a soul led by God. And so, my friend, don't delay. Don't harden your heart. Don't ignore the whisper. God is calling you right now to follow Him more deeply than ever before. Not casually, not occasionally, but completely, because what He wants to do in your life cannot be done through partial obedience. What He wants to build in you requires full surrender. You may not know every step ahead, but when you know who is leading, you don't need to. You walk with trust. You move with reverence. You live with peace. And I must say this not to stir emotion, but to awaken the slumbering soul. There is no greater tragedy than a life lived outside the leadership of God. You can possess the finest education, the largest bank account, the highest accolades, and still be wandering in the dark. Because success without direction is just noise. Movement without meaning is just exhaustion. But when God leads you, your steps are no longer random. They are ordered. Every encounter becomes divine. Every delay becomes intentional. Every setback becomes a setup for something higher. That is the difference between living and simply existing. The truth many avoid is this: it takes discipline to be led by God. This isn't a path for the lazy or the double-minded. This is a walk that demands your whole heart. Because the world is full of distractions, constant temptations pulling you in every direction, opinions, trends, fears. You cannot follow God with divided focus. You cannot walk with one eye on the world and one on the path of righteousness. The soul must choose. And when you choose to follow God, you must train your spirit to listen above the noise, to stay still in the storm, to trust when others panic, to walk slowly when the world is rushing. Let me tell you something few dare to say. God's direction will often cost you comfort. It may cost you friends. It may cost you opportunities. It may even cost you admiration, but it will give you something no man can offer. Peace that flows like a river. Clarity that pierces confusion, and strength that holds you when everything around you collapses. The reward for obedience is not just the outcome. It's the unshakable presence of God that walks beside you through every twist of the journey. And we're not created to be led by trends. You were not created to be molded by fear. You were created to be shaped by the hand of the Almighty. And when you resist His leading, you resist your very design. You rob yourself of the life you were born to live. You settle for imitation instead of destiny. And destiny can only be fulfilled under God's command. So I ask you again, not with judgment, but with urgency, who is charting your course? When you wake up, whose voice do you seek? When decisions weigh heavy, whose wisdom do you lean on? When the unknown stares you down, do you reach for man, or do you fall on your knees and say, God, I will not take one step unless you lead me? Because there is power in that kind of surrender. Power that breaks generational chain. Power that silences every lie. Power that causes heaven to move on your behalf. God does not lead aimlessly. He leads with purpose. And when you place your hand in His, your life takes on a divine rhythm. You begin to walk not just through the world, but above it. Temptation loses its grip. The opinions of others lose their power. The chaos of the world no longer shakes you. Why? Because your eyes are fixed. Your heart is anchored. Your soul is led by the one who is eternal. Let me speak directly to the dreamer, the visionary, the one with burning purpose but paralyzed steps. You've been trying to make it happen by force. You've been chasing results without direction. But your gift alone is not enough. It must be surrendered to the leadership of God. Because when He leads, He doesn't just make a way. He transforms you along the way. He prepares you for what you are praying for. He builds your character before He delivers your calling. He establishes your foundation before He enlarges your territory. And to the one who is tired, who has followed and not yet seen the fruit, I say this to you, God's guidance is not measured by immediate results, but by eternal impact. You may not see what He's doing yet, but that doesn't mean He's not working. In fact, the longer the preparation, the greater the purpose, the deeper the surrender, the higher the elevation. And when He finally reveals what He's been building in the dark, it will be so much greater than anything you could have constructed on your own. But you must continue. You must not retreat. You must walk. Even when the path is dim, even when your legs tremble, even when the voices around you say, give up, because the one who is led by God cannot be stopped by man. Obedience always opens doors that hustle never could. Faithful steps move mountains. That force cannot budge. And know this, God never gives partial guidance. When He leads, He does so completely. If you only hear fragments, it's not because God is unclear, it's because distraction has deafened your ear. You must tune your spirit, quiet your flesh, purify your motive. Then the voice becomes clear, the steps become sure, the direction becomes undeniable. Don't let familiarity fool you. Just because you've walked a certain path before doesn't mean God is leading you there again. Just because it worked last season doesn't mean it's meant for this one. Being led by God requires constant sensitivity. You cannot live on yesterday's instructions. You need fresh guidance, new direction, daily surrender, because each day brings new battles, new assignments, and new levels of responsibility. And hear me now, you are not too broken to be led. You are not too lost to be found. You are not too late to begin. God is not limited by your past. He is not intimidated by your weakness. He is not disappointed in your journey, but He will not compete with your pride. He waits for the humble heart. He responds to the surrendered soul. The instant you declare, "God, not my will, but yours," everything around you begins to shift. You step back into alignment with your true calling. You leave behind confusion and step into clarity. And I say this with conviction, burning deep within my spirit. If you genuinely desire to see God's power manifest in your life, you must stop bargaining with His instructions. Stop deciding which commands you feel like obeying. Stop filtering His direction through your comfort and convenience. You cannot walk in the fullness of His guidance while clinging to half-hearted obedience. The road to greatness is narrow, not because God is harsh, but because He is intentional. He wastes no step. He gives no careless command. Every word He speaks is meant to protect you. Every directive is designed to lift you higher. Every pause is preparing you for what's ahead. God does not speak to entertain you. He speaks to align you. And when He gives a word, it is not for your entertainment. It is for your transformation. His direction demands response, and not just words from your lips, but movement from your spirit. Because true obedience doesn't wait for convenience. It moves at the sound of God's whisper. And when you learn to move at His voice, you unlock blessings that no eye has seen, no ear has heard, and no mind could ever imagine. But many miss this. They want God to speak clearly, but they haven't created space for Him to speak at all. They fill their lives with distractions, their minds with noise, their days with hurry, and then wonder why they feel lost. God does not shout over chaos. He speaks in stillness. He leads those who are willing to slow down, to be quiet, to seek His face above all. If you want divine direction, you must cultivate divine devotion. You must hunger for God's guidance more than you hunger for the opinions of men. And hear this, God will not lead a heart that is still chasing idols. You cannot be led by God while being ruled by greed. You cannot be guided by the Almighty while being chained to bitterness, to ego, to lust, to fear. These things cloud your spirit. They block your discernment. Oh, they corrupt your perspective. And God, in His mercy, will often strip away those attachments, not to punish you, but to free you. Because He cannot pour destiny into a vessel that's already full of pride. When God begins to lead you, He also begins to cleanse you. He will refine your motives. He will expose your intentions. He will reveal what has been hiding in the corners of your soul, not to shame you, but to sanctify you. Because His leadership is not just about external decisions. It's about internal purification. He's not only concerned with where you're going, He's deeply invested in who you are becoming. And the more you surrender, the more He shapes you. The more you yield, the more He molds your spirit into strength. You begin to walk differently, speak differently, think differently. Not because you're trying harder, but because you're being led by something higher. You no longer need to force outcomes, manipulate people, or chase affirmation. God becomes your compass, your confidence, your source. You are no longer driven by pressure. You are driven by purpose. Let me make it plain. God's leadership will often challenge you before it blesses you. It will require sacrifice. It will confront comfort. It will dismantle pride. But every painful shift is preparing you for the weight of the calling that's ahead. Every instruction you obey, even when it hurts, is like a seed planted in faith that will one day produce fruit so abundant it will overflow into generations. But the seed must fall at the ground and die. Your plans must die. Your timelines must die. Your expectations must be placed on the altar. Because the one who is led by God must walk by faith, not by sight. Faith doesn't demand a roadmap. It demands trust. And trust is tested when the way is unclear. When the path looks barren, when the next step feels risky, that is where true surrender is born. Not in the sunlight of clarity, but in the shadows of uncertainty. Where you choose to say, God, I don't see the outcome, but I know your character. I trust your heart more than I fear the unknown. That's where transformation begins. That's where faith becomes real. Not in theory, but in practice. Not in lip service, but in life lived on the edge of divine dependence. That is the fire God uses to burn away the shallow life you've known and replace it with something eternal. That is how you are forged into a vessel worthy of His power. And once you begin to walk like this, something shifts. You stop asking God to bless your plan and start asking Him to reveal His to you. You stop demanding answers and start listening for His whispers. You stop praying for comfort and start asking for courage. You no longer want what's popular. You want what's pure. You no longer fear being alone because you've tasted the sweetness of walking with God. And you know that one moment of His direction is better than 1,000 days of wandering and success without Him. Some of you have been stuck in cycles, repeating seasons that should have ended years ago, not because God is punishing you, but because you've resisted His leadership. You've prayed. Yes, you've gone through the motions, but you've refused to change. You've clung to your own understanding. You've followed your own emotions. And until you fully release control, you will never step into the new thing God is trying to birth in your life. But here's the hope. It's not too late to begin again. God is still speaking. He's still calling. He's still leading. But He's waiting on you to respond. He's waiting on you to say, enough of my way, enough of empty striving, enough of delayed obedience. God, I'm ready not to understand but to follow, not to control but to trust, not to lead but to be led. That's when the breakthrough comes. That's when the confusion lifts. That's when the right doors begin to open. Not because you kicked Him down, but because you waited for the key. God's timing is perfect. His methods are flawless. His plans are detailed with wisdom beyond human comprehension. And when you align yourself with Him, you step into a flow of divine favor that cannot be earned, only received through obedience. So listen closely. Don't look for shortcuts, no. Don't rush what God is refining. Don't compare your journey to anyone else's. The path He has for you is sacred, specific, and saturated in purpose. And when you let Him lead, even your detours become holy. Even your trials become teachers. Even your tears become the water that nourishes the seeds of destiny. Let this sink deep into your spirit. Being led by God is not a one-time decision. It's a daily posture, a continuous surrender, a life that whispers again and again, God, I trust you more than I trust myself. And in that surrender, there is power. In that trust, there is peace. In that obedience, there is protection. So wherever you are, no matter how far you feel, no matter what mistakes you've made, lift your eyes to the heavens and declare with all your heart, God, I am ready to follow you fully, faithfully, and fearlessly. And watch what he does. Watch how he shifts things you thought were immovable. Watch how he restores what you thought was lost. Watch how he creates beauty from brokenness. Not because you deserve it, but because you finally let him lead. And now I speak to the hidden parts of you, the places you keep guarded, the battles you fight in silence, the questions that haunt you when the world grows quiet. You wonder why your life feels heavy. You wonder why doors don't open. You wonder why, despite all your effort, your soul remains. Let me tell you the truth that breaks chains when you resist God's leadership. You resist your own healing. When you block his guidance, you block the peace you've been begging for. It's not that God is far. It's not that he is silent. It's that the noise of your own control has drowned out his direction. You must understand God will never compete for space in your life. He is not a background voice, and he is not an accessory to your ambition. He is the source, the sustainer, the one who gives life meaning. And until you make room for him to lead, everything else will remain out of alignment. You can dress it up, you can decorate your schedule with distractions, but your soul will still whisper the truth. I need God to lead me. This is not weakness. This is not failure. This is the deepest kind of wisdom to acknowledge that without God, even success becomes slavery. Even fame becomes emptiness. Even love becomes temporary because the foundation is unstable. But when God leads, when he truly becomes the one who orders your every step, your life becomes anchored in something eternal. I say this with urgency. You cannot fake being led by God. And you may fool people. You may impress crowds. You may even convince yourself for a season, but your spirit knows, and it will ache. It will grow restless because you were not created for a life of self-navigation. You were created to walk in communion with your Creator. That is why, until you surrender your will to his, you will keep circling the same mountains, repeating the same mistakes, feeling the same emptiness. And some of you are asking, but how do I let God lead me? You start by removing the idols. Remove the voices that drown out his whisper. Remove the habits that quench your awareness of him. Remove the pride that tells you that you know better. God will not force his way into a heart that refuses to make room. His leadership begins where your resistance ends. Not through performance, but through humility. Through an honest heart that cries out, God, I've tried it, my way, and I can't anymore. Take the lead. And when he begins to lead you, he will not always take you the way you expected, but he will always take you the way you need. He may not give you the shortest route, but he will give you the strongest character. He may not rush you to the destination, but he will build the strength in you to handle what's waiting. Because God does not just prepare the blessing, he prepares the vessel. And you are that vessel. Let me tell you what happens when God leads. Confusion begins to lift. That weight on your chest, it begins to ease. Not because every problem disappears, but because your soul is no longer wandering. you begin to hear clearly. You begin to see purpose in places you once saw only pain. You become more than reactive. You become prophetic. You begin to anticipate with faith instead of react with fear. That is the power of alignment. But make no mistake, when God leads you, the world will not always understand. People may question your decisions. They may label your obedience as foolishness. But you must remember, God did not call them to your path. He called you. And when you are led by God, you no longer need approval from those who are blind to your vision. You no longer need validation from those who can't see the voice that called you forward. And you must not fear the cost, because yes, it will cost you. It will cost comfort. It will cost popularity. It may cost opportunities. But whatever God asks you to release, it is only because He is making space for something far greater. He is pruning the branch so it can bear more fruit. He is cutting ties that were quietly choking your purpose. He is removing what seemed good so He can give you what is divine. Let me speak now to the one who has been led by God but has grown weary. You obeyed, you trusted, and yet the breakthrough hasn't come. The harvest hasn't appeared. Listen carefully. Delay is not denial. Silence is not abandonment. When God leads, He sometimes leads you through the wilderness. Not to punish you, but to prove you, to fortify your spirit, to purify your intentions. The wilderness is not the end. It is the place between promise and possession. And those who endure, those who stay faithful in the quiet, will see a glory no man can take away. There is a weight to being led by God, but there is also a reward beyond anything the world can offer. You will walk with authority, not worldly authority, but divine authority. You will speak with weight because your words will come from a place of alignment, not ambition. You will live with clarity because your decisions are not made in haste, but in step with eternity. You will carry peace not because life is perfect, but because your heart is in sync with the one who holds all things. So do not shrink back. Do not harden your heart. Do not hesitate at the crossroads. Choose the narrow way. Choose the quiet way. Choose the way that demands sacrifice but leads to glory. Choose to be led not by flesh, not by fear, not by the opinions of others, but by God alone. Let your mornings begin with surrender. Let your days be guided by His whispers. Let your nights be filled with reflection on His hand moving in unseen ways. And when storms come, you won't be shaken. When enemies rise, you won't be afraid because you'll know you are not alone. You are not lost. You are led. And if you hold on to that, if you live from that truth, if you follow with full faith, God will take you places you never dreamed possible. He will open doors no man can shut. He will raise you in due season. He will protect you from dangers you never even knew existed. He will surround you with peace that transcends understanding. And He will fulfill His purpose in you, not because you are perfect, but because you are surrendered. That is the kind of life worth living. That is the kind of journey worth walking. That is the kind of leadership worth trusting. So today, this moment, this breath, let it be the turning point. Let it be the day you say once and for all, God, take over, guide me, shape me, lead me, and then walk boldly because your steps are now held in the hands of the Almighty. So now let this truth anchor your soul. There is no safer place, no higher calling, and no greater peace than being led by God. not just in the moments when life is calm, but especially in the storms, especially in the silence, especially in the uncertainty. For when God leads, you are never walking blindly. You are walking in divine order. You are not lost. You are being positioned. You are not overlooked. You are being prepared. You are not delayed. You are being developed. And so I urge you from the depths of my spirit, make this the day you stop striving and start surrendering. Let go of the need to control the pressure to please, the fear of the unknown. Lift your heart and declare with unwavering resolve, God, I will no longer lean on my own understanding. I will no longer be moved by noise or fear. I will be led fully, freely, and faithfully by you alone. In the end, what defines your legacy is not the wealth you've gathered, but the surrender you've shown. Not the distance you've traveled, but how faithfully you walked beside the one who formed you. May your life echo with faith, obedience, and steadfast trust in God's direction. Let each step, each word, each choice declare the truth that you were never your own. You have always belonged to Him, guided by His hand, shielded by His mercy, and propelled by His purpose. As you journey forward, remember this unshakable truth. When God moves, no power can restrain you. No enemy can overcome you. No barrier can hold you back. You rise not by strength, not by might, but through the will of the Almighty breathing through you. Surrender to God's lead and watch your life shine as a living testimony of His glory. Have you ever felt the sting of betrayal? The kind that slices deeper than any blade, shattering trust and leaving you stranded in the very place where you once thought you were safe. Have you ever poured your heart, your loyalty, your sacrifices into someone, only to be answered with silence, rejection, and cruel deception? Hear me now. With fire in my spirit and truth burning in my soul, God saw every bit of it. He saw the nights your tears soaked the pillow. He saw the moments you doubted your worth. He saw the days you wore a smile while your heart was quietly breaking inside. And I stand here to proclaim with holy certainty, God Himself will restore you right before the eyes of those who betrayed you. You might feel invisible right now. You might feel discarded, humiliated, abandoned. But God's work in your life is not over. He has not stopped writing your story. He has not overlooked your devotion. He has not dismissed your pain. He has not ignored the prayers whispered through trembling lips onto tear-stained pillows. No, God is watching, and God is setting a table, not in secret, not in hiding, but in the presence of those who betrayed you. You may not understand the silence now, but trust this silence from God never means absence. It means preparation. There are moments in life where God allows betrayal not to destroy you, but to reposition you. Sometimes the very people who turned against you were necessary for the turning point in your destiny. They were part of the process, not the promise. And while they may have walked away thinking they had the last word, thinking they had broken you, God was just getting started. Because when God restores, He doesn't do it in secret. He does it publicly. He will lift you in the very place you were thrown down. He will honor you in the place where you were dishonored. He will bless you in front of those who cursed you. He will heal you openly in the presence of those who hoped you'd stay broken. Do not grow bitter. Do not seek revenge. Do not waste your energy trying to explain yourself to people who were committed to misunderstanding you. Let them laugh. Let them talk. Let them gossip. Let them point fingers. But while they're watching, God is working. He's building something in you that betrayal cannot break. He's planting seeds of glory in the soil of your suffering. He's using their lies to strengthen your truth. He's using their rejection to reveal your resilience. Don't you see? They thought they buried you, but they didn't know you were a seed. There is something holy about betrayal. It reveals what comfort cannot. It strips away the illusion and reveals the intention. And when people leave you in your lowest moment, God steps in to show you that His presence is the only one you ever truly needed. The arms of God are never folded in judgment when you've been wounded. They are wide open, waiting to hold you, to raise you, to cleanse you of the pain that people cannot see. Yes, they betrayed you, but God will build you. They left you, but God will lift you. They mocked you, but God will magnify you. You may feel like nothing is happening. You may look around and think you've lost. But I tell you today, the very ones who betrayed you will one day have to witness your restoration. Not because you want revenge, not because you need validation, but because God always finishes what He starts. And when He begins a work in you, betrayal can delay it, but it cannot deny it. Those who thought they ended your story are about to witness a new chapter, one written by the hand of the Almighty Himself. God is the God of justice, and justice does not always come in the way we expect it. Sometimes justice is not a strike of lightning. Sometimes justice is elevation. When God raises you beyond what they thought you could ever become, that is justice. When God favors you despite their schemes, that is justice. When He blesses your name while they tried to stain it, that is justice. You don't need to clap back. You don't need to get even. You need to stay still and let God do what only He can do. Let them think you're finished. Let them celebrate your fall. But the next time they see you, they won't recognize you, because God is about to dress you in glory. He's about to robe you in honor. He's about to restore you with a power that no betrayal can block. They may have taken your peace, but God is returning double. They may have tried to ruin your name, but God is raising your influence. They may have tried to shame you, but God is clothing you in strength. You are not done. You are being developed. Don't lose heart. Don't let bitterness take root in your soul. Don't rehearse the betrayal in your mind every night. Release it. Because the more you cling to the pain, the more you delay the promise. Give it to God. Every insult, every wound, every leap, put it in His hands. Because when God is your defender, you don't have to fight. You don't have to scream to be heard. You don't have to beg to be believed. God will vindicate you. Not just spiritually, not just emotionally, but publicly. He is the God of restoration. Not partial, not halfway, but full, overflowing, complete. That means not only will He heal your heart, but He will also lift your life. He will take you from forgotten to favored, from betrayed to blessed, from abandoned to anointed. And the ones who laughed at your downfall will have no choice but to watch your rise. Because what God prepares in private, He reveals in public. The hidden work in your soul will soon shine through your life. The tears you sweat in silence are about to reap a harvest of joy. They meant it for evil. They meant it to break you. But God is using it to make you. They meant to silence you. But God is using it to strengthen your voice. They thought the betrayal would destroy you, but they didn't factor in God. And when God is in the equation, pain becomes purpose, suffering becomes strength, and rejection becomes redirection. Let them see you risen not in pride, but in the glory of God's redemption. You are not who they said you were. You are who God says you are. You are not the broken version they tried to leave behind. You are the refined version God is raising up. You are not the shame of the past. You are the testimony of His power. And when you walk into your new season, walk boldly, not to prove them wrong, but to prove that God is always right. He chooses the broken. He exalts the humble. He favors the rejected. He uses the betrayed. You may not see it now, but something divine is unfolding. God is rearranging things behind the scenes. He's aligning hearts. He's shifting atmospheres. He's opening doors that no betrayal can shut. And soon, the very ones who betrayed you will say, "We didn't see this coming." That's because they forgot one thing. God was on your side. And when God is for you, no betrayal, no slander, no weapon formed against you can prosper. Your story is not over. It's just getting started. Do not curse your betrayal. Thank God for it, because it revealed who is real and who is temporary. It revealed what was built on trust and what was built on convenience. It drew you closer to God than comfort ever could. Sometimes the betrayal is the blessing. Sometimes the hurt is the holy path. Sometimes the rejection is the rescue, because God is more concerned with your destiny than your comfort. And if He had to let them walk away to wake you up, then praise Him for it. Every betrayal is a setup for a comeback. And not just any comeback, a comeback with power, a comeback with favor, a comeback with wisdom. You're not coming back the same. You're coming back stronger, sharper, wiser, and closer to God than ever before. Let the betrayal refine you, not define you. Let it shape you, not shatter you. Let it teach you, not torment you, because your rise will be greater than your fall. And your comeback will speak louder than their betrayal ever could. The time is coming where God will lift the curtain and show the world what He was doing in you. The time is near when the tables will turn not by your hand, but by His. He will restore your name. He will restore your dignity. He will restore your peace. He will restore your strength. Not only that, He will do it in full view of those who wish to see you crumble. And it won't be to shame them. It will be to show them that when you walk with God, you will always rise again. They may have left you in a pit, but God will raise you to the palace. They may have thrown dirt on you, but God will cause flowers to bloom. They may have written you off, but God is rewriting your destiny. And those who watched your pain will witness your promotion. Those who caused your tears will see your triumph. Because no one can bury what God has chosen to breathe life into. No one can destroy what God has decided to bless. And no one can block the restoration that's coming upon you. And now hear me. If you've been broken by betrayal, if your name has been dragged through the mud by people who once called you family or friend, God has already written your comeback in the ink of divine justice. While the world stares at your wounds, God is clothing you in new armor. Not the armor of pride or vengeance, but the armor of peace, resilience, and unshakable purpose. God's restoration is not about replaying the pain. It's about rewriting your future. And when God restores, He doesn't give you back what was lost. He gives you back better. God sees what they said behind your back. God hears what they whispered in secret. He knows the traps they set, the false smiles they wore, the words they twisted. But He also knows your heart. He knows your silence wasn't weakness. He knows your kindness wasn't foolishness. He knows that your endurance when you could have retaliated is the very reason He is about to reward you in full. Do not mistake God's patience for forgetfulness. He keeps perfect record of every tear you shed, every injustice you endured, and every time you chose peace when you had the right to rage. This is where your strength is revealed, not in how you respond to betrayal, but in how you trust God to deal with it. And let me tell you, God never misses. He never fails to restore. He never lets the story end with your pain. And if you stay close to Him, He will take what was meant for your destruction and turn it into the very foundation of your elevation. The same stones they threw to bring you down will become the platform God uses to raise you higher. There are people who left your life thinking they took something from you. They walked away thinking you'd never recover, but they don't know the power of the one you belong to. They don't understand that betrayal does not bury the faithful. It awakens them. And when God is your vindicator, you won't even have to speak. Your restoration will do the talking. Your peace will silence the critics. Your joy will confuse the enemy. Because when God restores, He restores with glory. Let them see your scars. Let them watch you shine. Because those scars aren't signs of weakness. They're proof that God healed you. They're reminders that what was meant to destroy you became the fire that refined you. You don't have to hide your past. You don't have to explain what happened. Just walk in your purpose. Just keep moving forward because God is using your story to display His power. Every betrayal that tried to bury you will become a testimony of how deeply God can restore. There's a reason God allows some people to walk away. There's a reason the betrayal came from someone close. Because God needed to show you that your destiny does not depend on who left, but on who stays. And God stays. He remains when others run. He strengthens when others shame. He lifts when others lie. So don't beg for the approval of the betrayer. Don't chase closure from people who were never meant to finish your story. God is your closure. God is your justice. God is your comeback. Some of you have been carrying the weight of betrayal for years. It hardened your trust. It bruised your spirit. But today, hear this truth. God is not only able to restore what you lost, He is able to restore who you were before the pain, the softness in your heart, the purity in your intentions, the fire in your soul. God is bringing it all back stronger and wiser. He is rebuilding you with deeper wisdom, higher vision, and greater strength. What you're becoming through the pain is far more powerful than who you were before it. The people who walked away did not walk away with your destiny. The ones who betrayed you did not take your anointing. Your purpose is not in their hands. Your future is held by the one who sees all, knows all, and restores all. And when God sets out to restore a person, He does it in such a way that even your enemies will have to acknowledge His hand on your life. They'll look at you and wonder how you survived. They'll look at you and ask how you didn't break. And you'll simply smile because you'll know it was God. There's a level of strength that only comes from being broken and rebuilt by God. It is a strength that no man can give you. It is a peace that cannot be purchased. It is a wisdom that no betrayal can erase. And if you hold on through the process, if you surrender every wound to God, you will risen not bitter but better, not angry but anchored, not vengeful but victorious. Because the hand of God does not merely restore, it glorifies. It reveals His power in your perseverance. And know this, God is not restoring you for the sake of your reputation. He's restoring you for the sake of His purpose. Your elevation is not just about proving people wrong. It's about proving that those who walk with God cannot be destroyed by betrayal. Your story is about to become a sermon. Your testimony is about to awaken faith in someone else. Because when God restores you, He makes you a lighthouse for others who are still walking through the storm. It is no coincidence that the betrayal hurt you so deeply. It was not random. It was strategic because what God has placed inside of you threatens the darkness in others. That's why they tried to dim your light. That's why they tried to isolate you. That's why they gossiped. But what they failed to realize is that the more they tried to bury you, the more God was preparing you to break through. You are rising, not in spite of the betrayal, but because of it, God is using it as fuel. So stop mourning what you lost and start preparing for what God is about to give. Stop looking back at who left and start looking ahead to who you're becoming. Stop replaying the betrayal and start rejoicing in the restoration. Because your weeping may have endured for a night, but your mourning is coming. And when it comes, the ones who once doubted you, dismissed you, and betrayed you will have to stand back and watch as God displays His goodness in your life. This is not the end of your story. This is the rising action. This is the chapter where you learn just how powerful it is to be held by God when everyone else lets go. This is the moment when your soul realizes that being betrayed by man is never the end because you are backed by the Almighty. And He never loses. He never forgets. He never fails. He is preparing a restoration so undeniable, so glorious, that no mouth will be able to deny it, and no heart will be able to ignore it. Let God work. Let Him finish what He started. Let Him restore you so completely that the very pain that once paralyzed you becomes your platform to speak life into others. Let Him raise you in front of the very people who buried you. Not so you can say, "Look at me," but so the world will say, "Surely God was with them." And if you keep walking, if you keep trusting, if you keep believing, even through the pain, you will live to see the day where everything they meant for evil turns to dust in the face of God's blessing. You will see the tables turn. You will see your name honored. You will see your peace return. And you will see your strength renewed. Because betrayal is never the end for those who walk with God. It's only the beginning of something holy, something powerful, something that the world cannot take credit for. God will restore you, not someday, but soon. And when He does, He will do it in front of every eye that doubted, every heart that walked away, and every tongue that cursed you. Stay ready. Stay humble, because restoration is on the way. And when it arrives, it will be undeniable. God is about to do something in your life that only He can do. And the world will witness the glory of it. Listen closely, because what I'm about to say is not just meant to inspire you. It is meant to awaken your spirit. Betrayal is not just a wound. It is a test. A test that reveals who truly holds your heart. A test that separates dependence on people from dependence on God. You see, when those you trusted most turn against you, when those you loved walk away without explanation, God is not punishing you. He is purifying you. He is burning away the illusion that your strength came from man. He is removing every crutch, every false comfort, every shaky foundation, so that you may stand firm on Him alone. And let me tell you something. When God strips you, it's because He's about to strengthen you. The world may have thought you were finished. They may have expected you to fold under the weight of betrayal. But they underestimated the power of the one who holds you. They don't realize that God allows the breaking to produce the building. He allows the abandonment to birth the awakening. They watch you weep and assume you've been crushed, but what they cannot see is the holy strength being forged in the quiet of your pain. After betrayal, there is a sacred hush, a stillness where God carries out His deepest work. In those moments when you are by yourself, when the calls stop coming, when every door feels closed, that is the very space where God begins to whisper. Not with noise, but with revelation. Not with explanations, but with His presence. And in that silence, something divine unfolds. Your reliance shifts. Your gaze no longer seeks affirmation from people, but lifts toward heaven. Your heart no longer runs after human approval, but hungers for the voice of God alone. Because when betrayal strips you bare, when pain leaves you standing in solitude, you discover a truth no comfort could ever teach. God is enough. And not just enough, He is more than enough. He becomes your stability when everything else shakes. He becomes your whisper of hope when the noise of doubt grows loud. He becomes your anchor when the winds of betrayal try to toss you aside. And in that holy moment of surrender, God begins the process of holy restoration. But here, this truth, restoration, is not just about regaining what was lost. It is about becoming who you were always meant to be. It's about God reshaping your soul, refining your purpose, and releasing you into a version of yourself that the betrayal was never meant to handle. This is why they left. This is why they turned on you. Because what God is preparing in you could not be carried in the presence of betrayal. He had to remove the noise so you could hear His voice. He had to expose the fake so He could surround you with the real. And as He restores you, understand this: God is not just trying to heal your wounds. He's trying to give your wounds meaning. He's trying to use your experience to raise your voice. He's trying to use your tears to water the seeds of compassion and wisdom in your soul. Because once you've been betrayed and restored by God, you carry something in your spirit that no school, no sermon, no book can give you. You carry the evidence of endurance, the mark of mercy, the fire of faith, and you become a vessel of hope for others who are still bleeding. That's why you can't quit. That's why you can't stay silent. That's why you can't let the betrayal harden your heart. Because God needs your story. He needs your scars. He needs your survival. He is not just restoring you for your sake. He is restoring you to become a voice, a light, a guide to others who are walking through the same valley you just came out of. This restoration is personal, but it is not private. What God does in you, He intends to shine through you. And soon, hear this clearly, God will cause those who betrayed you to watch your rise with silent awe. Not because you demand their attention, but because God commands their respect. Your life will become a living testimony of how divine justice works. They may have slandered you, lied on you, turned people against you, but none of their efforts can stand against the will of God. When God chooses to lift someone, no opinion, no alliance, no conspiracy can stop that elevation. And when you rise, it will not be with bitterness, but with brilliance. It will not be with arrogance, but with authority. You will walk into rooms where you were once shamed, and you will be honored. You will receive calls from people who once ignored you, and this time you won't need them. You will return to places where your name was mocked, and they will be forced to acknowledge this is the one God has restored. You won't have to say a word. Your peace will be your power. Your growth will be your proof. Your restoration will be your response. God never allows betrayal without purpose. He never permits pain without a plan. And the pain you endured was not random. It was preparing you for the restoration that requires a stronger version of you. And if you let Him finish the process, if you trust Him through the silence, He will reward you in ways that betrayal could never block. This is the justice of God, not revenge, but redemption, not punishment, but promotion, not retaliation, but restoration. And understand this, God's restoration is not given to prove people wrong. It's given to prove that walking with Him is always right. Your elevation is not meant to humiliate others. It's meant to glorify God. Your success is not a weapon. It's a witness. So wear it humbly, walk in it with grace, because the same God who watched you be betrayed in silence is the same God who will now raise you in majesty. And all of it will point back to Him. Do not chase the people who betrayed you. Do not seek closure from the mouths that slandered you. Let God handle it. Let God be your answer. Let God be your evidence. Let God be your light in the darkness they try to throw you into. Because when it's all said and done, when the dust settles and the voices fall silent, only one voice matters. That is the voice of God saying, "Well done. I have restored you." There is a sacred strength rising within you, forged in the fire of betrayal. And it did not come from the approval of people. It came from being crushed, ignored, and underestimated. And the world is about to see what happens when someone leans fully into God alone after being forsaken by those they trusted most. You see, betrayal strips away everything shallow. It leaves no room for pretending. It takes off the mask. But what betrayal also does, if you hand it over to God, creates space for something holy to grow. It makes room for a faith that cannot be shaken, a peace that cannot be bought, and a restoration that cannot be denied. Do not despise the silence that followed the betrayal. That silence is where God speaks the loudest. In that silence, God shows you who He really is. Not just the God of blessings, but the God of rebuilding. Not just the God of comfort, but the God of transformation. God is not just mending your brokenness. He is extracting power from it. What once made you cry will soon become the very thing that gives you authority. You will speak from a place that only pain could open. You will lead with a depth that only loss could create. And you will love with a heart that knows what it means to be hurt and healed by the same hands, the hands of God. You may be wondering, why did God allow it? Why didn't He stop them from turning on me? The answer is not to punish you, but to prepare you. There are certain doors God will not let you walk through carrying people who were never meant to go with you. Their presence would have polluted your purpose. Their loyalty was never rooted in truth. So God allowed the betrayal not to break you, but to separate you. And separation is often a sign that elevation is near. When God is about to raise you, He removes what cannot breathe in the altitude of your calling. And do not fear what you lost. What walked away was never greater than what God is sending. God never subtracts without a plan to multiply. He never removes without a plan to replace with better. The betrayal was painful, yes, but it was also prophetic. It revealed what you needed to see, not what you wanted to believe. And now, with clearer eyes and a purified heart, you are ready to receive what God had reserved for you all along. Let your enemies watch. Let the betrayers observe in silence, because soon they will witness a transformation they cannot explain. And they will be left wondering, how did this happen? The answer will not be your hustle. It will not be your charisma. It will not be your connections. The answer will be one name only, God. because no one restores like God does. He doesn't just return what was taken, He adds favor to it. He adds strength to it. He adds purpose to it. And most of all, He makes sure that everyone sees it was His hand and not yours. You won't have to defend yourself. You won't have to argue or convince. The restoration will speak louder than any rumor. The peace you walk in will silence every tongue. The blessings flowing into your life will declare whose you are. And let me tell you something divine. God is not just going to restore your status. He's going to restore your soul. He's going to restore that hidden place within you that became tired, weary, and disappointed. He's going to breathe life into the areas of your heart that betrayal tried to kill. You will not just recover externally, you will be made whole on the inside. You'll start to smile again, not a forced smile, but a genuine, glowing, sacred joy. You'll laugh again, not to cover the pain, but because God has replaced it with purpose. You'll trust again, not blindly, but with discernment, because God has given you wisdom through the wounds. You will love again, not carelessly, but courageously, because God's restoration doesn't leave you bitter. It makes you better. And you must understand something vital. When God chooses to showcase His restoration, He does it in such a way that the stage belongs to Him. Yes, your enemies will see it. Yes, the betrayers will witness it, but the spotlight won't be on your pain. It will be on God's glory. The restoration will not be revenge. It will be revelation. A revelation of what it means to trust God when everything else falls apart. A revelation of what it means to survive betrayal and still rise with integrity. A revelation that those who place their hope in God will never be put to shame. You are not being restored to the same level you were before. No, God is elevating you beyond what was familiar. He is moving you into spaces where those who hurt you can no longer reach. He is preparing you for blessings they cannot interrupt. You see, when God steps in, He doesn't just fix the damage, He increases the capacity. He enlarges your territory. He multiplies your peace. He strengthens your voice. He stretches your spirit. You're not going back to who you were. You're stepping into who you were destined to be. And let me remind you of this truth. God is not restoring you based on how people treated you. He is restoring you based on how you remained faithful to Him. You didn't curse them when you could have. You didn't seek revenge when you were tempted. You didn't stop praying. You didn't let bitterness become your identity. That's why restoration is coming. Not just because you were hurt, but because you honored God through the hurt. You didn't allow the betrayal to pull you out of alignment. And for that, God is about to reward you. This season will not end in defeat. It will not end in silence. It will not end in shame. It will end with a holy unveiling. God is about to remove the veil, the weight, the burden, and reveal the strength, the wisdom, and the beauty that was forming in your soul all along. And when He does, the restoration will be so complete, so breathtaking, so divine, that even the wounds of betrayal will bow in submission to the will of God. There will come a moment in your life, a divine moment, when the very ground that shook beneath your betrayal will become the stage of your restoration. Not by the hands of man, but by the sovereign hand of God. The same voice that spoke galaxies into existence is speaking over your situation now. Be still. I am working. Do you not know? Do you not perceive it? Even when it looks like nothing is changing, God is moving. He is rearranging circumstances. He is aligning opportunities. He is softening hearts. And all of it is preparing the way for your rise. But understand this with clarity. Restoration is not a return to the past. It is a revelation of what was always within you, now brought to the surface by fire. The betrayal was the heat, but the outcome is the purification of your purpose. The ones who betrayed you thought they were tearing you down, but in truth, they were removing the barriers to your breakthrough. They thought they silenced you, but God was only turning the volume down on the noise so He could amplify His voice within you. Do not try to rebuild the broken bridges. Not all connections are meant to be repaired. Some must remain in ruins to remind you where God stepped in. Let God choose who stayed. Let God decide who goes. Because not every person who walks with you in your early chapters is meant to witness your restoration. Some must watch from a distance so that they and you know it was never by their strength, but only by God's mercy. There's no betrayal so deep that God cannot raise you higher. There's no lie so damaging that God cannot restore your name. There's no abandonment so painful that God cannot fill the emptiness with His presence. And when He fills it completely. You won't be half-idle. You won't be pretending. You won't be faking joy. You will overflow with wisdom, with discernment, with calm strength, with quiet confidence, with the kind of peace that makes people say something happened in their life and only God could have done it. Let them wonder. Let them whisper. Let them watch. Because God is not restoring you for applause. He is restoring you for purpose. You've been through the valley and now He's placing you on a mountain not so you can shout about your pain, but so you can declare His power. He will make your life a message, a movement, a miracle in motion. And all of it will point back to the one who never left you when others did. To the one who stood beside you when doors closed. To the one who knew the betrayal was part of your becoming. This is why you must not fight in your own strength. You must not return evil for evil. Do not waste your divine energy trying to prove yourself to people who already chose to misunderstand you. Let God be your defender. Let Him be your shield. Let Him be your vindication. For when He lifts you, no one can push you down. And when He restores you, no one can reverse it. It will be established, sealed, guarded by the authority of heaven. There's a holy weight to the restoration of God. It is not surface level. It is not for show. It is deep, authentic, and rooted in righteousness. When God restores you, He doesn't just give you opportunities. He gives you the character to carry them. He doesn't just open doors, He gives you the discernment to walk through the right ones. He doesn't just elevate your name, He purifies your motives. That's why the process hurts. That's why the waiting is long. Because God is not just changing your situation, He is changing you. And when the time comes, and it will come, your restoration will be undeniable. Even your enemies will have to admit, surely God has favored them. Not because you fought back, not because you retaliated, but because you trusted the one who sees everything and forgets nothing. Your patience will be rewarded. Your silence will be honored. Your long nights will be answered, not with explanations, but with elevation. Do not despise your tears. Do not be ashamed of your scars. Those tears watered your next season. Those scars became the map to your future strength. Every tear you shed in secret was counted. Every heartbreak you endured in silence was recorded. And now God is about to turn what was private into something public. Not to shame you, but to show the world what it looks like when someone walks faithfully through betrayal and comes out blessed on the other side. So stand tall, stand firm, walk with dignity, because the chapter of confusion is ending and the chapter of clarity is being written. The days of silence are behind you and the days of testimony are in front of you. What they tried to destroy, God has preserved. What they attempted to ruin, God has refined. What they threw away, God is now presenting with honor. You don't need validation from those who betrayed you. You don't need applause from the crowd. You need only the smile of your Creator. And when He smiles on you, He opens doors no man can shut. He raises voices no one can silence. He brings peace that surpasses understanding, and He restores in a way that not only blesses you, but causes others to believe. So keep walking even when the path is quiet. Keep believing even when the evidence is not visible. Restoration is not a rumor. It is a promise, and God never makes a promise He cannot keep. He has heard your cries. He has seen your humility, and He is preparing something so complete, so powerful, so unexplainable that when it arrives, it will not make sense in human terms. It will only make sense through faith. And now, as the truth settles deep into your spirit, let this be written upon the walls of your heart. God will restore you not in secret, but in the full light of day. Not just quietly within, but openly before those who questioned your worth, those who doubted your purpose, and those who betrayed your trust. When God restores, He does not whisper it. He proclaims it with power. He takes what was meant to shame you and turns it into a symbol of honor. He takes the very ground of your rejection and transforms it into holy ground where only His mercy can explain the outcome. Let no man deceive you into believing that your story is over. You may feel weary, but you are not done. You may have been betrayed, but you are not broken. You may have lost people, opportunities, even pieces of yourself, but what remains is the most powerful thing of all, your faith in God. And that faith, tested through fire, refined through tears, will carry you into a restoration far beyond what you once imagined. Because when God restores, He does not bring you back to where you were. He propels you into something greater. Those who betrayed you may have succeeded in causing pain, but they failed to see the divine hand covering your life. They didn't realize that every accusation would become a stepping stone, that every delay would be a setup for something better, that every wound would become a vessel for glory, and that the very people who tried to erase your worth would witness the weight of God's favor on your life. Not because you sought revenge, but because you trusted the one who holds vengeance and mercy in perfect balance. You didn't need to clap back. You didn't need to scream your innocence. You didn't need to gather an army to defend your name. All you needed was to stand still and let God be God. He is not just watching. He is working. He is not just aware. He is aligning. And in the silence of your surrender, in the humility of your heart, God has been crafting your comeback. And when He unveils it, there will be no doubt. It won't be luck. It won't be chance. It won't be the work of man. It will be the undeniable signature of God. So walk forward with confidence, not in yourself, but in the one who restores beyond measure. Walk forward with peace, not because the pain didn't happen, but because it no longer holds power over you. Walk forward with power, not because you have all the answers, but because you are connected to the source of all wisdom, all justice, and all restoration. Let the betrayal be a reminder not of what was done to you, but of what God is doing through you. And as you rise, remain humble. Let your restoration become a testimony, not a trophy. Let your blessings speak of God's mercy, not man's approval. Let your victory be quiet thunder that points every eye not to your pain, but to the one who turned your mourning into strength. For you will rise, not bitter, not proud, not spiteful, but whole, healed, and full of purpose. So now lift your eyes from the ashes. God is not finished. You are not forgotten. And this betrayal, this season of loss, this valley of tears was not your ending. It was your awakening. And soon, before those who turned their backs, before those who mocked your silence, before those who left you behind, God will raise you up. And when He does, it will be known. This restoration came from no man, from no system, from no hand of flesh. It came from God, only God, forever and always God. As these words sink deep into your spirit, let them be sealed with a faith that cannot be shaken. God has witnessed every betrayal, gathered every tear, and heard each unspoken cry. Yet beyond all of that, He has already arranged your restoration. A restoration that will not merely mend what was shattered, but will reveal your true identity when you are held, molded, and lifted by God alone. Do not let your heart be troubled by those who walked away or by the things that slipped through your hands. Do not linger in the silence of those who abandoned you. Instead, set your gaze on the one who never left. For when God restores, He does so with justice, with meaning, and with glory. And before every doubting eye, every slandering tongue, every betraying heart, God Himself will lift you up, not for pride, but for testimony, not for revenge, but for His glory. Your journey is not closing in defeat. It is unfolding into divine completion. And when that day arrives, all will see it was never by human hands. It was never by chance. It was always God. My friend, if today you find yourself standing at the edge of despair, if your heart feels weighed down and your hands seem bound, if the path ahead looks like a dead end and the walls feel as though they're closing in, listen closely. God will take care of your impossible situation. Not maybe, not someday, not if things line up. He will. This isn't just a word of comfort from people. This is a divine decree from the one who shaped heaven and earth, the one who has never failed and never will. What seems impossible to you is a whisper to Him. What feels crushing to you is weightless to Him. What confuses you is already clear to Him before you even recognize the problem. God has already written the solution. So many of us carry loads too heavy to bear. We mask them behind practiced smiles. We drag them into the night and wrestle with them in silence. We cry quietly, wondering if anyone notices our pain. But I'm here to tell you today, God sees, God knows. And God isn't pacing in worry, He's preparing in wisdom. You think it's impossible only because you've run out of options. You've exhausted every door you could knock on, every connection, every plan. But God is not limited by your resources. He is not limited by your past, your mistakes, or your qualifications. God is not intimidated by the size of your mountain. He formed the mountain. God specializes in the impossible. That's His realm. That's where He reveals His power most clearly. If it were possible by your own strength, you wouldn't need God. But when you reach the end of your ability, that's where His glory begins. When you're out of moves, God steps in. When you're out of strength, God shows up. When everyone else walks away, God stands with you. Don't be deceived by what your eyes see. God works in silence, in mystery, in ways that don't make sense until the miracle is complete. You may be facing something right now that has shattered your hope. Maybe it's a diagnosis that broke your spirit. Maybe it's a relationship that left you bleeding on the inside. Maybe it's the burden of poverty or the pain of being betrayed. Maybe it's the weight of anxiety or the fear of what tomorrow holds. But I declare with boldness, God will handle it. God is not asking you to understand the situation. He is asking you to trust Him in it. He is not waiting for your qualifications. He is waiting for your surrender. So many people say, I've tried everything and nothing works. But have you given it to God fully? Not partially? Not with a backup plan? Not with conditions? Have you laid it on the altar of faith and walked away saying, God, I can't fix this, but I trust that you can? That's where peace lives. That's where transformation begins. That's where the hand of the Almighty moves. You see, God doesn't need favorable conditions to act. God doesn't check the economy before blessing you. He doesn't need the approval of people to lift you up. He doesn't wait for permission from your past to unlock your future. He speaks and it is done. He commands and nature obeys. He calls light out of darkness and it shines. He opens doors no man can shut, and He shuts doors no man can open. He parts seas for those who walk in faith, and He makes a way where there was no way. There's a power in calling on God in your lowest hour. There's a strength in kneeling when the world expects you to collapse. There's a miracle in the midnight moment when all seems lost, and yet you still believe. The pain you're in now may be part of the preparation. The delay may be divine. The silence may be sacred. But the breakthrough is on its way. Not because of your strength, but because of God's mercy. There's no situation too dead for God to revive. There's no heart too broken for God to restore. There's no future too uncertain for God to secure. He has done it before. He will do it again. He rescued you when you didn't even know you needed saving. He protected you from battles you never even saw. He held back the storm until you could bear it. And if He brought you this far, He won't leave you now. Some of you are waiting for a sign, a miracle, a breakthrough, and you feel like it's too late. But I want to tell you, God is never late. He is never early. He is always on time. Not your time, His time. And when His time comes, it will be perfect. The doors will swing open. The chains will fall. The tears you cried in the dark will be turned into strength in the daylight. The pain that pressed you down will be the very foundation God uses to elevate you. He wastes nothing, not a moment, not a tear, not a heartbreak. It all works together for His purpose. I know it's hard to believe when you've been waiting for so long. I know the silence of God can feel like rejection. But let me remind you, God's silence is not absence. Sometimes His silence is preparation. Sometimes He's building your faith, developing your character, and removing what you don't need so He can bless you with what you do. Don't rush the process. Don't abort the mission. Don't surrender the promise. What is impossible with man is always possible with God. You are not forgotten. You are not abandoned. You are not overlooked. The very thing that others walked away from God is walking toward. The mess you're in, He is about to turn into a message. The pain you've carried, He's about to convert into purpose. The struggle that made you cry will be the same struggle that brings you closer to Him. He does not waste suffering. He transforms it. God sees every sleepless night. He hears every unspoken prayer. He catches every falling tear, and He is closer than you think. He is not a distant figure in the sky. He is near to the brokenhearted. He is strength for the weary. He is a refuge in the storm. He is your ever-present help in time of need. You don't have to shout to reach Him. He is already listening. You don't have to fight alone. He is already fighting for you. Faith is not pretending that things are easy. Faith is declaring that God is still in control when nothing makes sense. Faith is standing in the fire and knowing that the flames will not consume you because the one who walks with you is greater than the fire. It's holding on when there's no reason left to hold one except your belief that God is still God. And hear me well, God is not done with you. I don't care how far you've fallen, how deep the hole, how bad the situation. If there's breath in your lungs, God has more for you. If you're still standing, it's because He's not finished. You may have come through hell, but you came through. You may be bruised, but you're not broken. You may be tired, but you're still chosen. Don't measure your future by your present situation. Don't let the current struggle define your destiny. Don't look at what you lack. Look at who you have. You have God. You have the author of life, the sustainer of hope, the mover of mountains, and He will handle what you can't. The enemy wants you to believe that it's over, that you've lost, that it's too late. But God is the one who writes the final chapter. And until God says it's over, it's not over. Until God says enough, the storm won't last. Until God speaks, the waters won't calm. But when He do, everything will shift. You may be walking through a situation right now that looks like it's going to crush you. But look deeper. What if this is not punishment, but positioning? What if this is not the end, but the setup for your next chapter? What if God is not breaking you, but reshaping you? Trust that God sees what you cannot. Trust that His hands are molding something beautiful even in the dust. Trust that even in the chaos there is a divine order at work. And when the time is right, God will reveal it. When the time is right, He will deliver you. When the time is right, He will show you why the waiting was necessary, why the pain was purposeful, and why the door had to remain closed until He was ready to open it. Hold your head high even when the weight of the world is on your shoulders. Speak life over yourself even when your surroundings scream defeat. Declare victory even when all you see is loss, because you are not walking alone. God walks with you. God fights for you. God shields you. And God will finish what He started in you. So take that impossible situation, hold it up before God, and let go. You don't have to fix it. You don't have to figure it all out. You don't have to control every detail. All you have to do is believe. All you have to do is trust. All you have to do is stay the course. Because your help comes not from the mountains, not from people, not from system. It comes from God. He is not finished with your story. He is only just beginning. The world may see a problem, but God sees a possibility. The world may say it's over, but God says, watch what I can do. The world may see defeat, but God is writing a victory. He will bring beauty out of your ashes. He will bring clarity out of confusion. He will bring strength out of struggle. And He will handle what you thought could never be handled. You may not see it yet. You may not feel it yet, but keep walking, keep believing, keep praying, keep hoping, keep declaring, because God is still working. And the very situation you thought was going to destroy you, God is about to use it to bless you. And when you begin to truly surrender that impossible situation to God, not halfway, not with one hand still holding on to your own logic, but fully and without reservation, you will begin to witness the unraveling of divine plans that were already in motion. God never sleeps. God never hesitates. God never forgets His servants. And in His infinite wisdom, He allows pressure not to punish but to produce. Sometimes what we call a delay is not denial. It is divine development. It is God shaping your endurance, refining your faith, and purging you of dependence on things that were never meant to carry you. Many times God will strip away every false foundation so that you will see that He alone is your rock. He will allow you to feel the fragility of human plans so you can learn to depend on divine timing. He will let the noise of the world surround you just to show you that His voice still speaks peace in the storm. That's how God operates. Not always through comfort, but always through purpose. Not always through ease, but always with precision. He does not waste your suffering. He uses it as a seed. And when God plants a seed, He waters it with purpose, covers it with silence, and waits for the right season to bring the harvest. There are moments when the sky over your life will grow dark. Not because God has left you, but because He's preparing to reveal light in a way you've never seen. The darkness isn't always punishment. It's often preparation. When God hid you, it wasn't rejection. It was protection. When He shut that door, it wasn't failure. It was redirection. When He took that person away, it wasn't abandonment. It was alignment. You see, God sees the end from the beginning. While you weep in confusion, He's working in clarity. While you mourn what you lost, He's preparing what you'll gain. And God is not bound by your calendar. His miracles are not chained to your clock. You may feel behind, like others have passed you by, like life has forgotten you, but God does not forget. God delays only to deliver something greater than what you expected. And when He moves, it will not be small, it will not be ordinary, it will not be explainable. It will be undeniably Him, results so precise, so timely, that no one can say it was luck or chance. That is the glory of God. You may have looked around and thought, everyone else is getting blessed but me. Everyone else is moving forward and I'm still stuck in this same struggle. But let me declare this over your life. God is not ignoring you. He is preparing you. Sometimes the longer the preparation, the greater the assignment. Sometimes the deeper the valley, the higher the mountain He's taking you to. And that situation you've labeled as impossible, that's the very stage God will use to showcase His might. Don't let the temporary storm make you forget the eternal promise. Don't let the weight of the trial make you question the worth of the journey. God didn't bring you this far to leave you in the middle. What God starts, He finishes. And His finish is always full, always good, always right on time. Don't you give up now. Don't let the enemy convince you that this is the end. Don't let your emotions sabotage your faith. God is about to turn it around. But He's waiting for you to trust Him completely, not with words, but with your whole being. Let your tears water your prayers. Let your weariness be the fire that ignites your cry for help. Let your desperation become your declaration. God, I can't do this, but I know You can. That's not weakness. That's power. That's the kind of surrender that opens the heavens. That's the kind of faith that stirs the unseen and moves the hand of God. There's a reason why God allows you to face things that are too big for you, so you stop relying on your strength. God wants to prove that He is enough, not your qualifications, not your connections, not your resources. Him and Him alone. When you have nothing left but God, you will find that God is more than enough. He becomes your provider, your comforter, your defender, your waymaker. In the midnight hour, He is your peace. In the courtroom, He is your advocate. In the hospital room, He is your healer. In the silence, He is your assurance. So don't chase comfort, chase God. Don't chase outcomes, chase obedience. Because when you walk with God, even when the terrain is rough, the destination is worth it. And even when the valley is dark, the presence of God makes it holy. The world may call you foolish for believing in what you can't see. But when the breakthrough comes, they'll have no choice but to acknowledge that something divine touched your life. And let this truth anchor your soul. God never loses control. Not in the chaos, not in your confusion, not in your crisis. Even when everything seems to fall apart, God is holding everything together. You may not understand the how. You may never know the why. But if you trust the who, you won't need to. You will walk by faith and not by sight. You will walk with confidence, not because the road is smooth, but because the one who walks with you is mighty. And you are not walking for no reason. You're not suffering without purpose. You are on a divine path. Even if you don't recognize the scenery, that situation that looks impossible to you is the very ground where God is planting your next season of testimony. He's going to bring you through in such a way that others will look at your life and see God's fingerprints all over it. Not because you were strong, but because you were surrendered. Not because you had it figured out, but because you let God take over. And when He brings you out, and He will, you won't just survive. You will thrive. You won't come out limping. You'll come out lifted. You won't come out bitter. You'll come out better. And the same mouths that spoke against you will witness your rising. The same hands that tried to block your blessing will watch it overflow, because no one can stop what God has ordained. No one can reverse what God has spoken. No one can silence what God has breathed life into. So right now, even in the midst of the storm, praise Him like the answer is already on the way. Thank Him like the burden is already lifting. Walk like the chains have already broken. Speak like the door is already opening. Because when God steps in, everything must shift. Mountains move, walls fall, enemies flee, and the impossible becomes your testimony. This is your moment of faith. This is your hour of surrender. Don't wait for everything to be perfect to trust God. Trust Him in the mess. Trust Him in the uncertainty. Trust Him in the silence. Trust Him when it hurts. Because the God who holds galaxies in place is also holding your situation in His hand. And He will not fail. Even now, angels are being dispatched. Solutions are being formed. Answers are aligning. Help is on the way. Not by might, not by power, but by God's Spirit, His decree, and His unstoppable will. Keep your heart pure. Keep your spirit humble. Keep your eyes on the Almighty. He's about to take that impossibility and turn it into undeniable proof of His greatness. And I say this with unshakable conviction. When you finally step back and stop trying to fix everything with your limited strength, that is the moment God steps in with His limitless power. You cannot carry what was meant for His shoulders. You cannot solve what was never in your hands to control. You weren't created to figure out every detail of your deliverance. You were created to trust the one who sees the end from the beginning and holds the keys to every door. When your situation surpasses reason, that's where faith rises. When the path is no longer visible, that's when you walk in trust, knowing that God is the one directing every unseen step. Too often we bind ourselves with fear, thinking the impossible is the end. But the impossible is not the end. It's the beginning of God's intervention. God waits until the noise dies down, until your plans crumble, until your pride surrender, so that you will know it was never you, but always Him. That is where true peace lives, not in understanding the storm, but in knowing the storm obeys God's voice. Not in avoiding the fire, but in knowing the fire cannot consume you because God walks with you inside of it. Do not fear the delay. Do not resent the struggle. Some blessings take longer because they are built to last. And when God builds, He digs deep. He doesn't construct on shallow ground. He strengthens your roots before revealing your branches. What looks like a dry season is often the deep work of God establishing you, grounding you, removing what would collapse under the weight of the blessing to come. Sometimes He slows you down because the blessing is running ahead and needs time to mature. Sometimes He shields you from what you think you want because it would destroy what He knows you need. God's timing is not your timing, but His timing is always perfect. You don't need to know when. You just need to know who. You don't need to understand the details. You just need to rest in the certainty that God never makes mistakes. He allows the pressure to press out the weakness. He allows the silence to sharpen your ears for His whisper. He allows the waiting to deepen your dependence. Because when the blessing comes, and it will, you will not just thank Him for it. You will praise Him for the process that made you ready to receive it. And what about those moments when everything collapses? When the foundation cracks and the roof caves in, that's when most people run, panic, give up. But not you, because you know what others don't. God is in the rubble too. He is not only the God of the mountaintop, He is the God of the broken places. He rebuilds, He restores, He revives. And when God rebuilds, He doesn't restore you to what you had. He restores you to more peace, more wisdom, more strength, more clarity. He breaks you to bless you. He uproots to replant. He allows the storm to wash away what could never hold you. You might not recognize it yet, but you're stepping into something far greater. The hidden tears you shed are watering a harvest still unseen. The quiet prayers you whisper in your weakest moments are resounding through heaven's halls. The silent weights you've been carrying are being lifted by the Almighty's hands. God never ignores pain. He meets it with power. He never overlooks faith. He rewards it with favor. And when He chooses to act on your behalf, it won't be small or hidden. It will be unmistakably supernatural. The very thing that once mocked you will watch your rise. The very people who doubted you will witness God's glory unfolding in your life. You're not stuck. You're positioned. You're not forgotten. You're being strengthened. You are not abandoned. You are being appointed. God is setting you up not for survival, but for significance. He's preparing a table, not just a meal, but a message, a testimony, a witness to the world that God alone is able, that He alone brings victory out of defeat, peace out of chaos, and beauty out of ashes. He turns the weeping into rejoicing, the burden into blessing, the silence into song. And when you look back on this season, on this so-called impossible situation, you will not remember the pain as much as you'll remember the presence of God that sustained you through it. You will say, if it had not been for God, I would have fallen, I would have given up, I would have broken apart. but you didn't, because God held you together. He covered you. He whispered strength into your bones. He gave you just enough to take one more step, and step by step, He brought you through. The power of God is not limited by logic. He does not need evidence to perform a miracle. He does not wait for validation to do the impossible. God speaks and the universe aligns. God decrees and nature obeys. When God says it is time, nothing can stop it. Not the economy, not your past, not the opinions of others, not the laws of man. What God wills will be. And no force in hell or on earth can rewrite what God has already authored. So lift your head. Even if you feel weak, declare hope. Even if your heart trembles, speak victory. Even if your surroundings scream defeat, because your power is not in your voice. It's in who stands behind it. And God is behind you. God is before you. God is around you. And God is within reach. Call on Him, not as a last resort, but as your first line of defense. Seek Him, not because you're desperate for a quick fix, but because you know that only God can make the crooked path straight and the shattered heart whole. Let this truth penetrate your soul. God is not intimidated by the magnitude of your struggle. He is not overwhelmed by the chaos around you. He doesn't flinch when others fail you. He doesn't withdraw when the pressure builds. In fact, it is in those very moments when the weight of the world seems unbearable that God shows Himself strongest. Because when you are at your weakest, His strength shines brightest. Let others lean on their strategies. Let others trust in titles and connections and the opinions of men. But you, dear soul, stand firm in this. God is enough. You don't need to be perfect. You don't need to have the answers. You don't need to have a plan. You just need to believe that the same God who breathed life into you is still working behind the scenes, weaving together every broken thread of your life into a masterpiece. That door may not look like you expected. It may not be built the way you imagined. But when God opens it, no one can shut it. And when He closes a door, even if you don't understand why, it's because what's behind it would have delayed your destiny or destroyed your peace. God sees what you cannot. He sees the trap in the opportunity. He sees the burden behind the blessing. He sees the danger behind the desire. So when He redirects you, it's not rejection, it's protection. When He says, not yet, it's not punishment, it's preparation. When He says no, it's because something greater is on the way. The journey of faith is not always paved with ease. It is not always smooth, but it is always purposeful. God does not take you through valleys to leave you there. He takes you through to teach you, to grow you, and to reveal Himself in ways that can only be seen when your hands are empty and your heart is desperate. When there is nothing left but your faith in God, that is when you become truly rich. That is when you learn to walk not by sight, not by approval, not by comfort, but by the fire of trust burning deep in your soul. Do not underestimate the value of the Valium. It is in the valley where roots grow deep. It is in the hidden places where God does His deepest work. You are not being buried. You are being planted. You are not being forgotten. You are being formed. The soil may be dark. The process may be slow. But God does not rush growth. He does not create weak foundations. What He is building in you cannot be shaken. It may take longer than you planned, but it will stand longer than you dreamed. And yes, people may walk away. They may mock your faith. They may not understand why you still pray, why you still hope, why you still believe when nothing seems to be changing. But don't you dare be discouraged by those who only live by what they see. You are not walking by human sight. You are walking by divine revelation. God is not a myth. God is not a distant concept. God is the living, ever-present sustainer of all things. He is nearer than the breath in your lungs. He is closer than the thoughts in your mind. He is with you not only in your victories, but in your darkest, most desperate hour. Let the world put its trust in man-made systems. Let others chase applause, validation, material gain. But you trust in the God who never fails, the God who does not bend to pressure, the God who is not swayed by popular opinion, the God who is the same yesterday, today, and forever. When everything else fades, He remains. When people disappoint you, He strengthens you. When life wounds you, He heals you. And when the world tells you it's over, God says, I am just beginning. So I ask you today, what are you holding on to that you need to release into God's hands? Is it fear? Is it control? Is it shame from your past? Is it the pain of unanswered questions? Let it go. Let it fall. Let it break if it must. Because whatever you place in God's hands becomes holy. Whatever you surrender to Him becomes His responsibility. And God never mismanages what belongs to Him. You may think your faith is too small, that your hope is too weak. But even the smallest seed, when placed in the soil of surrender, can grow into something unshakable when God is the one nurturing it. Faith is not about how strong you feel. It's about how much you trust the one who is truly strong. You don't have to carry the world. You just need to rest in the one who already does. And in your midnight hour, when no one answers the phone, when the silence screams louder than your thoughts, when sleep evades you and anxiety wraps itself around your chest, cry out to God. Not with perfect words, not with rehearsed prayers. Just cry out from the depths of your soul. He hears you. He honors you. He answers. Not always in the way you expect, but always in the way you need. God doesn't just bring you out. He brings you out changed. He doesn't just remove the burden. He teaches you how to walk lighter. He doesn't just end the storm. He teaches you how to find peace in the storm. Because real strength is not in escaping struggle. It is in walking through it while trusting that God is still working when you can't see the work being done. Let your faith be louder than your fear. Let your surrender be stronger than your worry. Let your praise rise above your problem. Because when you magnify God above your situation begins to shrink. When you shift your focus from the impossibility of the moment to the capability of the Creator, everything changes. Not always on the outside, but something begins to rise inside of you. You are not a victim of your circumstances. You are a vessel of God's power. You are not defined by what you've lost. You are defined by what you carry. Endurance, strength, unshakable faith. You are not alone in this battle. God goes before you, stands beside you, and surrounds you. You don't need to fear the future because God holds it. You don't need to dread the unknown because nothing is unknown to God. And listen closely. The very area of your life where you feel the weakest is often the very place where God wants to show His strength. The very scar you hide is the very place God wants to place His glory. The very failure you regret is the place He will use to birth your testimony. What you consider your greatest embarrassment, God may use as your greatest empowerment. He does not call the flawless, He calls the willing. He does not require perfection. He responds to surrender. And He does not judge you by where you are right now. He sees where He's taking you, and He is not finished with you, not even close. That impossible situation may be the very place where your greatest miracle will take place. Don't run from it. Don't hide from it. Don't curse it. Instead, declare over it, God will handle this. And walk forward with peace because He absolutely will. So rise up not in your own strength, but in the strength that flows from trusting in the One who reigns over all. The strength that comes not from control, but from surrender. The strength that comes when you finally stop striving and start resting in the truth that God is in charge. You were never meant to carry what God has already claimed. You were never asked to fix what only God can heal. You were never expected to understand every twist, only to walk with faith that the path was drawn by His hand and His hand does not tremble. There is no chaos too deep for God to come. There is no fire too hot for God to walk you through. There is no prison so tight that God cannot break the chains. He is the opener of what man calls shut. He is the lifter of heads when shame weighs them down. He is the restorer of hope when the heart has gone numb. And when you think all is lost, when your resources are gone, your strength is dried up and your soul is weary, God speaks one word, and suddenly what looked dead begins to live again. You see, God doesn't need the approval of people to bless you. He doesn't wait for a committee to validate your worth. He doesn't need the economy to be favorable or the circumstances to be ideal. God creates His own conditions. He brings rivers through deserts. He brings light into the darkest night. He brings breakthrough through walls that looked impenetrable. He specializes in writing victory on pages stained with loss. That's the power of God. Quiet, sovereign, absolute. And some of you need to hear this truth today. Your tears have not gone unnoticed. Every cry, every prayer, every sigh you released in the stillness of night has risen to the heavens. And God is not passive. He does not ignore those who cry out to Him with sincerity. He is not unmoved by pain, nor deaf to the groans of a heart weighed down. He answers, but not always in the way you imagine. Sometimes His answer is not relief, but revelation. Sometimes He doesn't remove the storm. He strengthens you to walk through it and not break. And when you come through it, because you will, you'll find that God was not far off, but closer than ever. Stop measuring your future by your failures. Stop looking at your reflection through the mirror of disappointment. You are not what happened to you. You are not what you lost. You are not defined by the doors that closed, the friends who left, or the dreams that didn't come to pass. You are who God says you are, a chosen, equipped, prepared, covered. And when God decides to bless you, no betrayal can block it. No delay can deny it. No voice can cancel it. When He declares it, it is done. Some of the greatest breakthroughs are disguised as breakdown. Some of the greatest blessings come through battles. Some of the most powerful transformations begin with what feels like total destruction. Why? Because God sometimes has to tear down what was built without Him in order to raise up something that will glorify only Him. And when God builds, He builds with eternal purpose. What He builds lasts. What He touches transforms. What He blesses multiplies. So if it feels like your life is in pieces, don't despair. God is still the potter. And the potter does not throw away the clay. He does not discard what's been marred. He reshapes, he reworks, he remolds. And when he's done, it will be more beautiful, more meaningful, more enduring than you ever imagined. But you must trust the process. You must submit to his timing. You must let him be God. Not just in theory, not just in worship, but in reality, in your decisions, in your emotions, in your plans, in your pain. Stop rehearsing the worst-case scenarios. Stop reliving the disappointments. Stop magnifying the obstacle. Begin to magnify God. Speak his power aloud. Declare his ability even before you see the evidence. That's faith. Not denying reality, but choosing to believe in a higher reality. That above the facts stands truth. And truth is God reigns above the diagnosis, above the debt, above the betrayal, above the fear. God is greater. And when the time comes, God will lift you not by force, not by manipulation, but by divine appointment. When he exalts, no one can demote. When he promotes, no one can block it. Your name will be remembered not because of your connections, but because of his covenant. You will walk through doors you didn't knock on. You will receive answers you didn't even know how to pray for. You will be surrounded by peace that makes no logical sense. That's what happens when God handles your impossible situation. And make no mistake, what feels impossible to you is elementary to God. What overwhelms you is small in his hand. You are not alone in this. You are not forgotten. Your weakness does not disqualify you. It invites his strength. Your questions do not offend him. They draw you closer to the truth. And your faith, no matter how small, moves the heavens when it is placed in God alone. So walk forward with courage, not because the way is easy, but because God is faithful. Face the uncertainty not with fear, but with firm belief that the one who holds the universe also holds your hand. Let your life become a living testimony that yes, it got hard. Yes, you almost gave up, but God stepped in. He made a way. He lifted the burden. He silenced the storm. He turned the impossible into the undeniable. And one day you will tell your story, not with sorrow, but with strength. Not with shame, but with glory. Because you will know deep in your spirit it wasn't luck. It wasn't timing. It wasn't coincidence. It was God. Only God. Always God. Forever God. There comes a point in every soul's journey where words fail, strength fades, and reason breaks down under the weight of life's unanswered questions. But that is not where the story ends. That is where God begins. When the voices around you fall silent and the plans you carefully built fall apart like dry clay, God speaks into the wreckage and says, "Be still, I am here." That stillness is not weakness. That silence is not absence. That pause is not punishment. It is the sacred space where God breathes hope back into your dry bones. Every trial you've endured, every tear you've shed, every burden you've carried has been seen and measured by the hand of God. Nothing escapes his vision. Nothing overwhelms his wisdom. And no battle is too great for his intervention. You may have been pressed on every side, but you were not crushed. You may have been confused, but you were not abandoned, because the one who formed you in secret has also appointed your victory in public. And when God declares it, no force on this earth can delay it. Let your heart rise with confidence today. Not because the struggle is over, but because the struggle has a purpose, and the purpose is greater than your pain. It is rooted in God's eternal plan. a plan that does not bend to man's timeline or bow to your fears. You may not understand the current chapter, but God is the author and He writes with destiny in mind. What appears broken now is part of a much bigger design that ends not in defeat, but in divine fulfillment. And yes, the nights may still be long. The waiting may still stretch your endurance. The answers may not come wrapped in the way you hoped. But understand this: God does not forget what He has promised. He does not grow weary. He does not second-guess His decisions. When He places His hand upon a situation, it is marked for transformation, and that impossible circumstance in your life is not a curse. It is the canvas where God is painting His power in bold, undeniable strokes. Do not confuse the silence of God with the absence of action. Often the greatest miracles are prepared in the unseen, in the quiet chambers of divine timing. God is moving where you cannot see. He is removing what you didn't know was hindering you. He is arranging people, places, and circumstances to align with His decree. And when the appointed hour comes, you will see what patience, faith, and obedience can birth. You will look back and realize that even your darkest days were held tightly in the grip of God's mercy. And for those who feel like they've missed it, that they've made too many mistakes, taken too many wrong turns, failed too many times, I speak this truth over you. God's mercy has no expiration date. His plan is not canceled because of your weakness. His power is not diminished by your delays. He does not give up on those He created. He waits, He calls, He restores. And when you return to Him, not with perfect answers, but with an open heart, He lifts you with grace that cannot be explained by human reason. You are not too far gone. You are not too broken. You are not too late. You are right where you need to be to experience the mighty hand of God in your life. And if He allowed this trial, it is because He intends to use it. Nothing in God's hands is wasted. Not your pain, not your waiting, not even your silence. All of it becomes part of the testimony that will one day flow from your life like a river of living proof that God is faithful. So lift your eyes, straighten your back, steady your heart. What you are walking through may feel like fire, but it is not to destroy you. It is to refine you. And when you come out on the other side, you will not smell like the smoke. You will shine like gold. Not because of your strength, but because of the one who carried you through the flames. Let go of trying to control what only God can command. Lay down your anxiety at the feet of the one who controls the seasons. Hand over your fears to the keeper of time, the mover of hearts, the opener of doors. You will never win a battle trying to carry it alone. When you surrender it into God's hands, what seemed impossible transforms into a canvas for His glory. And before you realize it, you'll look back at this very moment with tears, not of pain, but of deep thankfulness. You'll whisper, "That was the day I finally discovered what it means to truly rely on Him." That was the instant your heart stopped trembling. That was the turning point where faith stopped being just words. It became the very strength that carried you through the impossible. So right here, in the midst of the chaos demanding your attention, in the weight of fear pressing hard against you, in the grip of uncertainty that refuses to let go, make the choice to believe. Not the belief that waits for proof to appear, but the kind that knows God is already at work, already shifting things, already paving the way. And as you step forward, not timidly but with courage, keep telling your soul every single day, God is taking care of it. God is working on it now. God has already secured the outcome. From the start to the finish, from trial to triumph, from heartache to healing, He is in control. And that truth alone is more than enough. My friend, have you ever traveled a road without knowing its end? Yet something deep within whispered, "Don't stop, keep moving." Have you ever sat alone in the quiet of the night, wrestling with uncertainty, and still felt a fire inside, an unshakable conviction that you are not abandoned? That, dear listener, is not fantasy. It is not mere coincidence. It is not a fleeting rush of emotion and all. It is God's voice speaking straight into your spirit. And when God speaks, it moves the ground beneath you. When He speaks, it affirms, it strengthens, it secures. I assure you, there will be times in life when the voices of people cannot carry you, but the voice of God cuts through even the deepest silence of your soul. If you tune your heart, you will notice the signs that you are walking the very path He designed for you. This word today is for those who are weary of living by what they see. This is for the ones who have felt rejection's sting, confusion's weight, and the heaviness of waiting. Yet even so, you do not give up. You will not settle. You refuse to give up because something unexplainable continues to pull you forward. That is the divine hand of God guiding you, confirming you, proving that you are indeed walking in the direction He ordained for your life. Now let me be clear. For when you're walking in the will of God, the road will not always be smooth. There will be thorns. There will be storms. There will be dark valleys. But don't be fooled by the trouble. Don't misread the warfare. Sometimes the greatest sign that you're on the right path is not peace, but pressure. Not applause, but adversity. The world may try to convince you that struggle means you're off course, but that's a lie from the enemy. In fact, sometimes your struggle is the very proof that you are exactly where God wants you to be. Let me speak this into your soul. If God has assigned the road, He has already secured the outcome. Even if you can't see the destination, even if the steps feel uncertain, your obedience is the evidence that you are aligned with His will. You don't need everyone to agree with your journey. You don't need every door to be open. You just need one thing, confirmation from God, and He will give it to you. Not always in loud declarations, but in signs, moments, and spiritual echoes that stir your spirit and anchor your faith. One of the signs that you're on the right path is divine resistance. Yes, I said divine resistance. Sometimes God will close doors not to punish you, but to protect you. God will block opportunities not because you're wrong, but because He wants to root you into something greater. Don't curse the closed doors. Don't despise the delay. That is God saving you from what your eyes can't yet see. It's a sign. It's a whisper from the heavens saying, keep going. You're on the right path, but not that route. That's not confusion. That's correction. And correction is a form of divine confirmation. And then there are those moments when the things around you fall apart, but your spirit is at peace. Do you know what I'm talking about? Your finances are strained, relationships are breaking, plans are crumbling, but somehow you have peace. That makes no sense. That is not natural. That is not logical. That is God. God gives peace not when everything is perfect, but when everything is according to His purpose. Peace in the middle of chaos is one of the most powerful signs that God is walking with you. It's His way of saying, fear not, for I am with you. Another undeniable sign is unexpected provision. You see, when you're walking in the path of God, you may not always have abundance, but you will always have enough. It will come from strange places. It will come through people you didn't expect. It will come right when you're about to give up. Manna from heaven, water from the rock, ravens in the wilderness. God has a way of feeding your soul and sustaining your life when you are aligned with His will. You may not see the next step, but suddenly a way opens. Suddenly a need is met. That is not chance. That is not luck. That is God making sure you lack nothing on the road He called you to walk. And let's talk about confirmation through conviction. When God is leading you, there will be moments when everyone else claps, but your spirit is uneasy. Or moments when no one else sees the value, but you feel an unshakable pull toward it. That's not emotion. That's not pressure. That is God placing a divine burden in your spirit. You feel heavy when you go the wrong way and light when you move toward His plan. That's conviction. That's a spiritual compass that only the obedient heart can understand. When your conviction aligns with your direction, you are not just moving, you are being moved by God. Now hear this, child of God, people will not always understand your path because it was never assigned to them. Stop waiting for validation from people who didn't hear what God told you in the secret place. Stop doubting your steps just because they don't match someone else's expectations. If you are being obedient, you are successful. If you are walking in purpose, you are powerful. Obedience is the evidence, purpose is the proof, and peace is the promise. Another mighty sign is the attack of the enemy. Oh yes, when you're on the right path, the enemy will not stay silent. He will stir up lies. He will send distractions. He will try to wear you down with fear, fatigue, and false guilt. But if the enemy is fighting you, it's because he's threatened by what you're carrying. The enemy doesn't chase the lukewarm. He doesn't harass the distracted. He targets the chosen. He targets those who are aligned with God's plan. The more intense the warfare, the more certain you can be that you're walking in the fire of divine assignment. Don't shrink back. Don't curse the battle. Praise through it. Press through it. That battle is your confirmation. And let's not forget about the fruit. God will always back His path with fruit. Not always immediately, but inevitably. You'll start to see results, not just in what you accomplish, but in who you become. The path of God doesn't just change your location, it transforms your character. You become more patient, more focused, more resilient, more surrendered. That internal transformation is one of the strongest signs that you are walking in His will. It's not always about external success, it's about spiritual growth. God is not just taking you to a destination. He's building you into the person who can handle the blessing. When you arrive, there will be divine alignment. People, places, and opportunities will begin to fall into place. Not forced, not manipulated, but divinely orchestrated. You will meet people who carry the next piece to your puzzle. You'll be led to places you didn't plan to go, but somehow everything fits. That is the orchestration of God. That is the fingerprint of the divine. What you couldn't plan, what you couldn't predict, God arranges. That kind of alignment is a supernatural confirmation that you are walking with Him. Let me speak to your weary heart today. Some of you have been asking God for a signet. This is your sign. This very message is your confirmation. You are not off course. You are not being punished. You are not forsaken. You are walking exactly where God wants you to walk. The silence does not mean absence. The delay does not mean denial. You are not alone. Even if the road feels lonely, God is with you. God is in you. God is for you. Keep walking. Keep trusting. Keep obeying. Even if no one sees it, God sees it. Even if no one claps, God approves. And when God approves, no man can cancel your calling. When God opens the door, no man can shut it. When God speaks over your life, no demon in hell can undo it. You are walking in destiny. You are standing in purpose. You are covered by the hand of the Almighty. Sometimes the right path feels like the wrong one because the right path leads through crucibles, deserts, and trials before it leads to glory. But don't mistake discomfort for disapproval. Don't misread pain as punishment. Pain is sometimes the price of progress. The fire you feel is not meant to destroy you. It's meant to refine you. God does not waste fire. He uses it to burn away fear, to remove distraction, to expose impurity, to prepare you for what's ahead. Don't turn back now. Don't give up now. Don't abandon what you were anointed to finish. The signs are all around you. The peace, the provision, the alignment, the battle, the growth, the conviction, the resistance. All of it is speaking loudly and clearly that God is with you, that you are not lost, that you are not forgotten, you are simply being led. And to be led by God is the greatest honor on earth. Even when your emotions fluctuate, even when your motivation wavers, the truth remains. God does not change. If He called you, He will carry you. If He started it, He will finish it. If He led you here, He will not leave you here. His faithfulness is not based on your feelings. It's based on His unchanging nature. God is not a man that He should lie. If He said it, He will do it. If He promised it, He will fulfill it. Walk with your head high, your spirit steady, and your heart full of faith. Because the path you're on, it's not random. It's not accidental. It's not a detour. It's destiny. You are not walking in circles. You are being taken somewhere. Every step, every tear, every sacrifice, it's not wasted. It's building something eternal. It's shaping your story. And one day, you will look back and realize that every twist, every turn, every wilderness was ordered by the hand of God to bring you into the fullness of your calling. Let your heart hear this now. God is not only guiding you, God is preserving you for something greater than what you currently understand. Many times, what feels like a detour is really preparation. You may not have arrived at the promise, but the path is not a mistake. When you surrender your life to the will of God, you are no longer walking by maps created by men. You are being led by the divine mind, the all-knowing, all-powerful one who sees what you cannot see. While you're focused on the next step, God is preparing your destination. While you are surviving this season, God is securing your future. And here's something many overlook. Sometimes God confirms the right path, not by giving you everything, but by removing what no longer fits. There are people you've lost, places you've been pulled from, doors that shut without warning, and at first it hurt. You question, why would this happen now? But in the realm of the divine, subtraction is sometimes the tool of elevation. When God removes something or someone from your life, it's often because it would have hindered where He's taking you. Trust the subtraction. Trust the empty spaces. They're not signs of abandonment. They're signs of alignment. You see, when you're on the path God designed, your life will begin to look strange to others. You'll be called different. You'll be misunderstood. But this is the cost of walking in purpose. You are not called to blend in. You are called to follow the whisper of God, over the noise of the world. And that means there will be moments of solitude, moments where your only companion is obedience. But don't fear isolation. God does His deepest work in the silence, the cave, the wilderness, the lonely nights, and these are not wasted seasons. They are sacred seasons. They are the proving ground of the chosen. And mark this, when God is confirming your path, you will find supernatural endurance. There will be strength that doesn't make sense. When others fall apart under pressure, you will keep standing. You may be bleeding, but you'll still be believing. You may be weary, but your faith will still burn like fire. That strength isn't coming from you. It's coming from God. He equips those who walk in His will. He strengthens those who say yes to His direction. So if you're still standing after everything you face, let that be your confirmation. God is with you. There is a mystery in how God works, and He doesn't always show you the entire picture, but He gives you enough to keep walking. A glimpse, a word, a sign, a moment of clarity. That's all you need. The rest is trust. That's how God operates. He's not building your comfort. He's building your faith. He wants you to trust His heart even when you can't trace His hand. And oh, how powerful it is when a soul fully surrenders, saying, even if I don't understand, I will still walk where you lead. That kind of surrender shakes heaven. That kind of obedience unleashes blessings that the world cannot contain. Another sign that you're on the right path is when your inner life begins to shift, when your desires change, when your appetite for shallow things fades, when you stop craving the attention of people and start craving the approval of God. That is no small thing. That is divine transformation. That is the hand of God molding you from the inside out. Don't ignore that. Don't dismiss that. It means He is realigning your soul to match your assignment. That's not just growth. That's divine preparation. And listen to this. Sometimes confirmation comes through opposition, not just from strangers, but from those closest to you. When God gives you a vision, not everyone will see it. Not everyone will support it. Some will doubt it. Some will mock it. Some will try to talk you out of it. But do not be discouraged. Their lack of belief is not your defeat. God does not require their agreement to fulfill His purpose in your life. When you are on the right path, rejection becomes redirection. Criticism becomes fuel. And loneliness becomes a sacred place where you discover that God is enough. Do not fear what you don't understand. The unknown is not your enemy when God is your guide. Faith is not about having all the answers. It's about trusting God when the answers don't come. If He told you to go, then go. If He told you to leave, then leave. If He told you to build, then build. Don't delay your obedience trying to make others comfortable. Don't wait for perfect conditions to do what God already confirmed in your spirit. The wind may not be favorable, the sky may not be clear, but when God says move, it's time to move. And when you do, watch how God begins to make a way through what seemed impossible. Watch how the obstacles begin to bow to divine timing. Watch how the mountain begins to tremble at the sound of your footsteps. Because when you walk with God, you walk with authority. The kind of authority that doesn't need to shout to be heard. The kind that causes things to shift just by your presence. Why? Because you carry the mark of divine direction. You're not wandering. You're walking with purpose. Let me say this clearly. God is not playing games with your life. He is not experimenting with your destiny. He is intentional, precise, faithful. Everything you faced, every delay, every detour has been part of a plan that is higher than your thoughts and deeper than your understanding. The disappointments did not disqualify you. The failures did not erase your calling. If you are still breathing, it means God is still working. Your path is not over. In fact, the most important chapters are still being written. And when doubt creeps in, because it will, when your emotions scream louder than your faith, go back to the last thing God told you. Go back to that moment when you knew it was Him. Go back to that word, that prayer, that nudge in your spirit. That is your anchor. The winds will come. The waves will rise. But if your anchor is in what God said, you will not drift. Don't let impatience become your downfall. So many abort the journey because the promise takes time, but God is never late. He's not in a rush like man. He's building something that will last. He's laying a foundation so deep, so strong, that when the blessing comes, it won't break you. He doesn't just want to give you the blessing. He wants to make sure you can carry it. That's why the process feels heavy. That's why the path feels long. But when it's finally time, what took years to build will be fulfilled in a moment. Let your soul take hold of this. When you are walking in alignment with God, you are dangerous to the darkness. You are a threat to the systems of this world. You are a vessel of purpose and power. So, of course, the resistance is fierce. Of course, the enemy wants you to quit. But stand firm. This isn't the time to retreat. It's the time to roar in faith. Let the fire inside of you burn brighter than the fear around you. The right path is not always the popular one, but it is the powerful one. It may be narrow. It may be lonely. It may be misunderstood. But it is filled with divine encounters, supernatural breakthroughs, and eternal purpose. You are not walking just for yourself. You are walking for generations to come. Your obedience will ripple through time. Your steps will make a way for others. And one day someone will rise because you didn't quit, because you believed God when no one else did. And now I tell you this, if your path was chosen by God, then your steps are sacred. Let no man belittle the journey you are on. Let no circumstance cause you to doubt the road beneath your feet. Every step you take in obedience to God is a declaration of war against fear, a holy march toward purpose. There is no higher calling than to follow the whisper of God with unwavering trust. And there is no greater strength than to walk forward when the world says turn back. The road may be rugged, but the hand that leads you is mighty. The night may be long, but the one who watches over you does not sleep. You may feel unnoticed, but God sees every sacrifice. You may feel unheard, but God hears every whisper of your soul. The world rewards what is visible, but God honors what is done in the hidden place. Every tear you've shed in solitude has been counted. Every hour you've poured into prayer when no one noticed has been treasured. Every moment you stood firm without compromise, even when it cost you dearly, has been recorded in eternity. You are not forgotten. You are not invisible. Your favor is not because of who you are, but because of the one you put your trust in. When God marks a life with His seal, no rejection can erase it. No opinion can cancel it. No failure can strip it away. God's plan is unshakable. It does not collapse when you falter. It does not shatter when you are pressed by trials. His purpose was spoken long before the foundations of the earth. You were never created just to survive. You were born to fulfill something eternal. And that purpose, that holy assignment, is what makes your path unique. Don't compare it to others. Don't measure it by timelines or milestones. God is not working on your schedule. He is working on your soul. And as He works, you will see new signs that only those who walk with God can recognize. There will be moments when everything around you looks ordinary, yet deep within, something extraordinary is happening. You'll wake up with renewed strength for no logical reason. You'll feel prompted to speak words that weren't rehearsed. You'll be led to places you didn't plan to go. These are not coincidences. These are divine orchestrations. God is moving even when it seems like nothing is happening. Sometimes His greatest work is invisible to the human eye, but undeniable to the spiritual heart. Have you ever noticed how peace settles over you in the most unlikely moments? That's a sign. Have you ever walked into a storm and felt stillness in your soul? That's a sign. Have you ever chosen integrity when compromise seemed easier and felt strength rise up in you afterward? That's a sign. These are the invisible fingerprints of God all over your path. They may not be dramatic. They may not come with thunder or lightning, but they are real. They are personal. And they are enough to remind you that you are walking in step with the Almighty. Let me speak to the one who is in a valley today. You don't feel strong. You don't feel chosen. You don't even feel like you're moving. But let me tell you, even crawling in the direction God called you to is still progress. Even standing still in obedience when others rush ahead is still powerful. The valley is not a curse. It is a classroom. It is the place where God breaks you to build you, where He strips away everything you thought you needed to reveal what you truly carry. You are not buried in this season. You are being planted, and in due time, you will rise. You will bloom. You will testify not of your strength, but of His. Another sign that you are on the right path is the development of divine clarity. The more you walk with God, the more the unnecessary noise fades away. You start seeing through distractions. You recognize counterfeit opportunities before they trap you. You begin to feel when something is off, not because of fear, but because your discernment has been sharpened by the one who knows all things. This clarity is a gift. It is proof that your spirit is becoming aligned with the frequency of heaven. You are no longer guided by the flesh. You are moved by something higher, something deeper, something eternal. And when you are truly on the path of God, you will not need to force doors open. Opportunities will begin to recognize you. Resources will begin to chase you. The right people will find you. Not because you manipulated the moment, but because God ordained the meeting. There is a rhythm to divine timing. When you walk in it, things begin to flow. Not without effort, but without anxiety. Not without work, but without worry. The oil of grace begins to cover your steps. What once felt impossible now begins to happen. Not because you've become greater, but because you've become more surrendered. And here is a mystery. Sometimes the confirmation that you're on the right path comes when God allows a delay to protect your destiny. He withholds not to hurt you, but to mature you. He closes the door not to deny you, but to prepare the room. Don't resent the pause. Don't despise the wait. The delay is not the absence of progress. It is the multiplication of purpose. What He's building in you is too valuable to be rushed. The longer it takes, the deeper it lasts. Your obedience is not in vain. Your discipline is not forgotten. Your sacrifice will not be overlooked. God is a just rewarder, and He is watching. Every quiet yes, every lonely step, every unseen act of faith. And at the appointed time, His time, He will lift you. He will vindicate you. He will make the crooked places straight, not for your glory, but for His purpose through you. So hold on, not just to the promise, but to the path. The promise without the path is incomplete. The process without God is powerless. But when you walk with God, even your delays are divine. Even your failures are recycled for good. Even your detours lead to destiny. This is not just a journey of success. It's a journey of surrender. And those who surrender to God's way will never be put to shame. If the fire is hotter, it's because the gold inside of you is purer. If the test is greater, it's because the calling is heavier. And if the battle is fiercer, it's because the assignment on your life is undeniable. You were not created to drift. You were designed to dominate in the area God placed you. You are a light in a dark world. You are a carrier of purpose. You are walking proof that God still speaks, still leads, still reveals His path to those who seek Him with their whole heart. Lift your head. Shake off the lies of the enemy. Walk with boldness because you are not lost. You are not behind. You are not broken beyond repair. You are right where you need to be in the hands of the one who never makes a mistake. You are on the path that leads to purpose. And God, the one who called you, will finish what He started in you. Do not turn to the left or the right. Do not seek shortcuts. Do not look for easier roads. Stay where God has placed you. Grow where He planted you. Walk with honor. Love with purity. Serve with humility. And move with faith. For the path you walk today, though narrow, though rugged, the road to something eternal, it is not only the right path, it is God's path. And that is more than enough. When God sets you on a path, it may not always feel like elevation. It may feel like isolation. It may feel like you've been hidden, tucked away, overlooked by the world. But understand this, what looks like isolation is often divine preservation. God does not expose what He has not yet refined. He hides what He is still shaping. He covers what He is still cultivating. And in the quiet places, in the shadows where no one sees, that is where God does His most powerful work. So if you feel like no one sees your obedience, your faithfulness, your late-night tears, know this: God sees, and His seeing is enough. Don't be fooled by the applause of men. The world may celebrate noise, but God honors substance. He is not moved by the spotlight. He is moved by sincerity. The steps you take when no one is clapping matter more than the performance you give when everyone is watching. The right path is often the unpopular path. It's the one where you choose righteousness over recognition, integrity over attention, truth over tradition. That is the path God watches closely. That is the path He blesses. Not always immediately, but undeniably. And you must remember, when you're walking with God, your timing will never match the world's. While others are sprinting, God may ask you to walk. While others are rushing, God may ask you to wait. But the path He designs is not measured by speed. It is measured by alignment. And one moment of divine alignment is worth more than a lifetime of rushed ambition. The world will tell you to hustle, to strive, to chase. But God says, be still and trust. Obedience may seem slow, but it's never behind. It may seem quiet, but it carries the roar of eternity. When you are truly aligned with God, you begin to hear Him even in the silence. You begin to see Him even in the storm. You begin to trust Him even when your plans fall apart. That kind of faith does not come overnight. It is forged in fire, built in the unseen, tested in trials. So do not despise the season of stretching. Do not curse the season of waiting. These are not delays. They are deposits. Deposits of strength, wisdom, character, and unwavering trust. When the blessing comes, it will not shake you, because the foundation is deep. There's a holy confidence that comes when you know you are on God's path. Not arrogance, not pride, but unshakable assurance, because you no longer need validation to move forward. You no longer need agreement to believe. You no longer depend on open doors to prove your worth. You move because God said move. You stand because God said stand, and you wait because God said not yet. That kind of faith is fireproof. That kind of obedience terrifies the enemy, because now you are not driven by results. You are driven by purpose. Let me tell you this. Sometimes the enemy won't try to destroy you. He'll try to distract you. He'll place counterfeit paths beside your real one. Paths that promise ease but carry emptiness. Paths that feel good but are built on compromise. Beware of the easy way when it pulls you away from God. The right path is not always comfortable, but it is always consecrated. It is set apart. It is holy, and anything holy requires sacrifice. Not to earn favor, but to walk in freedom. 6, when you deny what is temporary to pursue what is eternal, you are declaring with every step, I trust God more than I trust myself. You may have people question your direction. They may say, you're wasting your time, you're dreaming too big, you're being unrealistic. But what they call unrealistic, God calls preparation. What they call foolish, God calls faith. You don't need them to understand it because they didn't receive the vision. God did not whisper your purpose in their ear. He planted it in your spirit. And if He planted it, He will water it. He will protect it. He will cause it to grow. Let the world keep chasing validation. Let others compete for crowns that don't last. But as for you, chase the presence of God. That is the reward. That is the treasure. If God is with you, you are already victorious. If God approves you, no man's disapproval matters. The path you walk may not be filled with praise, but it is filled with presence. And the presence of God is enough. It will keep you. It will correct you. It will cover you. And yes, there will be times when you stumble, times when you question, times when fear creeps in and your steps begin to shake. But even then, if you fall in obedience, God will lift you. If you fail in pursuit of His will, He will restore you. God does not abandon those who seek Him sincerely. He does not reject those who fall while walking toward Him. His mercy is not based on perfection. It's based on pursuit. Keep pursuing, keep knocking, keep asking. Because the path of God is not about reaching a destination. It's about walking daily with the one who knows the way. There will be signs all around you. Not loud, not always visible, but spiritual signs. The clarity that comes in prayer, the rest that overtakes you when you choose the hard but holy decision. The calm that follows your obedience even when circumstances scream chaos. These are not coincidences. They are confirmations. And if you stay sensitive to the whispers of God, you will not be deceived. You will be led moment by moment, step by step. The path you're walking may seem narrow now, but it leads to wide places. It may be hidden now, but it leads to a city set on a hill. It may be painful now, but it leads to peace that passes all understanding. God is not just leading you forward. He is drawing you deeper, deeper into trust, deeper into surrender, deeper into the reality that His ways are higher than yours, His thoughts greater, His plans wiser. You don't need to chase after what God already reserved for you. What is yours by divine assignment cannot be stolen, delayed, or denied yet if you remain on the path, even if others seem to pass you. Even if their doors open faster, don't look to the left or to the right. Stay focused. Stay humble. Stay obedient. Because the right path is not proven by speed, but by sustainability. God does not give what will destroy you. He gives what will complete you. And His gifts are not given in your time. They are given in His perfect time. So, walk on. Walk with boldness, with brokenness if you must. But walk. Walk through the uncertainty. Walk through the silence. Walk through the rejection. Walk even when no one is cheering, because God is watching. God is leading. And God is faithful. The path you are on, it may be costly, but it is covered. It may be narrow, but it is noble. It may be hard, but it is holy. There comes a point in every journey where you can no longer rely on the strength of your legs, but only on the conviction in your heart. That conviction is not born from comfort. It is forged in the secret place where your soul wrestles with fear and doubt, but refuses to surrender. It is there in that holy tension between what is seen and what is promised that God confirms who you truly are. You were not meant to walk a path of ease. You were meant to walk a path of purpose. And purpose demands perseverance. Purpose demands faith when facts scream otherwise. And when you stay faithful despite uncertainty, God marks that step as sacred. This is not the path of the masses. This is not the way of shallow waters. This is the deep calling under deep. This is the voice of God saying, come higher, walk further, trust deeper. 6 says, and every time you say yes to God, every time you deny your fear and obey His instruction, you are climbing toward a destiny that was written for you before the earth even knew your name. It is not pride to believe that you were made for something greater. It is faith. And it is faith that pleases God. When you walk in true obedience to God, you will begin to notice that the things that once satisfied you no longer hold power. The opinions of people lose weight. The distractions of the world lose their pull. You stop chasing the illusion of perfection and begin to walk in divine purpose. And that transformation itself is a sign you are no longer being led by the flesh, but by the Spirit of the Almighty. You are no longer driven by impulse, but by instruction. That is not weakness. That is alignment. That is evidence that God is shaping you not just for blessings, but for responsibility. The path of God matures you. It builds in you the kind of endurance that can't be taught by comfort. You don't just learn how to wait. You learn how to wait well. You don't just learn how to pray. You learn how to persevere when the answer is delayed. And it's in that stretching that your capacity increases. You become strong not because you fought every battle with your own hands, but because you let God fight for you. You let Him lead even when the road made no sense. And that surrender is not weakness. It is power under authority. There will be times where the right path feels wrong simply because it doesn't match your expectations. But God is not obligated to explain His plan before He performs it. He is not bound by your timeline, your strategy, or your logic. What seems delayed is often deliberate. What looks like a loss is often a lesson. If you stay too focused on what you thought it should look like, you'll miss what God is trying to do right now. Be open, be flexible, let go of the plan, and hold on to the promise. You see, when God is leading you, you don't need to rush. You don't need to compete. You don't need to manipulate. You rest in the knowing that what is for you is already written. You move with intentionality, not with anxiety. You speak with wisdom, not with fear. You decide not based on pressure, but based on peace. And that peace is not a passive feeling. It is a divine signal. When your spirit is still, even when the storm rages, it is God saying, "This is the way, walk in it." And yes, there will be giants on the right path. There will be walls too high to climb, rivers too wide to cross, enemies too loud to ignore. But those are not signs to turn back. They are signs that you are close. The presence of resistance is often the clearest indication that you're entering territory meant to be taken. And the God who led you to it will not leave you stranded. He will provide. He will shield. He will strengthen. But you must not shrink. You must not look back. You must not give in to fear when you are called to walk in faith. Let me tell you this plainly. The presence of pain does not mean the absence of God. Don't let your emotions become louder than your discernment. Feelings are real, but they are not always accurate. That's why you must learn to lead your soul with truth, not follow your soul with confusion. And truth is this: if God put breath in your lungs today, then your purpose is still alive. If He allowed you to wake up this morning, then the journey is not over. Don't let discouragement be your counselor. Let faith be your guide. Let obedience be your answer. When you are walking in God's will, even your weaknesses become weapons. Even your scars become stories. Even your past becomes part of the plan. Nothing is wasted when you are surrendered. Every delay, every heartbreak, every disappointment, it all becomes fuel in the hands of the Almighty. And one day you will testify not just with your words, but with your life, that the path God chose was not only right, it was holy, it was necessary. It was divinely appointed for your transformation. You must understand, child of faith, that the right path is not just about reaching the promise, it's about becoming the person who can carry it. God is not just working around you, He is working within you, shaping your motives, cleansing your heart, purifying your desires, teaching you how to walk in power without arrogance, in wisdom without pride, in strength without oppression. That's why the journey is hard, because He's building not just a future for you, but a future through you. You may feel behind. You may feel like others are moving faster, achieving more, shining brighter. But their race is not your race. Their calling is not your calling. And their path is not your path. Stay in your lane. Run with endurance. Keep your eyes on God, not on man. Because if you chase the applause of people, you'll miss the approval of heaven. But if you chase the approval of God, everything else will align in its time. And when the day comes that everything you prayed for arrives, when the vision becomes reality, when the mountain moves, when the door opens, don't forget the path. Don't forget the nights you cried, the mornings you questioned, the battles you survived. Don't forget how God carried you when you couldn't walk. Those moments are your memorial. They are your anchor. They are the evidence that your life is not your own. It is the work of God's hands. So walk boldly, speak fearlessly, love deeply, obey quickly. The path you are on is not ordinary. It is sacred. Every step, every tear, every test, it all matters. You are not here by accident. You are not following a fantasy. You are following a fire that cannot be quenched, a call that cannot be silenced, a purpose that cannot be stolen. You are on the right path. Not because it is easy, but because it is ordained. And God, the one who sees the end from the beginning, is leading you with a love that cannot fail. So now take this truth and plant it deep within your heart. God does not make mistakes. If He called you, He will equip you. If He led you, He will sustain you. And if you are on the path He set before you, then you are exactly where you need to be. Don't allow the noise of the world to drown out the voice of the one who knows you best. Walk forward with conviction. Stand firm in faith. Move with the assurance that God the Almighty, the All-Wise, the one who sees beyond the present, is guiding every step, even when the road feels uncertain. Let every inhale be a statement of trust. Let each step you take be a living proof of faith. Allow your journey to echo louder than the voice of doubt. You are not lost without direction. You are being guided by God's hand. He has never failed, and He will not begin now. Though the road feels narrow and the climb may seem exhausting, the destination is sacred. Hold firmly to His promises. Do not depend on your own reasoning. Honor God in everything you do, and He will keep guiding your way. You are not merely walking. You are stepping into destiny. You are not just moving forward, you are being shaped. You are not simply surviving. You are being empowered for something far greater. And when the moment comes for you to look back on the path you've traveled, you won't just see the dust of your footprints, but the undeniable evidence that God was beside you the whole time. That, my friend, is the confirmation, the ultimate proof that you have been walking the right road. Right now, someone stands on the edge of a breakthrough. Your soul feels tired, your heart is heavy, and your mind is crowded with questions. When, God? How long, God? Why the delay? But I speak to you with the fire of truth burning inside me. God has heard your cry. He has not forgotten a single prayer. The silence you've endured has not been rejection. It has been a divine pause. And the door you've been knocking on with trembling hands and tear-stained prayers is about to open. There is a stirring taking place in the unseen realm. You may not feel it, you may not see it, but faith was never rooted in your senses. It has always been about trusting the one who holds time, doors, and destinies in His hands. God is not slow, beloved. God is precise. The delay you face was not to punish you, but to prepare you. What you call waiting, God calls refining. What you call stagnation, God calls transformation. And the reason the door hasn't opened yet is because God doesn't want to just open it. He wants to establish you behind it. When God opens a door, no man can shut it. And when He closes one, no force in the universe can pry it open. You've been pounding on doors that looked right, sounded right, even felt right, but God kept them shut. Why? Because He knew that just because a door looks good doesn't mean it leads to the place He designed for your elevation. God is not interested in temporary victories. He is building you for something eternal, something weighty, something with purpose. You see, some of you have been waiting for years, not weeks, not months, years. And the enemy has whispered in the dark corners of your mind, it's never going to happen. You've been forgotten. That dream is dead. But let me stand before you and crush that lie with the weight of truth. God never forgets what He promises. Your delay is not denial. Your pain has not been wasted. The door is about to swing open, not because of your perfection, not because of your effort, but because of God's faithfulness. There are doors you prayed for when you didn't even know how to pray properly. Doors you cried for in silence. doors you fought for in the battlefield of your mind. God saw it all. He counted every tear. He recorded every sleepless night. And now, in His divine timing, He is aligning every detail. He is moving hearts. He is shifting circumstances. He is orchestrating events behind the scenes, all so that when the door opens, it will not be by coincidence. It will be undeniable that God did this. Don't mistake God's silence for absence. He's been closer than you think. The waiting season wasn't empty. It was a construction site. While you were crying, God was building. While you were questioning, God was structuring. While you were breaking, God was molding. He allowed the door to remain closed because the version of you that started this journey wasn't strong enough to carry what lies behind that door. But now, after the storms, the losses, the wilderness, you've been fortified. Some of you are standing before a door that generations before you have tried to walk through and fail. You are about to break generational curses, step into territories your family only dreamed of, and occupy places that were reserved for your obedience. You've been faithful over a little, and now God is getting ready to make you ruler over much. And this is not a door that leads to easy, it's a door that leads to assignment. God doesn't open doors for comfort. He opens them for calling. You may not feel qualified. You may think, why me? But that's the beauty of God. He doesn't choose the qualified. He qualifies the chosen. He doesn't look for perfection. He looks for surrender. And if you've been surrendered, even in your weakness, God has been watching. Heaven has taken notice of your endurance. You didn't quit when you were betrayed. You didn't walk away when people mocked you. You stayed on your knees. You stayed in position. And now the door is about to open. And hear me, when God opens a door, it won't come with confusion. It won't require you to compromise. It won't demand that you beg for validation. The door God opens will bring peace. It will confirm what your spirit already knows. It will draw you closer to Him, not distract you. This is how you'll know it's from God. It won't just elevate you, it will humble you. It will cause you to weep with gratitude because you'll know you didn't force it. You waited for it. But I must warn you, there are counterfeit doors. The enemy loves to offer premature opportunities dressed in the garments of blessing. Just because it's open doesn't mean it's God's door. Test the Spirit. Ask yourself, does this pull me away from God or push me deeper into purpose? Does this bring lasting peace or temporary pleasure? You must be discerning. Every good-looking door is not a God-ordained door. That's why your relationship with God is crucial in this season, so that you recognize His voice above the noise. Some of you are tired because you've been standing in front of doors that were never assigned to you. You've exhausted yourself, begging for things that weren't meant for your destiny. Let go. Step back. Align with God. When you chase after Him, you won't have to chase after doors. They'll open at the sound of your obedience. God is not looking for people who knock the loudest. He's looking for people who trust Him the deepest. And for those of you who've been through deep loss, those who've buried dreams, wept over closed chapters, and questioned your very worth, I declare to you, God is about to redeem the time. You thought it was over. You thought the door had closed for good. But God is the God of restoration. He doesn't just give you what you lost, He gives you better. He opens doors that make you forget the pain of the previous season. The glory that's coming will make the suffering make sense. There are some doors that don't open by effort, they open by favor. And the favor of God is about to rest on you in such a way that what others strive for, you will receive by divine appointment. That promotion, that breakthrough, that opportunity, it's not coming because of your connections. It's coming because of your covenant. You've been hidden on purpose. God was preparing you in obscurity so He could reveal you in victory. And when the door opens, hear me, you must walk through it with boldness. No hesitation, no fear, no turning back. God doesn't bring you this far just to tease you. He brings you this far to transition you. What lies ahead is greater than what you're leaving behind. Stop mourning closed doors. If it closed, it wasn't yours. If it ended, it was meant to. The door in front of you is better than the door behind you. Trust God's direction more than you trust your past. This next door is going to shift everything. Your finances, your family, your mind, your health. It's all connected. When God opens this door, He's not just blessing you, He's blessing everyone connected to you. You're the key. You're the one God chose to walk through first so others can follow. Don't underestimate the power of your obedience. Don't shrink back in false humility. Walk boldly. Walk with purpose. Walk knowing that God has gone before you. And yes, there will be resistance. With every open door comes opposition. But do not fear. The same God who opened the door will guard it. The same hand that unlocked it will protect you as you walk through it. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. The critics will talk. The doubters will rise. The enemy will rage. But nothing and no one can stop a door opened by the hand of God. And some of you listen closely. You're not just waiting for a door. You are the door. You are the opening that God is using to bring change in your family, hope to your community, and revival to dry places. Don't limit yourself to physical opportunities. You are the divine access point through which heaven is about to touch earth. You're not waiting for a platform. You are the platform. You're not waiting for a breakthrough. You are the breakthrough. But before that door opens, make sure your heart is ready. God doesn't just want to elevate your position. He wants to elevate your character. He wants your integrity to match your influence. This is the season to clean house, to forgive, to release bitterness, to repent, because the door God is about to open requires purity, humility, and focus. The higher the calling, the deeper the consecration. Don't just prepare your hands, prepare your heart. And when that moment comes, when the door cracks open and light floods your darkness, don't forget God. Don't forget the nights you cried, the days you fasted, the battles you fought in secret. Don't let success make you lose the voice that got you there. Stay grounded. Stay grateful. Stay submitted. Because the same God who opens doors is the same God who closes them when pride walks in. This is your season, your time, your appointed moment. All of heaven is leaning forward, waiting to see what you'll do with this divine invitation. Will you step forward in faith or retreat in fear? Will you recognize the door or walk past it distracted? Will you obey God's voice even when it doesn't make sense? I pray you choose obedience. I pray you choose trust, because the door you've been waiting for isn't just about you. It's about destiny. And destiny doesn't wait forever. God is not a man that He should lie. What He promised, He will fulfill. What He started, He will complete. What He declared over your life, He will bring to pass. The door is opening. Can you feel it? Can you sense the shift? This is not hype. This is holy. And if your spirit is aligned, you already know it. This is the moment everything changes. There is a moment in every life when you reach the edge of yourself. You've done all you can. You've prayed, fasted, believed, waited, and even crawled your way forward. Yet the door still seems locked. That is the moment when the test reaches its highest point. That is when the human effort ends and God's power begins. You see, God does not open doors merely because we are tired of waiting. He opens them when the appointed time arrives, when the process has done its work, when the fire is refined, and when your heart is finally in alignment with the purpose He has written for you before you ever drew your first breath. God has always been a God of timing. He is never early. He is never late. His actions do not bend to our impatience, because His plan is not based on our emotions. It is rooted in divine purpose. You may think you've been buried in obscurity, but God has actually planted you. And what is planted must first break before it rises. Do not curse your breaking. Do not resent the season where no one sees you. For it is in the quiet, in the stillness, where God does His most sacred work. The roots grow deep before the fruit appears. And understand this, every closed door was part of His mercy. Every delay was an act of protection. You thought rejection was a curse, but it was God shielding you from what would have destroyed your soul. Not every good thing is a God thing. And sometimes God closes one door to prepare you for something far beyond what you were asking for. That is why your prayers must mature from "give me" to "prepare me." Because when God opens a door, He doesn't want you to just enter it. He wants you to thrive in it. So ask yourself, are you ready for what you've been praying for? Can your character handle the weight of the next level? Can your heart remain pure when favor surrounds you? Because God will not promote what pride will destroy. He's not just opening a door for your comfort. He's opening a door for your calling. And if you're called, you must carry it with humility. This door is not about being seen. It's about fulfilling your purpose. It's about impact. It's about legacy. It's about bringing light where there has only been darkness. And let me tell you something vital. When God opens this door, you won't walk through it alone. His presence will go before you. His wisdom will guide you. His protection will surround you. You won't have to push your way in. You won't have to manipulate or strive. You'll walk through it with a peace that surpasses understanding. That's how you'll know it's from God. It won't feel like chaos. It will feel like clarity. It won't make you anxious. It will settle your spirit. Now, don't misunderstand me. God's doors are not always glamorous. Sometimes the door He opens leads to a battle before it leads to a blessing. Sometimes it comes with resistance, with adversity, with testing. But that does not mean it is not from God. In fact, often the greatest doors are guarded by the greatest trials. Why? Because God doesn't give keys to cowards. He gives them to warriors, to the ones who stayed when it would have been easier to leave, to the ones who trusted when everything said give up, to the ones who still worshiped when their heart was breaking. The enemy cannot stop what God has ordained, but he will try to distract you before the door opens. He'll bring noise, confusion, false opportunities, and emotional storms to pull you away from your place of readiness. But this is the time to stand firm, to silence the voices of doubt, to drown out the noise with the truth of who God is. He is not a God of confusion. He is a God of order, a God of power, a God of completion, and what He started in you, He will finish. There is someone listening right now who feels like everything is falling apart. But in reality, everything is falling into place. The pain is not random. The delay is not meaningless. God is weaving something so intricate, so intentional, that when He finally pulls back the curtain, you will fall to your knees in awe. You'll look back and thank God for every no, every tear, every detour. Because now, standing at the threshold of your door, you'll see the masterpiece that only God could create. This door is not small. It's not average. It's not mediocre. It is a divine gateway to a dimension of your life you've never stepped into before. And it will demand more from you, more discipline, more focus, more sacrifice, but it will also give more to you, more clarity, more peace, more fulfillment than you've ever known. You'll wake up knowing why you're alive. You'll move with conviction. You'll speak with authority, not because of who you are, but because of who sent you. And let me tell you, there are some people who cannot go through this door with you. There are relationships that served a season but cannot survive this next level. You must be willing to leave behind what is familiar to walk into what is divinely prepared. Don't cling to people who no longer align with your purpose. Don't drag the past into a future that God sanctified for your growth. If they had to go, it's because their presence would have poisoned your promise. Let them go and trust that what is waiting behind this door will not just replace what you lost. It will exceed it. I know the weight of waiting. I know the agony of unanswered prayers. But I also know the power of God's timing. And what He's about to do in your life is not small. It's not ordinary. It's not explainable by logic. It's going to make people wonder how you got there. They'll look at you and say, "How did this happen?" And your only response will be, "God opened the door." Because that's the kind of door that leaves no room for pride, only praise. You won't have to defend yourself. You won't have to convince anyone. The fruit will speak for itself. The results will silence the critics. The transformation will be so clear, so profound, that even your enemies will have to admit God's hand is on you. That's the power of a door opened by God. It shuts the mouths of liars and elevates you without explanation. But remember, the door is not the destination. It's a beginning, a launch point, a new chapter. And with every new chapter comes new responsibility. You must steward this opportunity well. You must walk in integrity even when no one is watching. You must remain in alignment with God, not just in public, but in private, because the same God who opens the door is watching how you walk through it. This is sacred. This is holy. And you've been chosen not because you are the most talented, the most connected, or the most experienced, but because God saw your heart. He saw the way you honored Him when no one else did. He saw the way you stayed loyal in the wilderness. And now, He's about to reward what only He saw. This is divine reward, not earned but granted, not forced but released in due season. The earth may not celebrate you, the world may not applaud you, but heaven is watching. Heaven is moving. And when heaven moves, no force on earth can stand in the way. This is more than an opportunity. It is a divine shift, and you must move with it. You must prepare not just for what's coming, but for who you must become when it arrives. God is not giving you a door to remain the same. He's giving you a door so that He can bring forth the version of you that He always intended. Let your posture be one of humility. Let your spirit remain teachable. Let your life be a vessel through which God can shine. The door is coming, and when it opens, it will confirm what your spirit has already known: that you were never forgotten, that you were never forsaken, that God was working all along, that this was not just your desire, it was His plan. When God opens the door you've been waiting for, it won't simply be an opportunity. It will be a divine appointment, an intersection between your obedience and His unmatched authority. And in that moment, your life will no longer be measured by what you lost, but by what you stepped into. You've been walking through the shadows of uncertainty for too long, but now the light of God's timing is about to break through with undeniable force. Not because you demanded it, but because you were developed for it. God does not honor entitlement. He honors endurance. You endured. You remained faithful. And now the heavens are preparing to release what your faith has already received. Understand this. What lies behind the door is not just for you. It is for those connected to your life. God is not only opening this door for your blessing, but for the breakthrough of others who will witness what He has done through you. Your story is about to become someone else's survival guide. Your testimony is about to shake someone else free from their chains, because God uses doors not just to advance individuals, but to advance His will in the earth through surrendered vessels. And make no mistake, you are being positioned as a vessel, a living, breathing instrument of His mercy, power, and glory. Do not confuse this divine moment with mere human success. The world chases platforms and praise, but the door God opens leads to something deeper. It leads to assignment, to sacred responsibility, to walking in what you were born to carry. You will not walk through to applause. You will walk through with authority. And authority does not come from men. It comes from God. From the fire you survived, from the prayers you cried, from the nights you bled in silence, holding on to promises that hadn't yet manifested. Some of you have been walking in circles, feeling forgotten, dismissed, abandoned. But your steps were not in vain. God is not a God of wasted journeys. Every delay, every detour, every disappointment was God weaving together a foundation that could carry the weight of what's about to be revealed. If that door had opened earlier, you might have stepped through with pride, with ego, and with wounds still unhealed. But now you are whole. You are wiser. You have been shaped by fire, not by flattery. You are prepared. This coming season is not about striving. It is about receiving. When God acts, it is not through prediction. It is through command. He speaks and everything shifts. He declares and doors swing open without resistance. What you once struggled to earn through effort will now come with ease. Not because it is simple, but because it is divinely ordained. And when something is ordained by God, it no longer relies on man's approval or permission. Let that truth settle deep within you. No one can block what God has already decreed. Some watched you fall and believed it was the end. But they forgot that God does His greatest work in the soil of brokenness. They forgot that seeds must be buried before they bloom. They misjudged your silence, unaware that it was God who chose to keep you hidden. For before He reveals, He refines. Before He elevates, He establishes. And now your season of refining has grown roots so deep that no storm can tear them out. You are not simply rising, you are rising with unshakable foundation. And let me say this with urgency. Do not wait for perfect conditions to walk through your door. If you're waiting to feel qualified, to feel ready, to have it all together, you'll delay the very thing God has been preparing for you. God does not require perfection. He requires obedience. When the door opens, walk. When the call comes, answer. When the opportunity presents itself, move. Because obedience is the language that opens realms far beyond what effort could ever touch. When God says go, go, even if your knees are shaking, because trust is not about clarity. It's about confidence in the one who is guiding you. And what if I told you that the door God is about to open is not even the one you were expecting? Because sometimes we pray for doors we understand, but God opens doors we didn't even know we needed. You ask for provision, and He's opening a door to purpose. You ask for healing, and He's opening a door to wholeness. You ask for success, but He's giving you significance. God doesn't answer small-minded prayers with small blessings. He answers them with transformative destiny. And that is why you must let go of your limited vision. You must release the expectation that the blessing will look like your plan. God's thoughts are not your thoughts. His ways are higher, deeper, stronger. If the door doesn't look like what you imagine, trust Him anyway. If it feels unfamiliar, walk through anyway. If it leads you into uncomfortable territory, follow Him anyway. Because the safest place to be is not in what is familiar, but in what is God ordained. Many of you are standing at the edge of answered prayer, but fear is whispering in your ear. Fear of failure, fear of judgment, fear of stepping into something bigger than yourself. But listen closely. Fear has no authority where God has given you command. Fear is the thief of destiny, and it is silenced not by self-confidence, but by God confidence. Speak to your fear. Tell it that it can't follow you through the door. Tell it that it has no place in the future God is calling you into. You didn't survive all that you've been through just to be held back by the ghost of doubt. The door's coming and you must be ready. Ready in your spirit, ready in your mind, ready in your heart. Because when it opens, you won't have time to prepare. You'll have to respond. And God has already prepared you in secret for what He is about to do in public. The conversations you had with Him in silence, the ones no one heard, the cries, the groanings, the surrendered moments, they are about to produce fruit before all to see. But do not get caught up in the visibility. God is not elevating you to be seen. He's elevating you to serve. And the higher you go, the more surrendered you must be. So let humility be your anchor. Let gratitude be your song. Let reverence for God be the compass that keeps your soul aligned. For the greatest tragedy is not a door that remains closed, but a door that is opened and mishandled. You must walk through with eyes fixed on God, ears tuned to His whisper, and a heart that beats not for glory, but for obedience, because this is holy ground. This is sacred territory, and what God is entrusting to you must not be taken lightly. Do not rush. Do not panic. Do not compare your journey to others. God's timing is tailored. His preparation is specific. And when He opens your door, it won't look like anyone else's because it was designed for you. And the beauty of God's door is this: it fits only your obedience. No one else can walk through it. No one else can claim it. No one else can block it. Because when God opens a door, it's sealed with His authority. And no force in the heavens or the earth can override His command. And hear this deep in your spirit. When God opens the door you've been waiting for, it will not come to validate your ego. It will come to fulfill His plan. You are not the center of the blessing. God is. You are not the author of the breakthrough. God is. And that is what makes it sacred. The door is not about your status, your image, or your self-worth. It is about being positioned where God can manifest His power through your life. It is about becoming the evidence of what happens when someone refuses to let go of faith. Even when it hurts, even when it's lonely, even when it feels like nothing is moving, you are not being rewarded for perfection. You are being trusted with purpose. God opens doors not because we've earned them, but because He sees we are now aligned with His will. The door represents more than change. It represents trust. God is entrusting you with something that carries weight. This is not lightweight favor. This is kingdom-level responsibility. So your prayer must shift. No longer God just open the door, but God prepare me to carry what's behind it. Because if He opens it and you aren't ready, what was meant to elevate you could overwhelm you. And God is too wise to give a crown to someone who has not yet learned how to carry the weight of surrender. Let this be a time where your inner life becomes stronger than your outer performance. God is not impressed by your public words. He is moved by your private obedience. He is watching the way you handle the quiet seasons, the invisible work, the unseen sacrifices. And that is what determines what doors open, not noise, not fame, not applause, but character forged in the silence of surrender. You may think no one sees the way you've obeyed God when it cost you everything, but God sees. And He is the one who holds the key to your future. There are no shortcuts to divine doors. You cannot manipulate your way into what God has ordained. You cannot rush what God is still preparing. Some have tried to build their own doors, carve out their own paths, but anything man-made will eventually collapse under pressure. Only what God opens can withstand the shaking of life. Only what God builds will stand through storms. This is why you must be patient. This is why you must be rooted, so that when the door opens, you are not standing on sand, but on solid foundation. There are going to be voices that rise against your blessing. People will question how you got here. They will try to attach your elevation to natural explanations. But don't waste your time trying to prove your process. Let the fruit speak for itself. Let your life testify. Let the undeniable hand of God upon you silence every doubter and every critic. Because when God opens the door, even those who oppose you will be forced to acknowledge that only God could have done it. And some of you, listen closely. You are not just about to walk through a door. You are about to become a door. A door for others to walk through. A living gateway to hope, to restoration, to wisdom. Your life will open the way for people who thought it was too late. You are carrying more than you realize. God has been using your trials to build a voice that carries authority, a presence that shifts atmospheres, a story that breaks chains. You thought you were being crushed, but you were being commissioned. You thought you were losing, but God was reshaping you into a vessel of breakthrough. And when the door opens, walk with quiet confidence, not arrogance, not self-reliance, but confidence rooted in your trust in God. Don't minimize the miracle by acting like you don't belong. You do belong because God brought you there. You are not intruding. You are assigned. This is not about feelings. It's about calling. It's about knowing deep in your soul that if God opened the door, He has already equipped you to walk through it. You may feel afraid, but courage is not the absence of fear. It's moving forward while trusting the God who goes before you. This is not a door into comfort. It's a door into calling. God is not making your life easier. He's making it eternally effective. He's shifting your focus from comfort to impact, from safety to surrender, from routine to revelation. The days of small thinking are over. The days of shrinking back are behind you. God is calling you to rise, to move, to advance, not in pride, but in power, not in noise, but in depth. Because you were born to carry something sacred, and now is the moment for it to be revealed. There are some listening who've been disqualifying themselves for years. You've believed the lie that your past mistakes have blocked your future promise. But hear me with every fiber of your spirit. God redeems. God restores. God rebuilds what man calls ruin. No one is too far gone. No mistake is beyond repair. If your heart is surrendered, if your spirit is humble, then nothing can disqualify what God has qualified. The door you thought was closed forever, it's still under God's authority. It's not too late. You're not too old. You're not too broken. You're just in time for what God has appointed. So lift your eyes, square your shoulders. Let the fire of expectation rise again. Let your hope be reawakened. The same God who led you through the valley will lead you through the doorway. The same power that sustained you in the wilderness will carry you into the promise. You don't have to force it. You don't have to strive. Just stay close to God. Stay in alignment. Stay in faith, because the key to the door is not in your hand. It's in God's hand. And He opens what no man can shut. When that moment comes, when the atmosphere shifts, when the door cracks open, respond with boldness. Don't hesitate. Don't overthink. Don't look around for validation. If God brought you to it, walk through it. Don't ask for opinions. Don't wait for consensus. Obedience doesn't require a committee. It requires conviction. This is your appointed time. You've been through too much, cried too long, fought too hard to stand still now. This is not the season to look back. This is not the season to second guess. This is the season to step forward. And as you move, keep your eyes on the one who opened the way. Don't become distracted by the success. Don't become addicted to the applause. Stay grounded. Stay low. Stay prayerful. The blessing is not the destination. It's the beginning of a greater walk with God. The more He gives you, the more you must depend on Him. The higher He takes you, the more you must remain rooted in humility. Because the door is not the reward. God Himself is the reward. This moment that you are entering is not just a season. It is a summoning, a divine calling from the Almighty that now is the time to rise. Not in pride, but in purpose. Not for spotlight, but for sacred duty. The door God is about to open in your life is not a reward for survival. It is an assignment for destiny. And when He opens it, it will not look like man's definition of success. It will not be packaged with glitter or adorned in applause. It will come wrapped in obedience, marked by clarity, and dripping with the unmistakable presence of God's will. Do not think for one moment that this door is small. God does not deal in smallness. Even when it looks humble in the eyes of the world, when it seems unnoticed or insignificant, anything touched by God becomes great. Anything connected to His purpose carries eternal weight. What man overlooks, God overflows. What man devalues, God exalts. This is why you cannot allow your eyes to judge the size of the opening. The door may appear narrow, but it leads into a wider place of divine expansion where your influence will multiply and your purpose will stretch further than your mind ever imagined. This is where faith must lead you. Not your feelings, not your fears, not the opinions of those who have no revelation of what God has been doing in your spirit. God has not called you to blend in. He has called you to break through cycles that have kept your family bound, to break through mindsets that have kept you limited, to break through the noise of this world and walk in the still strong voice of divine instruction. And the only way to break through is to obey without hesitation. There will be moments where what God asks you to do doesn't make sense. He may open a door that leads to unfamiliar territory, a place where you feel underqualified, overlooked, or misunderstood. But those are the places where God shows Himself strongest. He doesn't bring you into the open so you can rely on your intellect. He brings you so that you will lean entirely on Him. And when you do, what was uncertain becomes unstoppable. What was confusing becomes crystal clear because faith sharpens your spiritual vision and tunes your ears to the rhythm of God's will. Some of you are still trying to carry yesterday's burdens through a door that requires freedom. Let them go. You cannot walk into what God has for you if your hands are full of resentment, bitterness, or old regrets. God does not open the door to a new chapter so you can rewrite the old one. He opens it to write something fresh, something anointed, something eternal. You must release what is expired so you can embrace what is divine. Let go of what hurt you. Let go of what confused you. Let go of what didn't work. Because what's coming will make sense of every no that once broke your heart. And do not be surprised when the door God opens leads not only to elevation, but to separation. Yes, separation. Because not everyone can walk with you into the next dimension of purpose. There are voices you will have to silence. There are places you will have to leave. There are habits that cannot survive in the presence of divine movement. If God is calling you higher, then you must shed what is lower. This is not punishment, it is protection. This is not rejection, it is refinement. God is not trying to take something from you. He's trying to make room for something greater. You are being refined not for popularity, but for purity. You are being prepared not for noise, but for power. And the power that comes from God does not boast. It builds. It builds families. It builds generations. It builds legacies that echo long after your footsteps are gone. This is what the open door is about. It is not for your name to be praised, but for God's will to be fulfilled through your yielded life. And understand this, when God opens the door, the attack may intensify. Do not mistake resistance for misdirection. Sometimes the moment you step into purpose, the pressure increases. But pressure is not a sign to retreat it. It is a sign that you have entered the realm of impact. If there is no resistance, you're probably not taking any ground. So don't flinch, don't fold. Stand firm, because the same God who opens the door will sustain you through it. You do not need to manufacture strength. He will be your strength. There are levels to favor. There are levels to calling. And you are stepping into a level that cannot be reached by talent alone. It cannot be sustained by charisma. It cannot be faked. This next level requires anointing. And the anointing is not purchased with applause. It is purchased with surrender, with fasting, with late nights of crying out to God when no one else is watching. It is purchased with obedience when it hurts, with integrity when it's not convenient, with silence when you could have defended yourself, but chose to let God speak for you instead. This is not about chasing doors. Stop chasing. Stop knocking on what God has closed. The door that's opening for you will not require compromise. It will not require begging. It will not require manipulation. It will open because it was already written into the timeline of your life before you were born. God saw you in your mother's womb and ordained this moment. You are not standing here by luck. You are standing here by design. You didn't stumble into destiny. You were summoned by it. And for the one who feels unworthy, let me speak directly to your soul. God does not call the perfect. He calls the willing. Your scars do not disqualify you. Your past does not cancel your future. Your mistakes do not outweigh God's mercy. If anything, your brokenness has prepared you more than you realize, because it is the broken vessel that pours best. It is the humbled heart that hears clearest. It is the life surrendered in pieces that God loves to make whole, because in the restoration He receives all the glory. So rise, rise with reverence, rise with expectation, rise knowing that what's coming cannot be stopped, delayed, or denied, not by any force of man, not by any voice of the enemy, not even by your own doubt. When God commands the door to open, it must open. And when it does, you will walk into rooms that your resume couldn't get you into. You will be seated at tables where you were once overlooked. You will receive opportunities that were beyond your qualifications, because this is not about merit. It is about mandate. God has spoken, and His word will not return void. And so prepare yourself. Prepare not just externally, but inwardly. Let your spirit be sharp. Let your discernment be heightened. Let your dependence on God be deeper than ever before. Because what you're about to step into is not ordinary. It is not common. It is not something you can explain. It is divine. You will know it. You will feel it. You will walk in it. And when you do, your life will never be the same. This is the moment you've prayed for, wept over, fasted for, dreamed of. And it is here. The door is opening. And when it does, it will be the undeniable move of God alone. So now stand still in your spirit, but strong in your faith. You have not waited in vain. You have not cried for nothing. The silence was never absence. It was preparation. The delay was never denial. It was divine alignment. God is not slow. He is strategic. The heavens are moving. A new season is unfolding. What once remained sealed is now being commanded to open. That very thing you nearly surrendered is about to rise from the ashes, stronger, clearer, and filled with greater purpose than you ever dreamed. When that doorway swings wide, you will know without a doubt it was God's hand. You will not hesitate. You will not be left uncertain. You will step forward with a heart that trembles, yet feet that remain steady. For every hardship shaped you for this moment. Every whispered prayer laid the foundation. Why? Every hidden battle built the strength within you. This is not the hour to shrink back. This is the hour to rise and answer. Lift your gaze. Fill your lungs with breath. Silence the lies of doubt. The door will open not by human effort, but by the sovereign will of the Almighty. And when it does, walk into it not with fear, but with faith. For this is more than a breakthrough. This is the unveiling of who you were meant to become. God knows you are exhausted. He sees it. He feels it. He understands the weight you're carrying, the silent battles you fight, and the countless nights you lie awake staring at the ceiling, wondering when the storm will pass. This is more than just a word of comfort. It is a divine confirmation. The pain you've endured has not escaped the notice of the one who made the heavens and the earth. The tears you've shed in secret are known to him, and he has collected every drop. You are not forgotten. You are not abandoned. And I am here to tell you today, God is about to step in. When your strength is gone, when your prayers feel unanswered, when your faith seems to be hanging by a thread, God is still in control. God does not sleep. God does not grow weary. And though you may feel as if your back is against the wall, He is already preparing the breakthrough. The tiredness you feel is not weakness. It is the sign of a soul that has carried much, fought long, and trusted deeply. And God honors that trust. He honors that persistence. You're not going under. You're rising. You're not being buried. You're being planted for something far greater than you could imagine. You may be asking, why has it taken so long? Why have I had to go through so much? Because the greater the weight, the greater the purpose. God allows the struggle not to destroy you, but to prepare you. The weariness is not your end. It is the place where God begins. It is in that place of exhaustion, when you can no longer rely on your own strength, that God reveals His. When the flesh has failed and the will has withered, that's when God shows up in power. Don't think for a moment that God has left you, Anio. Even when it feels like heaven is silent, He is watching. He is measuring. He is orchestrating something far bigger than you can see. You've come through sleepless nights, through heartbreak, through confusion and fear, and yet you are still standing. That is not an accident. That is God's hand. And if He brought you this far, He will carry you the rest of the way. You are not fighting alone. The very power that created the sun and commands the stars is surrounding you. And when you are at your lowest, God is at His highest. God is closest to those whose hearts are broken, whose spirits are crushed, whose strength is gone. He leans in when the world walks away. He lifts up when others push down. And right now, God is leaning toward you with a plan in His hand and power in His breath. You are not invisible. You are not forgotten. You are not too broken, too old, too tired, or too far gone. You are exactly where you need to be for God to show up and show out. And when He steps in, everything changes. He is not bound by time. He is not limited by human logic. He doesn't need the approval of people to move on your behalf. When God says it's your time, no one can stop Him. This tired season of your life is not the end of your story. It is the hallway before the door opens. It is the silence before the shift. God is not done with you. He is just getting started. You may have lost some things, some people, some years, but you have not lost your purpose. You have not lost your destiny. And though you are tired, your strength is not your own. God is your strength, and He will lift you up when you can't lift yourself. You may feel like giving up, but God says, hold on. You may feel like you've prayed and nothing has changed, but God says, wait, because the moment you think it's over is the exact moment God begins to move. He allows you to reach the end of yourself so that you can discover the beginning of His power. He strips away every false hope until you're leaning on nothing but Him. And that is when miracles happen. This is not just motivation. This is revelation. This is God speaking to the depths of your soul. You've been tired in your body, tired in your mind, tired in your spirit, but God is about to breathe new wind into your sails. The enemy has tried to exhaust you so that you'll settle for less than what God has for you. But the fact that you are still standing is proof that he failed. The fact that you're still listening is proof that your story is not over. And what's coming is greater than what you lost. God has seen every sacrifice you made in silence. He has witnessed the patience you've shown when others misunderstood you. He knows the way you've chosen righteousness when it would have been easier to choose revenge. He sees the way you keep showing up even when you feel empty inside. And for all of that, God is about to reward you. You have sown in tears, and now you are about to reap in joy. Don't be ashamed of your exhaustion. It's a holy exhaustion. It comes from standing firm in a world that keeps trying to shake you. It comes from carrying burdens you didn't ask for but handled anyway. It comes from walking through seasons that broke others but couldn't break you. And now that tiredness is about to be exchanged for divine strength. God is about to lift you, carry you, and restore everything the enemy tried to drain from your life. You didn't survive just to survive. You survived because God still has something for you to do. There is still a blessing to receive, a life to live, a calling to fulfill. God is not finished with you. He has seen the nights you couldn't sleep. He's heard the cries you couldn't put into words. He knows the battles you never told anyone about. And he's stepping in not with a whisper, but with a thunder. Not with a suggestion, but with power. He is the God who changes everything in a moment. Your weariness is not a sign that you're weak. It's a sign that you fought long and hard. And God is proud of you. You didn't quit. You didn't give in. You didn't run away. And for that, a new strength is coming. A supernatural peace is coming. Doors are about to open that no man can shut. Help is coming from places you didn't expect. God is about to make a way where there was no way. You may have felt like God was distant, but He's been closer than ever. He's been holding you together when everything around you was falling apart. And now He's getting ready to step in, not just to comfort you, but to change everything around you. You've carried the weight long enough. You've cried long enough. You've endured long enough. Now comes the shift. You didn't lose because you were weak. You endured because God gave you the strength to survive the storm. You didn't fail because you felt tired. You passed the test because you stayed faithful when it was hard. And now everything you lost in the fire, God is about to return in double. You're not at the end. You're at the edge of a divine encounter. There is a sacred moment coming, a divine interruption. God is stepping into your tiredness with restoration in His hand. And when He steps in, your enemies will scatter. Your fears will vanish. Your doubts will be silenced. What you've been praying for will begin to manifest, and the tired version of you will be transformed into a vessel of power, peace, and purpose. Let the world say what it wants. Let the critics scoff. Let the doubters doubt. But you know what God whispered to your heart. You know the promise He gave you in the secret place. And He is not a God who lies. If He said He would do it, He will. If He said He would deliver you, better believe He's on His way. So don't give up now. Don't let the tiredness pull you into despair. God is closer than your next breath. He is near to the brokenhearted. He saves those who are crushed in spirit, and He is about to lift your head and strengthen your bones. What felt like the end will be the beginning of something extraordinary. What felt like defeat will be revealed as preparation for victory. God is not late. He's right on time. And just because it hasn't happened yet doesn't mean it won't. His timing is not ours, but His timing is perfect. And when He moves in such a way that no one can take the credit but Him. He will show up in such power that you'll say only God could have done this. And yes, you are tired. But tired does not mean defeated. Tired does not mean forsaken. It means you've walked long enough for God to finally say, "Rest, my child, now let me take over." You've leaned on your own understanding long enough. Now God is saying, "Let me carry you. Let me fight for you. Let me open the doors you could never open." He is not just the God of the beginning. He is the God who steps into the middle, who walks with you through the valley, who strengthens you on the battlefield, and who brings you out with more than you had before. You may feel like you've been wandering for years, but God is about to bring you into your promised place. You may have lost count of how many times you wanted to quit, but God counted every time you stayed. And now, the reward is near. The breakthrough is near. The divine shift is near. You are not alone. You are not powerless. You are not done. You are God's child, and He is about to step in. He is about to take your hand, lift your spirit, and remind you that you are still His, and He has never let go. He never will. Keep standing. Keep trusting. Keep believing, because God is about to show you that everything you went through was not for nothing. It was for this moment, this divine intersection, where heaven meets earth, where exhaustion meets restoration, and where your tired soul meets the unlimited power of God. God is not merely aware of your pain. He is deeply involved in your process. You see, God is not a distant observer, casually watching your struggle unfold from afar. No, God is intricately present in your suffering, walking with you through every valley, guiding your footsteps through every wilderness. Your tears do not fall into nothingness. They fall into the hands of the Almighty, who counts each one and stores them as seeds for a future harvest of joy. You are not alone in your tiredness. God is in it with you. And not only is He with you, He is about to lift you out of it. There are moments in life when exhaustion doesn't come from physical labor, but from carrying emotional burdens that have worn your soul thin. You've smiled through the pain. You've kept quiet when your heart was breaking. You've stood tall when everything inside you was crumbling. And now God is saying, "Enough! You've done all you can. Now watch what I will do." This is the kind of exhaustion that attracts divine intervention. When you have nothing left, that is when God begins to show you just how much He has in store for you. The silence you've experienced was not abandonment. It was a divine pause. God often becomes silent when He is preparing something sacred. The soil doesn't make noise while it's growing the seed, but deep inside, something is happening in your stillness. God has been rearranging, reshaping, and renewing things that you cannot yet see. Just because you don't hear God doesn't mean He's not working. His silence is not absence. It is preparation. And now that preparation is about to produce manifestation, when your spirit groans under the weight of battles you don't even have words for, God hears it louder than any spoken prayer. When you've reached that sacred place of brokenness, when all your strength has run dry and you fall into the arms of faith, that's when God says, "Now, let me show you who I am." The weakness you feel is the gateway for God's strength to be revealed. The delay you hate is the doorway through which God brings greater clarity, deeper wisdom, and stronger resolve. You've been tired not just from the trials of life, but from trying to be strong for everyone around you. You've carried others. You've encouraged when you needed encouragement. You gave when you were empty. You stood firm when others fell apart. And though no one clapped for your endurance, God saw it. And God is about to reward the battles you fought in silence. He is about to reward the kindness you gave without expectation. He is about to reward the humility you showed when you could have retaliated. There is a quiet power that comes when your strength is gone and all you can do is whisper, "God, help me." That whisper shakes the heavens. That whisper summons divine attention. God does not ignore the faint cry of a weary soul, and He does not turn away from those who have reached the end of themselves. In fact, that's where He does His best work. When human strength is gone, when logic has no more solutions, when the night feels endless, that is the soil where divine miracles grow. There is a beauty in being tired after doing what is right. There is a sacredness in being exhausted from obedience, not from rebellion. When you get tired from pursuing truth, from showing mercy, from resisting temptation, from holding on to faith, that kind of tiredness is precious in the eyes of God because it means you've been fighting the good fight. And those who fight the good fight are never forgotten. God will vindicate your struggle. He will crown your consistency. He will multiply what you thought was wasted. Do not let the enemy lie to you in your tiredness. Do not believe the whispers that tell you God has left, that your prayers are empty, that your labor has been in vain. The enemy always shouts the loudest before God breaks through. He tries to get you to quit right before the door opens. But God is not a man that He should lie, nor does He forget the labor of love shown in His name. The reward is coming not because of your strength, but because of your surrender. You must understand something deep in your spirit. When God steps in, He doesn't patch what's broken, He makes it new. He doesn't just restore what was lost, He increases what remains. He doesn't just heal your pain, He transforms your heart. That's the kind of breakthrough that is coming for you. You will not just recover, you will rise. You will not just survive, you will shine. Because God is not content with just bringing you back to where you were. He is taking you somewhere you've never been. This weariness is not a sign of failure, for it is a sign that you have reached the edge of divine involvement. It is a sacred exhaustion that precedes a holy encounter. You've tried everything in your power. You've knocked on every door. You've cried every tear. And now you are standing on the edge of a moment that will shift the entire trajectory of your life. God is about to act. God is about to release what has been held back. God is about to shift the weight off your shoulders and place peace into your heart. You don't need to see how it's going to happen. You just need to trust that it will, because God doesn't reveal every step. He reveals His presence. And His presence is enough to walk through the fire without being burned. His presence is enough to stand in the storm and not be moved. His presence is enough to calm the chaos within you. Even if the chaos around you remains, there is power in trusting God when you're tired. That kind of trust breaks strongholds. That kind of faith invites divine acceleration. You've waited long enough. You've wept long enough. Now it is time to believe again. Not because you feel strong, but because God is your strength. And when He moves, He does it in a way that makes the tired worth it. He brings such peace that you forget the storm. He brings such favor that you forget the struggle. He brings such clarity that you understand why the waiting had to happen. What you thought was the breaking point will become the turning point. What you thought was a setback will be revealed as a setup. What you thought was the end will be the beginning of something far greater. That's how God works. He doesn't just fix your life, He transforms it. He doesn't just answer your prayers, He exceeds them. He doesn't just step in to help, He steps in to take over. So if you feel like you're at the end of your rope, don't despair. That's exactly where God wants you to be, not so you'll suffer, but so you'll finally release control. God doesn't need your strength. He needs your surrender. Let go of the anxiety. Let go of the fear. Let go of trying to figure it all out. Rest in the knowledge that God is still writing your story, and the chapter you're entering will not look like the one you're leaving behind. You are not what the world says you are. You are not what your past says you are. You are what God says you are called. Chosen, protected, guided, and sustained. You are a vessel of purpose. And even in your tiredness, you are being prepared for something divine. God will use your exhaustion to deepen your reliance, to sharpen your focus, and to enlarge your capacity. And when He steps in, the tiredness will turn into testimony. No moment of pain has been wasted. No sleepless night has gone unnoticed. Every cry, every ache, every sigh that escaped your lips has moved the heart of God. And now the heavens are responding. The season is shifting. The clouds are parting, and the light of divine intervention is about to shine upon your path. Not because you were strong enough, but because you trusted enough. That's the kind of strength God is giving you now. Not the strength to carry the weight, but the strength to let Him carry it for you. Not the strength to keep fighting alone, but the strength to believe that help is on the way. And that help doesn't come from people, from systems, or from circumstances. It comes from God alone. You've come through fire. You've come through flood. And you're still standing. You didn't lose your mind. You didn't quit. You didn't sink. That's not by accident. That's because God held you when you couldn't hold yourself. And He's not about to let go now. In fact, He's stepping in stronger than ever before. There comes a time when the soul cries not for answers, but for relief, not for explanations, but for peace. You've crossed deserts with a heart full of faith. You've climbed mountains with trembling hands, hoping that the top would bring rest. And now you stand here worn out, not because you failed, but because you kept going. And in that fatigue, God sees something beautiful. Not weakness, not defeat, but a vessel emptied and ready to be filled. You are not collapsing. You are being cleared of every weight so that the glory of God can take over and carry you farther than your strength ever could. You have not missed your moment. The delays, the setbacks, the unanswered prayers, they were not signs that God forgot you. They were divine shields protecting you from what you could not yet see. Every no was a wall keeping destruction out. Every closed door was the hand of God saying, not this way, not yet. And now, as you stand on the edge of weariness, God is saying, I am the one who kept you from walking into a trap. I am the one who preserved your soul. Now watch how I lift you in my perfect timing. You may be looking around at others who seem to be thriving while you are barely surviving. But don't confuse movement with progress. God has kept you in the waiting room not to punish you, but to prepare you. What He's about to do in your life will require a foundation so deep, so secure that only a long season of refinement could have produced it. And now that foundation is set, the winds have blown, the rains have come, but you are still rooted. You are still here. And because of this, God is preparing to build something extraordinary upon the foundation of your perseverance. Do not lose heart over how slowly things seem to move. A tree does not break through the earth overnight. Its roots dig deep in silence long before its branches reach toward the heavens. In the very same way, your growth has been unfolding quietly in hidden places where no one else can see. That unseen root system, watered by your tears, nourished by your faith, and anchored by your trials, has kept you steady through every storm. Now you are prepared to rise not because of what others notice, but because of what God already knows lies within you. The enemy would have you believe that exhaustion makes you unworthy. Yet God takes the weary to reveal to the world what His strength truly looks like. When He steps in, He does not pick those with polished lives and flawless plans. He chooses the tired, the battle-scarred, the ones who have walked through the fire and refused to bow. And as long as you still draw breath, it means you are still chosen, still called, still destined for the greatness God set apart for you before time began. Your weariness has not disqualified you, and it has prepared you. There is a kind of tiredness that strips away pride, ego, and self-reliance. And when that is gone, all that remains is pure trust. That is the place God has brought you to. Not to crush you, but to reveal Himself to you in ways you could never have understood when you were strong. God reveals the depths of His power to those who are low, not those who are lofty. And in your tiredness, you are standing on sacred ground. You don't need to pretend anymore. You don't need to wear the mask of strength. God is not moved by performance. He is moved by surrender. And when you surrender your exhaustion to Him, He exchanges it for a power that cannot be explained, a peace that confounds logic, a strength that defies circumstances. God is not looking for perfect people. He is looking for honest ones, ones who say, "I can't do this anymore, but I know you can." That is when divine power is released not through might, not through intellect, but through faith rooted in humility. You've walked long enough carrying the expectations of others. You've carried burdens that were never yours to carry. You've tried to be everything to everyone. But now God is calling you back to a place of divine alignment, a place where your soul rests not in what you do, but in who He is. You were never meant to carry the world on your shoulders. That is God's job. And the moment you place those weights back into His hands, He will begin to move on your behalf in ways that no effort could ever achieve. This is not about striving. This is about trusting. God is not impressed by how hard you work to hold it all together. He is glorified when you lay it down and say, "I trust you to hold me." That kind of trust moves mountains. That kind of trust splits seas. That kind of trust turns weariness into worship. Because when you stop running and start resting in God, He begins to show you that the breakthrough was never in your effort. It was always in your surrender. And now that surrender is opening the gates of divine intervention. The heavens are shifting. The tide is turning. The season is changing because God honors the faith of those who remain faithful in the dry place. You've prayed with cracked lips. You've walked when you felt like crawling. And now the clouds are gathering, not to bring more storms, but to rain down the blessings you've long awaited. This is the moment God takes your ashes and gives you beauty. This is the moment He turns mourning into purpose. God does not rush the process, He perfects it. And your process, as painful and long as it has been, is not without purpose. Every delay has refined your focus. Every disappointment has deepened your dependence. Every hardship has increased your hunger for something more than this world can offer. And that hunger, when directed toward God, unlocks realms of strength, wisdom, and revelation that only come through the fire. You are not stepping into this next season with old strength. God is giving you something new, not recycled energy. Not surface-level encouragement, but deep spiritual power that anchors your soul in the truth that God is your sustainer. When the world shakes, you will not fall. When others lose their way, you will stand firm. Not because of who you are, but because of who your God is. Let the tiredness you feel remind you that you have given everything you had. Let it also remind you that now it is God's turn. You've done all you can do. You've prayed, you've waited, you've believed, and now God is saying, "Be still, let me be God." He is stepping into the very places where your hands have come up empty. He is stepping into the rooms where your voice was ignored. He is stepping into the chapters of your life that seemed unfinished, and He is writing a new ending. This is a divine promise. What is coming will make sense of what you've been through. What is ahead will redeem what was lost. And you will not just walk into it. You will walk in it with a peace that surpasses understanding. Because when God steps in, He doesn't just change your situation, He changes your perspective. He teaches you how to live above your circumstances, how to dwell in contentment even in chaos, and how to recognize His fingerprints in places others only see confusion. So stand firm even if your knees are shaking. Lift your head even if your heart is heavy, because your tiredness is not the end. It is the invitation. It is the signal that God is about to show Himself mighty. And when He does, you will look back on this season, not with regret, but with awe. You will say it was worth it. Every tear, every ache, every sleepless night, because it brought me to the feet of the Almighty. And when I was at my lowest, God lifted me with a strength not my own. You are on the edge of something sacred. Don't let the fatigue fool you. The enemy always attacks the hardest right before the breakthrough. He tries to confuse your vision, discourage your heart, and drain your hope. But he cannot stop what God has ordained. He cannot delay what God has decreed. You are still under divine covering. And no weapon formed against you shall prosper, not even the weapon of exhaustion. You will rest again, not just physically, but spiritually. You will breathe again without the weight of the world on your chest. You will walk again with joy in your step and peace in your heart. And it won't be because the road got easier, but because God made you stronger. Not by force, not by might, but by the power of trust in the one who holds your life in His hands. Let every heavy burden now be lifted. Let every silent fear now be stilled. Let every doubt now be drowned in the truth that God is not only aware of your tiredness, He is actively responding to it. He is already stepping into your tomorrow. He is already ahead of you, clearing paths, softening hearts, opening doors, and making crooked places straight. You are not late. You are not lost. You are not forgotten. You are exactly where God needs you to be for His power to be made perfect in your surrender and His glory to be revealed in your testimony. And that testimony will not be one of strength that never failed, but of a soul that, though weary, was held together by the hand of God until the appointed time of victory. And now, in the stillness of your soul, listen, truly listen. For there is a whisper from heaven rising louder than the noise of your doubts. A whisper that says, I have seen your labor. I have heard your cry. I have not turned my face from you, and I will not delay. That is God speaking to you not as a distant ruler, but as the one who fashioned your spirit, the one who walked with you through the fire, and the one who stands ready to pour out power where there was once only pain. You did not come this far to be abandoned. You did not fight all these battles just to be left in the dark. God has carried you through what others did not survive. You have endured in silence what would have destroyed the strongest among men. And now God is ready to repay every hour you stood alone, every moment you trusted Him, when all evidence said otherwise. This is not just a season of restoration. It is a season of divine reversal. Where there was loss, gain will come. Where there was shame, honor will arise. Where you were cast down, God will raise you up. You see, God is not bound by the reports of man, and God does not answer to opinions, to predictions, or to statistics. When He decides to move in your life, it won't matter who counted you out. It won't matter who turned their back on you. God has the final word. And when His word goes forth, it never returns void. When He commands doors to open, no man can shut them. When He declares favor over your life, even your enemies will have to stand aside and watch it unfold. Some of you are tired because you've been trying to fight spiritual battles with natural weapons. You've been using intellect where God required surrender. You've been pushing with effort where He's asking for stillness. You've been trying to do it your way, thinking God was taking too long. But in truth, God was waiting for your hands to release what only His hands can fix. You can't carry the weight of destiny and the burden of control at the same time. At some point, you must lay it down and say, God, I trust your way even when I don't understand your timing. And it's in that moment when you let go that God begins to pour in. Not just blessings, but clarity. Not just answers, but peace. He will not only fix the situation, He will transform you in the process. Because God is not just interested in changing your surroundings. He wants to strengthen the one standing in the middle of the storm. He wants to turn your tiredness into testimony, your waiting into wisdom, your pain into purpose. The fatigue you feel is not just from the load. It's from the hidden battle beneath the load. The thoughts you've wrestled with, the pressure you felt to remain strong, the isolation of carrying a vision others didn't understand. All of that weighs heavier than physical labor. But now God is removing that invisible weight. He is lifting the unseen burdens. You may not feel it all at once, but the shift has already begun. Where there was confusion, there will be clarity. Where there was heaviness, there will be lightness. Where there was delay, there will be acceleration. Don't you dare believe that your best days are behind you. That is a lie whispered into the tired ears of the faithful to break their momentum. But God says your latter days will be greater than the former. What's ahead of you is bigger than what's behind you. The struggle may have worn down your body, but it has built up your spirit. And what God is about to do will not be because you had perfect strength, but because you had unwavering faith. God rewards those who trust Him in the dark. God rewards those who stay faithful when no one is watching. When you chose integrity over compromise, when you forgave instead of retaliating, When you stayed instead of walking away, that was strength not born from willpower, but from the Spirit of the Almighty sustaining you in secret. And now what was done in secret, God is about to reward openly. There will be a visible shift, a public outpouring of what was cultivated in private pain. Every time you resisted the urge to quit, heaven recorded it. Every time you bowed your head in exhaustion and whispered, "God, I still believe," a record was kept. And not one moment was wasted. God stores every tear, and He weighs every sacrifice. And now He is tipping the scales in your favor. You will not just receive back what was lost, you will receive what eyes have not seen, ears have not heard, and hearts have not imagined. That is the promise of the one who never breaks His word. And listen, this isn't just about recovery, this is about release. God is not just restoring you back to where you were, He's releasing you into where you were always meant to be. The battles have prepared you for this. The weariness was the womb for wisdom. The fire did not burn you, it purified you. And now, as the smoke clears, you will see what God was doing all along. He was strengthening you in silence, maturing you in solitude, and preparing you for a platform that is built on surrender, not self. So don't grow bitter in your tiredness. Let it make you more tender to the voice of God. Let it draw you closer, not farther, because that very tiredness is the place of your transformation. That exhaustion is not the evidence of failure, it is the threshold of breakthrough. And the moment you stop resisting and start resting in the power of God, you will see doors open that no key could unlock. There are things about your life you still don't understand. There are losses you still grieve, betrayals that still sting, delays that still frustrate. But God is not finished. He is the author of your story, and He has not handed the pen to anyone else. The pages ahead are not blank. They are filled with moments of redemption, restoration, and radical change. What looks like the end is simply the turning of a page, and the next chapter will not carry the weight of the former. You are being shifted, not shattered. You are being positioned, not punished. You are being stretched, not broken. And all of it has a purpose. God wastes nothing. Not your pain, not your process, not your exhaustion. Everything is being used to usher in something that could only be birthed through faith forged in fire. And one day, very soon, you will look back on this season not with sorrow but with sacred gratitude. You will understand why it had to be this way. Because if God had rescued you too soon, you would have missed the deeper work. You would have missed the revelation. But now you carry something more than answers. You carry wisdom. You carry perspective. You carry strength that doesn't come from this world. And now, right now, God is drawing near to you, not because you cried the loudest, but because your heart stayed faithful when no one understood your journey. Your tiredness has become the altar upon which your devotion is laid. Every silent prayer, every unseen effort, every moment you resisted the urge to run away has risen like incense before the throne of the Almighty. And God, in His perfect wisdom, has not only heard you, He is responding not with delay, not with a whisper of hope, but with a divine interruption that will shake the ground beneath your despair and replace it with solid peace. There are seasons when God hides His hand so you will search His heart. And in the stillness, in the long nights of tears and unanswered questions, your soul has been learning something sacred. How to know God not through what He gives, but through who He is. And now that knowing will become your strength. That intimacy will become your security because you no longer follow God only for His blessings. You follow Him because you have tasted His faithfulness even in the drought. And that kind of trust birthed in the shadows will carry you through every valley ahead. You've been asking for relief, and God is preparing release. You've asked for a way out, and God is preparing a way through. You've asked for answers, and God is giving you revelation. You've asked for rest, and God is clothing you with resilience. This is not just a response. It is a holy reversal. That which was meant to crush you is becoming the very thing that launches you. That which once made you weep will become the reason you praise. For when God steps in, nothing remains the same. And don't you dare think God is late. He is never late. God moves in precision, not pressure. He does not respond to panic, He responds to purpose. And your life is not drifting aimlessly. It is being carried by divine hands toward an appointed season. The weariness is proof that you've come a long way. The fatigue is a sign that you're closer than ever. If you could see what God has already released in the unseen realm, your soul would leap. The answer is already on the way. The provision is already being prepared. The protection has already been dispatched, and all of it is heading in your direction. Not because of who you are, but because of who God has always been, faithful, true, and merciful. Let this truth burn into your spirit. God knows when you've reached your limit. He knows when the last thread of strength is fraying, and He will not let you fall beneath the weight. He promised not to burden you beyond what you can bear. And He is not a God who breaks His promises. So when you feel like you're at your end, know this: it's not the end at all. It's the beginning of God's power rising in your life like never before. This is the place where miracles start, where the natural stops and the supernatural begins. You didn't come through the fire just to go back to the ashes. You didn't survive the wilderness to settle in defeat.